Chapter 17 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. There grows in my most ill-composed affection a quenchless avarice, that were I king, I should cut off the nobles for their lands. Macbeth. Oh, the man in the moon, the man in the moon! What a prodigious sackful of good resolutions you must have, all broken through the middle. First, there are all sorts of resolutions of amendment, of every kind and description, except the resolution of a carter to amend his draught, or that of a gourmand whose appetite fails to drink Chateau Margaux instead of Lafitte. All except these, my dear sir, you clutch by handfuls, and then you get all the resolutions of women of 35, never to marry whenever the opportunity happens, the resolutions of many young heirs not to be taken in, and of young coquettes not to go too far, of old gentlemen to look young, and of vulgar men to hold their tongues. Though I see, my dear sir, that your bag be almost bursting, yet I must trouble you with one more. I had determined, as I hinted in a former chapter, never to quit my hero and go vagabondizing about in my history from one part to the other, like a gipsy or a pedlar, but, on the contrary, to proceed in a quiet, respectable, straightforward manner, telling his story, and nobody else's story but his. But it is this individual resolution that I am now under the necessity of foregoing, for it is absolutely necessary that I should return to what took place at the mansion of the Duke of Buckingham, in Kent, even if I should risk the breaking of my neck, as well as my resolution, in scampering back again afterwards. Early in the morning of the day after that on which Sir Osborne had left the manor house to proceed to the Benedictine Abbey near Canterbury, Sir Payne Rainsford, with his large suite, rode up to the gates, and demanded an audience of the Duke, which was immediately granted. As the chamberlain marshalled him the way to the Duke's closet, the knight caught a glance of the old man, Sir Cesar, passing out, from which he argued favourably for his purposes, doubting not that the discourse of the astrologer had raised the ambition and vanity of the Duke, and fitted him to second the schemes with which he proposed to tempt him. When the knight entered, the princely Buckingham was seated, and with that cold dignity which he knew well how to assume, he motioned his visitor to a chair, without, however, deigning to rise. He thinks himself already king, thought Sir Payan. Well, his pride must be humoured. My Lord Duke, he said, after a few preliminary words on both parts, I come to tender your grace my best service, and to beg you to believe that should ever the occasion offer, you shall find me ready at your disposal, with heart and hand, fortune and followers. And what is it that Sir Payan Wileton would claim as his reward for such zealous doings? Demanded the Duke, eyeing him coolly. Sir Payan's wisdom is too well known to suppose that he would venture so much without proportionate reward. But your grace's favour, replied the knight, somewhat astonished at the manner in which his offers were received. Nay, nay, Sir Payan, replied the Duke, speak plainly. What is it you would have? Upon what rich lordship have you cast your eyes? Whose fair estate has excited your appetite? Is there any new Chilham Castle to be had? In truth, I know not well what your grace means, answered the knight, though I can see that some villain behind my back has been blackening my character in your fair opinion. I came here frankly to tender you, of my own free will, services that you once hinted might be acceptable. Men who would climb high, my Lord Duke, must make their first steps firm. True, true, Sir Knight, replied the Duke, moderating the acerbity of his manner. But how can I rise higher than I am? Perhaps, indeed, my pride may soar too high a pitch when I fancy that in this realm, next to his grace the king, my head stands highest. True, said Sir Payan, but I have heard a prophecy that your grace's head should be of all the highest without any weakening qualification, next to any man's. His grace King Henry may die, and I have myself known the Duke of Buckingham declare that there were shrewd doubts whether the king's marriage to his brother's wife were so far valid as to give an heir to the English crown. Kings may die, too, of the sharp sword and the keen dagger. Such being the case, and the king dying without heirs male, who will stand so near the throne as the Duke of Buckingham? Who has so much the people's love? Who may command so many of the most expert and powerful men in England?" The duke paused and thought. He was not without ambition, though he was without the illness that should accompany it. No one did he more thoroughly abhor than Sir Payan Wileton, and yet rich, powerful, unscrupulous, full of politic wile and daring stratagem, Sir Payan was a man who might serve him essentially as a friend, might injure him deeply as an enemy, and he was, moreover, one that must be treated as one or the other, must be either courted or defied. While 1,000 thoughts of this kind passed through the mind of the duke, and connecting themselves with others, wandered far on the wild and uncertain tract that his ambition presented to his view, while the passion by which angels fell was combating in his bosom with duty, loyalty, and friendship, the eye of Sir Payan Wileton glanced from time to time towards his face, watching and calculating the emotions of his mind, with that degree of certainty which long observation of the passions and weakness of human nature had bestowed. At length he saw the countenance of the duke lighted up with a triumphant smile, while, fixing his eyes upon the figure of an old king in the tapestry, he seemed busily engaged in anticipations of the future. "He has them now," thought Sir Payan, "the crown, the sceptre, and the ball. Well, let him enjoy his golden dream." And dropping his eyes on the table, he gathered the addresses of the various letters which Buckingham had apparently been writing. The Earl of Devonshire, the Lord Dacre, Sir John Morton, the Earl of Fitzbernard, to be rendered to the hands of Sir Osborne Maurice, the Prior of Langley. "Ha!" thought the knight, "Lord Fitzbernard, Sir Osborne Maurice. So, I have the train. Take heed, Buckingham, take heed, or you fall." And he raised his eyes once more to the countenance of the duke, whose look was now fixed full upon him. "Sir Payan Wileton," said Buckingham, "we have both been meditating, and perhaps our meditations have arrived at the same conclusion." "I hope, my lord duke," answered Sir Payan, returning to the former subject of conversation, "that your grace finds that I may be of service to you." "Not in the least," replied the duke sternly, for it had so happened that his eyes had fallen upon Sir Payan just at the moment that the knight was furtively perusing the address of the letter to Lord Fitzbernard, and the combinations thus produced in the mind of the noble Buckingham had not been very much in favour as Sir Payan. "Not in the least, Sir Payan Wileton. Let me tell you, sir, that you must render back Chilham Castle to its lord. You must reverse all the evil that you have done and attempted towards his son. You must abandon such foul schemes, and cancel all the acts of 20 years of your life, before you be such a man as may act with Buckingham." "My lord duke, my lord duke!" cried Sir Payan, "this is too much to bear. Your pride, haughty peer, has made you mad, but your pride shall have a fall. Beware of yourself, Duke of Buckingham, for no one shall ever say that he offended Sir Payan Wileton unscathed. Now, know you that you are in my power?" "In thine, insect!" cried the duke. "But begone, you move me too far. Ho! Without there! Begone, I say, or Buckingham may forget himself." "He shall not forget me," said Sir Payan. "Mark me, Lord Duke. You wisely deem that because you have not shown me your daring schemes in your handwriting, you are safe, but you have yet to know Sir Payan Wileton. We shall see, Lord Duke, we shall see. So farewell." And turning on his heel, he left the duke's closet, called for his horse, and in a few minutes was far on the road homeward. "Guilford," cried he, turning towards his attendants, "Guilford, ride up." At this order, a downcast, sneering-looking man drew out from the rest of the servants and rode up to the side of his master, who fixed his eyes upon him for a moment, shutting his teeth hard, as was his custom when considering how to proceed. "Guilford," said he at last, "Guilford, you remember the infant that was found dead in Ashford ditch last year, that folks supposed to be the child of Mary Bligh? Ha!" The man turned deadly pale. "I have found an owner for the kerchief in which it was tied, with the 2 large stones," proceeded Sir Payan. "A man came to me yesterday morning who says he can swear to the kerchief, and who it belonged to. Fie, do not shake so. Do you think I ever hurt my own? Guilford, you must do me a service. Take 3 stout fellows with you, on whom you can depend. Cast off your liveries, and ride on with all speed to the hill on this side of Rochester. Wait there till you see a courier come up with a swan embroidered on his sleeve. Find means to quarrel with him, and when you return to Elham Manor, if you bear his bag with you, you shall each have 5 George nobles for your reward. But leave not the place. Stir not till you have met with him. And now, be quick. Take the 3 men with you. There will be enough left to return with me. Mark me, let him not escape with his bag, for if you do, you buy yourself a halter." "Which of them shall I take?" said the man. "There are Waddlesham and Black John, who together stole the Prior of Merton's horse and sold it at Sandwich. They would have been burned if the hand of your worship had not refused the evidence. Then there is Simpkin, the deer stealer." "That will do," said Sir Payan. "That will do. 'Tis said he set Raper's barn on fire. But be quick, we waste time." It was late the next day before the party of worthies whom Sir Payan entrusted with the honourable little commission above stated returned to his house at Elham Manor. But, to his no small satisfaction, they brought the Duke of Buckingham's letter-bag along with them, which Master Guilford deposited on the table before Sir Payan in his usual sullen manner, and only waited till he had received his reward, which was instantly paid; for the honest knight, well knowing by internal conviction that rascality is but a flimsy bond of attachment, took care to bind his serviceable agents to himself by the sure ties both of hope and fear. If they were useful and silent, their hopes were never disappointed. If they were negligent or indiscreet, their fears were more than realized. The moment he was alone, the knight put his dagger into the bag and ripped it open from side to side. This done, his eye ran eagerly over the various letters it contained, and paused on that to Lord Fitzbernard. In an instant the silk was cut, and the contents before his eyes. "Ha!" said Sir Payan, reading. "So here it is, the whole business. So, my young knight. The real name to be told to nobody till the king's good will is gained. But I will foil you, and blast your false name before your real one is known. Good Duke of Buckingham, I thank you. A villain! If I am, you shall taste my villainy. Oh, so he had charge to conduct the Lady Katrine Bulmer to the court. His feats of arms and manly daring shall much approve him with the king. Ay, but they shall damn him with the cardinal, or I'll halt for it. Now for the rest." With as little ceremony as that which he had displayed toward the letter addressed to Lord Fitzbernard, Sir Payan tore open all the rest, but seemed somewhat disappointed at their contents, gnawing his lip and knitting his brow till he came to the last, addressed to Sir John Morton. "Ha!" exclaimed he, as he read, "Duke of Buckingham, you are mine. Now, proud Edward Bohun, stoop, for out of so little a thing as this will I work thy ruin. But what means he by this? Sir Osborne Maurice! It cannot be him he speaks of. It matters not. It shall tell well too, and in one ruin involve them both. Sir Osborne Maurice! I have it. Sure the disclosure of such a plot as this may well merit Wolsey's thanks. Ay, and even, by good favour, some few acres of the broad estates of Constance de Grey. We shall see. But first let us track this young gallant. We must know his every step from Canterbury to Greenwich." Proud in supreme villainy, Sir Payan trod with a longer stride, confidently calculating that he held all his enemies in his power; but, subtle as well as bold, he did not allow his confidence to diminish in the least his care, and calling to his aid one of his retainers, upon whose cunning he could count with certainty, he laid him upon the path of our hero like a hound upon the track of a deer, with commands to investigate, with the most minute care, every step he had taken from Canterbury to Greenwich. "And now," said Sir Payan, "to-morrow for Greenwich. I must not fail the party of Sir Thomas Neville. When enemies grow strong, 'tis time to husband friends. and springing on his horse, he proceeded to put in train for execution some of those minor schemes of evil which he did not choose to leave unregulated till his return. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Traffic is thy God. Timon. By my faith, cried the Earl of Derby as soon as they found themselves in the street, or rather lane, before the dwelling of Sir Cesar, I know not in the least where we are, and if I had known it before, my brain is so unsettled with all this strange sight, that I would have forgotten it now. Which way did we turn? The other way, cried Sir Osborne, and then to the right. Pray, sir, can you tell me where the devil I am? Demanded the Earl, when they had reached the bottom of the lane, addressing a man who was walking slowly past. I'll tell you what, my young gallant, answered the man, if you don't march home with your foolery, I'll lock you up. I am the constable of the watch. It is my way home that I want to know, friend constable, replied the Earl, for God, I know not where I am any more than a new-born child, who, though he comes into the world without asking the way, finds himself very strange when he is in it. Why, marry, thou art at the back of Baynard's Castle, sir fool, replied the constable. Ay, then I shall find my road, said the Earl. Thank thee, honest constable, thou art a pleasant fellow, and a civil, and hast risked having thy pate broken to-night more than thou knowest. So fare thee well. And turning away, he led his companion through various winding lanes into a broader street, which at length conducted them to the mansion of the Duke of Buckingham. Now, by my faith, Darnley, or Morris, or whatever you please to be called, said the Earl, if you have any hospitality in your nature, you will give me board and lodging for a night. May you make so free with the good Duke's house? Most willingly will I do it, said Sir Osborne, and find myself now doubly happy in his Grace's request to use his mansion as if it were my own. Were I you, said Lord Derby, and had so much of Buckingham's regard, I would hear more of that strange man, if he be a man, Sir Cesar. For 'tis said that the Duke and Sir John Morton are the only persons that know who and what he really is. God help us, we have seen a stranger sight to-night as mortal eyes ever beheld. I have heard one of my companions in arms relate that a circumstance precisely similar happened to himself in Italy, replied the knight. The famous magician, Cornelius Agrippa, showed him out of friendship a glass, wherein he beheld the lady of his love reading one of his own letters, which thing she was doing, as he ascertained afterwards, at the very minute and day that the glass was shown to him. I never thought, however, to have seen anything like it myself. It may be easily supposed that various were the remarks and conjectures of the two young noblemen during the rest of the evening, but with these it will be unnecessary to trouble the reader. Suffice it that we have translated as literally as possible the account which Vonderbrugius gives of the circumstances, nor shall we make any comment on the facts, leaving it to the reader's own mind to form what conclusion he may think right. Whether the whole was an artifice on the part of Sir Cesar, aided by strongly excited imagination on theirs, each person must judge for himself, but certain it is that they both firmly believed that they saw the same thing, and, as in the well-known case of Lord Surrey, the argument is of no avail that the magician had no object or interest in deceiving those to whom he displayed his powers. The effect, however, upon the mind of Sir Osborne was to give him new hope and courage, for so completely had the former prediction of Sir Cesar been fulfilled, that though he might still doubt, yet his very hesitation leant to the side of hope. Lord Derby laughed and vowed 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange, and wrote it down in his tablet, lest he should not believe a word of it the next morning. When the morning came, however, he found that his belief had not fled, and before leaving Sir Osborne, he talked over the business with more gravity than he could usually command. Many arrangements were also necessary to be made in regard to the knight's introduction to the court, but at length it was agreed that the earl should account for his acquaintance with Sir Osborne by saying that their parents had been friends, and that, having been educated in the court of Burgundy, the knight was then in England for the first time since his youth. "All this is true," said Lord Darby, "for my father was well known to yours, though, perhaps, they could hardly be called friends. But, however, there are not above 2 grains of lie to an ounce of truth, so it will poison no one." When all their plans were finally settled, Lord Darby took leave of the knight, and left him to make his preparations for the next morning. As soon as he had departed, Sir Osborne called for his horse, and, accompanied by Longpole, of whom he had seen little since his arrival in London, set out for the house of the honest Flemish merchant, William Hans, from whom, as we have said, he expected sundry sums of money. As they proceeded, the worthy custrel, who, for the purpose of showing him the way, rode by his side, permitting him nevertheless to keep about a yard in advance, did not fail to take advantage of their proximity to regale the knight's ears with many a quaint remark upon the great beehive, as he called it, in which they were. "Lord, Lord," said he, "to think of the swarm of honey-getting, or rather money-getting insects, that here toil from morn to night, but to pile up within their narrow cells that sweet trash which, after all, is none of theirs. For ever and anon comes my good Lord King, the master of the hive, and smokes them for a subsidy. Look at yon fat fellow, your worship. For God's sake, look at him. How proud he seems, waddling forward under the majesty of his belly. Well, if a paunch like that be the damnation attached to an alderman's gown, heaven absolve me from city feasts, I say. And his lean follower, see, with the quill behind his ear, and inkhorn at his button, so meagre, as if he wished to mock his master's fatness. Oh, 'tis the way, 'tis the way. The fat merchant seems to absorb all the lean clerk's portion. Everything begets its like. Fat gets fat, riches get richer, and even leanness grows more lean, as it were, by living upon itself. Now to the left, your worship, up that paved court." The house of the merchant now stood before them, and Sir Osborne, dismounting from his horse, advanced to the door of what seemed to be a small dark counting-house, in which he found an old man, with many a book and many a slate before him, busily employed in adding to the multitude of little black marks with which the page under his eyes was cumbered. In answer to the knight's inquiry for Master William Hans, he replied that he was in the warehouse, where he might find him if he wished to see him. "Stay, stay, I will show you the way," cried he, with ready politeness. "Lord, sir, our warehouse is a wilderness, wherein a man might lose himself with blessed facility. Thanks be to God, therefore, for on May Day, 3 years last past, called Evil May Day, we should have lost our good master, when the prentices and watermen and pick-purses and vagabonds broke into all the aliens' houses, and injured many, but happily he hid himself under a pile of stockfish, which was in the far end of the little warehouse, and to the left of the barrel-room, so that they found him not." While he pronounced this oration, the old clerk locked carefully the door of the counting-house, and led the knight into an immense vaulted chamber, wherein were piled on every side all kinds of things, of every sort and description that human ingenuity can apply to the supply of its necessities or the gratification of its appetites. On one side were displayed 1,000 articles of foreign produce or manufacture, brought thither for the English market, and on the other appeared the various productions of England, destined soon to be spread over half the world. The objects that met the eye were not more various than the smells that assailed the nose. There was the delicious odour of salted fish, there was the delicate scent of whale oil. Here dry skins spread their perfume around, and there a cask of fresh tallow wasted its sweetness on the warehouse air, while through the whole was perceived, as a general medium for all the rest, the agglomerated stink of 100 unventilated years. Making his way through all, Sir Osborne proceeded directly towards the spot where a small window in the roof poured its light upon a large barrel, the contents of which were undergoing inspection by the worthy Fleming whom he sought. In Flanders the knight had known the good Burgess well, and had been sure to receive a visit from him whenever business had called his steps from his adopted to his native country. There might be both an eye to gratitude and an eye to interest in this proceeding of Master William Hans, for the knight had twice procured him a large commission for the army, and, what was still more in those days, had procured him payment. On perceiving his visitor in the present instance, the merchant caught up his black furred gown, which he had thrown off while busied in less dignified occupations, and having hastily insinuated his arms into the sleeves, advanced to meet the knight with a bow of profound respect. "Welcome back to England, my lord," cried he, in very good English, which could only be distinguished as proceeding from the mouth of a foreigner by a slight accent and a peculiar intonation. "Good now, my lord, I hope you have not given up your company in Flanders. I have such a cargo of beans in the mouth of the Scheldt, it would have suited the army very well indeed." "But, my good Master Hans," answered the knight, "the army itself is given up since the peace. When I left Lille, there were scarce 3 companies left." After a good deal more of such preliminary conversation, in the course of which the knight explained to the merchant the necessity of keeping his name and title secret for the present, they proceeded to the arrangement of those affairs which yet remained unconcluded between them. Conducting the knight back to the counting house, William Hans turned over several of his great books, looking for the accounts. "Here it is, I think," he cried at length. "No, that is the Lady de Grey's." "Lady Constance de Grey?" demanded Sir Osborne in some surprise. "Yes, yes," answered the merchant. "I receive all the money for her mother's estates, who was a French lady. Did for her father, too, till the coot old lord died. Oh, it was hard work in the time of the war, but I got a Paris Jew to transmit the money to a Flemish Jew, who sent it over to me. They got 10%, the thieves, for commission, but that very thing saved the estates, for they would have been forfeited by the old King Louis, if the Jew, who had given him money in his need, had not made such a noise about it, for fear of losing his 10%, that the king let it pass. Ah, here is the account. First, we have not settled since I furnished the wine for the company, when they had the fever. 500 shearpeens of wine, at a croat the shearpeen, make just 25 marks. Received 30 marks, 5 carried to your name. Then for the ransom of the Sire de Beaujeu, you put him at a ransom of 2,000 crowns, not knowing who he was. But he has sent you 6,000, because he says he would not be ransomed like an écuyer. Great fool! Why the devil, when he could get off for a little, pay a much? "No true knight but would do the same," replied Sir Osborne. "It was only by my mention that he got away at all. Therefore he was bound in honour to pay the full ransom of a person of his condition." "Well, then," said the Fleming, "here comes the ransom of 2 esquires, gentlemen they call themselves, 500 crowns each, making in the whole 7,000 crowns, or 2,625 marks. Then there is against you freight and carriage of armour and goods, 4 marks, exchange and commission, 3 marks, porterage, a croat, warehouse room, 2 croats, balance for you, 2,617 marks, 5 shillings, and 2 croats, which I am ready to give you, as well as to deliver the 2 suits of harness and the packages." "The money at present I do not want," replied Sir Osborne, "but I will be glad if you would send the arms and the rest of the packages to the Manor of the Rose in St. Lawrence Poultney." "To the good Duke of Buckingham's? Ah, that I will, that I will. But I hope you will stay and take your noon meal with me, though I know you men of war do not like the company of us merchants. But I will say, I have never found you any way proud." "I would most willingly, Master Hans," answered the knight; "but I go to the court to-morrow for the first time, and I have no small preparation to make with tailors and broiderers." "Oh, stay with me, and I will fit you to your desire," answered the Fleming. "There is a tailor lives hard by who will suit you well. I am not going to give you a man who can make nothing but a burgomaster's gown or a merchant's doublet. I know your coot companions would laugh and say you had a merchant's tailor, but this is a man who, if you like it, shall stuff out your breeches till you can't sit down, make all the seams by a plumb line, tighten your girdle till you have no more waist than a wasp, and, moreover, he is tailor to the Duke of Suffolk." The knight found this recommendation quite sufficient, and agreeing to dine with the honest Fleming, The tailor was sent for, who, with a great display of sartorial learning, devised several suits in which Sir Osborne might appear at court, without being either so gaudy as the butterflies of the day, or so plain as to call particular attention. The only difficulty was to know whether the tailor could furnish a complete suit for the night, and one for each of his 4 attendants, by the next morning. But after much calculation and summing up of all the friendly tailors within his knowledge, he undertook to do it, and, what is wonderful for a tailor, kept his word. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. What strange adventure do ye now pursue? Perhaps my succour or advisement meet mote stead ye much. Spenser. A barber surgeon one day, bleeding a farrier, bound up his arm with a piece of red tape, and pinned it. The farrier went the next day to shoe one of the king of the country's horses. As he was driving the nail, the pin pricked him. The nail went too near the quick. The horse's foot grew tender. The king went out to hunt. The horse threw him. The king was taken up dead, and was succeeded by his son, whom he intended to have disinherited the next day for his cruel disposition. The new king cut off his subjects' heads, made continual war upon all the states around, conquered a great many countries, gained a great many battles, robbed, murdered, and burned, and at last was assassinated himself, when human nature could bear him no longer. And at the end of his reign it was computed that 100 millions of treasure and 20 millions of human lives had been wasted, by the barber pinning a piece of red tape, instead of tying it, like his grandfather. "The luckiest accident for you in the world has just happened," cried Lord Darby, entering Sir Osborne Maurice's apartment 2 full hours before the time he had appointed. "Order your men to choose your best suit of harness, to pack it on a strong horse, to lead your own courser by the bridle, and to make all speed to the foot of the hill at Greenwich, there to wait till they be sent for. And you come with me. My barge awaits at the duke's stairs." "But what is the matter, my lord?" demanded Sir Osborne. "At least, tell me if my horse must be barded." "No, no, I think not," replied the earl. "At all events, we shall find bards if we want them. But be quick. We have not a moment to lose, though the tide be running down as quick as a tankard of bastard over the throat of a thirsty serving man. I will tell you the whole as we go." "Longpole," cried the knight to his follower, who, at the moment the earl entered, was in the room, putting the last adjustment to his master's garments. "Longpole, quick! You hear what Lord Darby says. Take the fluted suit." "Oh, the fluted, by all means," interrupted the earl. "It shows noble and knightly. So shall we go along as in a Roman triumph, with flutes before and flutes behind? The fluted, by all means, good Longpole, and lose no time on the road. For every flagon you do not drink, you shall have 2 at Greenwich. Now, Maurice, are you ready? By heaven, you make a gallant figure of it. Your tailor deserves immortality. 'Tis well, 'tis mighty well. But, to my taste, the cuts in your blue velvet had been better lined with a soft yellow than a white, the hue of a young primrose. The feather might have been the same, but 'tis all a taste. White does marvellous well. The silver girdle and scabbard too. But come, we waste our moments. Let 2 of your men come with us." Lord Darby conducted his new friend to the barge, and as they proceeded towards Greenwich with a quick tide, he informed him that some knights, Sir Henry Poynings, Sir Thomas Neville, and several others, having agreed to meet for the purpose of trying some newly invented arms, the king had been seized with a desire of going unknown to break a lance with them on Blackheath, and had privately commanded the Earl of Devonshire to accompany him as his aid. But that very morning, at his house in Westminster, the earl had slipped, and had so much injured his leg that his surgeon forbade his riding for a month. "As soon as I heard it," continued Lord Darby, "I flew to his lodging, and prayed him to let me be his messenger to the king; to which petition he easily assented, provided I set off with all speed, for his grace expects him early. Now, the moment that the king hears that the earl cannot ride, he chooses him another aid, and I so hope to manage that the choice may fall upon you. If you break a lance to his mind, you shall be well beloved for the next week at least, and during that time you must manage to fix his favour. But first, let me give you some small portraiture of his mind, so that by knowing his humour you may find means to find it. The character which Lord Derby gave of Henry VIII shall here be put in fewer words. He was then a very, very different being from the bloated despot which he afterwards appeared. All his life had hitherto been prosperity and gladness. No care, no sorrow had called into action any of the latent evil of his character, and he showed himself to those around him as an affable and magnificent prince, proud without haughtiness, and luxurious without vice. Endowed with great personal strength, blessed with robust health, and flourishing in the prime of his years, he loved with a degree of ostentation all those manly and chivalrous exercises which were then in their height in Europe, and placed, as it were, between the age of chivalry and the age of learning, he in his own person combined many of the attributes of each. In temper and in manner he was hasty but frank, and had much of the generosity of youth unchilled by adversity. Yet he was ever wilful and irritable, and in his history, even at that time, may be traced the yet unsated luxurist and the incipient tyrant, beginning a career in splendour and pride that was sure to end in despotism and blood. It may well be supposed that the knight's heart beat quickly as the boat came in sight of the palace at Greenwich. It had nothing, however, to do with that agitation which men often weakly feel on approaching earthly greatness. Accustomed to a court, though a small one, if Sir Osborne had ever experienced those sensations, they had long left him. But he felt that on what was to follow from the present interview, perhaps on that interview itself, depended his father's fortune and his own, more, his own happiness for ever. Lord Darby's rowers had plied their oars to some purpose, and before 10 o'clock the barge was alongside the King's Stairs at Greenwich. "Come, Sir Osborne," cried the earl. "Bearing a message which his grace will think one of great consequence, I shall abridge all ceremony, and find my way as quickly to his presence as I can." The two young men sprang to the shore, followed by their attendants, and passed the parade, which was quite empty, the king having taken care to disperse the principal part of his court in various directions, that his private expedition might pass unnoticed, feeling a sort of romantic interest in the concealment and mystery of his proceedings. The earl led the way across the vacant space to one of the doors of the palace, which opened into a sort of waiting hall, called the Hall of Lost Steps, where the two friends left their servants, and proceeding up a staircase that seemed well known to Lord Darby, they came into a magnificent saloon, wherein an idle page was gazing listlessly from one of the windows. "Ha, Master Snell!" cried the earl. "May his grace be spoken with?" "On no account whatever, my noble lord," replied the page. "I am placed here expressly to prevent any one from approaching him. His grace is at his prayers." "Go then, good Master Snell," said the earl, "and bid our royal master add one little prayer for the Earl of Devonshire, who has fallen in his house at Westminster, and is badly hurt, and tell his grace that I bear an humble message from the earl, who dared not confide it to a common courier." "I go directly, my noble lord," said the page. "The king will find this bad news." And making all haste, he left the room by a door on the other side of the apartment. "This is indeed a kingly chamber," said Sir Osborne, gazing around upon the rich arras mingled with cloth of gold which covered the walls. How poor must the court of Burgundy have seemed to the king, when he visited the Princess Regent at Lille, and yet, perhaps, he scarcely saw the difference. Even while he spoke, the door by which the page had gone out was again thrown open, and a tall, handsome man entered the apartment, with haste and peevishness in his countenance. He was apparently about 30 years of age, broad-chested and powerfully made, muscular but not fat, and withal there was an air of dignity and command in his figure that might well become a king. He seemed to have been disturbed half dressed, for under the loose gown of black velvet which he wore was to be seen one leg clothed in steel, while the other remained free of any such cumbersome apparel. The rest of his person, as far as might be discovered by the opening of the gown, was habited in simple russet garments, guarded with gold, while on his head he wore a silver-brimmed black bonnet and a jewelled plume. Lord Darby and Sir Osborne immediately doffed their hats as the king entered, the young knight not very well pleased to see the irritable spot that glowed on his brow. "How now, my lord, how now?" cried Henry as they advanced. "What is this the page tells me? Devonshire is hurt? Is ill? What is it? What is it, man? Speak!" "I am sorry to be the bearer of evil news to your grace," replied Lord Darby, with a profound inclination. "But this morning, as my Lord of Devonshire was preparing to set out to render his duty to your highness, his foot slipped, heaven knows how, and his surgeons fear he has dislocated one of the bones of the leg. He therefore, being unwilling to trust an ordinary messenger, begged me humbly, in his name, to set forth his case before you, and to crave your gracious pardon for thus unintentionally failing in his service." "Tut, he could not help it," cried Henry. "The man broke not his bones and wrenched not his leg to do me a displeasure. And yet in this is fortune cross-grained, for where now shall I find an aid who may supply his place? But how now? What is this? Who have you with you? You are bold, young lord, to bring a stranger to my privy chamber. Ha! How now, mother of God, you are too bold." Hope sickened in Sir Osborne's bosom, and bending his head, he fixed his eyes upon the ground, while Lord Darby replied, nothing abashed by the king's reproof, "Pardon me, my liege, but trusting to the known quality of your royal clemency, which finds excuses for our faults, even when we ourselves can discover none, I made bold to bring to your grace's presence this famous knight, Sir Osborne Maurice, who, being himself renowned in many courts in feats of arms, has conceived a great desire to witness the deeds of our most mighty sovereign, whose prowess and skill, whether at the tourney or in the just, at the barriers or with the battle-axe, is so noised over Europe, that none who are themselves skilful can refrain from coveting a sight of his royal daring. Allow me to present him to your grace." Sir Osborne advanced, and kneeling gracefully before the king, bent his head over the hand that Henry extended towards him. While, pleased with his appearance and demeanour, the monarch addressed him with a smile. "Think not we are churlish, sir knight, or that we do not welcome you freely to our court. But, by St. Mary, such young gallants as these must be held in check, or they outrun their proper bounds. But judge not of our poor doings by Darby's commendation. He has of a sudden grown eloquent." "On such a theme, who might not be an orator?" said Sir Osborne, rising. "Were I to doubt Lord Darby, I must think that Fame herself is your grace's courtier, acting as your herald in every court, and challenging a world to equal you." "Fie, fie, I must not hear you," cried the king. "Darby, come hither. I would speak with you. Come hither, I say." Sir Osborne drew a step back, and the king, taking the young earl into the recess of the window, spoke to him for a moment in a low tone, but still sufficiently loud for a great part of what he said to be audible to the knight, especially towards the conclusion. "A powerful man," said the king, "and valiant as he is strong, will prove a knight indeed. Think you he would?" "Most assuredly, my liege," replied the earl. "He is your grace's born subject, only his father having fallen into some unhappy error in the reign of our last royal king, Sir Osborne has had his training at the court of Burgundy, and received his knighthood from the sword of Maximilian, the late emperor." "Good, good," said Henry. "I remember hearing of his father. 'Twas either Simnel or Perkin Warbeck, or some such treasonous cause he espoused. But all that is past. Sir Knight," he continued, turning to Sir Osborne, "what if in my armoury we could find a harness that would fit you? Are you minded to break a lance as consort with the king? Ha! This very morning! Ay, this very hour! What say you, ha?" "That I should hold an honour never to be forgot, my liege," replied the knight. "And for the arms, my own are here at Greenwich. They might be brought in a moment." "Quick, then, quick!" cried the king. "But we must be secret. Stop, stop! You go, Lord Darby. Send for the arms, quick. Is your horse here, sir knight? By St. Mary, 'tis happy you came." Darby, bid them take the knight's horse into the small court and shut the gates. Quick with his armour. Bid them put no bards on the horses and be secret. I'll go arm. You arm here, Sir Knight. Snell, stand firm at that door. Let no one pass but Lord Darby and the knight's armourer. Be quick, Sir Knight. I charge you be quick, and, above all, let us be secret. Remember, we will never raise our visors. These knights think of no such encounter, but fancy they have it all amongst themselves. They have kept their just mighty secret, but we will break their lances for them. Ha!" The king now left Sir Osborne, who, delighted with the unexpected turn which his humour had taken, waited impatiently for Lord Darby's return, expecting every minute to see the other door open and Henry reappear before he had even received his armour. At length, however, Lord Darby came, and with him our friend Longpole, who, as the page would only allow one person to enter with the earl, received that part of the armour which he did not carry himself from the attendant without, and then flew to assist his lord. Sir Osborne lost no time, and, expert by constant habit, he put on piece by piece with a rapidity that astonished the young earl, who, accustomed alone to the tilt-yard, was unacquainted with the facility acquired by the unceasing exercises of the camp. At length, while Longpole was buckling the last strap, the king re-entered alone, completely armed, and with his beaver down. "What, ready, Sir Knight?" cried he. "Nay, faith, you have been expeditious." "Lord bless you, sir," cried Longpole, never dreaming that he spoke to the king, "my master puts on his arms as King Hal took Terouenne." "How now?" cried Sir Osborne, afraid of what might come next; but the king held up his hand to him to let the man speak. "How is that, good fellow?" demanded he. "Why, he just puts his hand on it, and it is done," replied Longpole. "Thou art a merry knave," said Henry, better pleased perhaps with the unquestionable compliment of the yeoman than he would have been with the more refined and studied praise of many an eloquent oration. "Thou art a merry knave. Say, canst thou blow a trumpet?" "Ay, that I can, to your worship's contentment," replied Longpole, who began to see by the looks of Lord Darby and his master that something was wrong. "I hope I have not offended." "No, no," answered Henry, "not in the least. Snell, fetch him a trumpet with a blanche banner. Now, fellow, take the trumpet that page will bring you, and getting on your horse, follow us. When you shall come to a place where you see lists up, blow me a defiance. Hast thou never a vizard to put thy muzzle in? Darby, in that chamber you will find him a masking vizard, that we may not be recognised by his face hereafter." Longpole was soon furnished with one of the half-masks of the day, the long beard of which, intended to conceal the mouth and chin, as it had been worn by the king himself, was composed of threads of pure gold, so that the yeoman bore an ample recompense upon his face for the duty the king put him on. He would fain have had his remark upon the vizard, but, beginning to entertain a suspicion of how the matter really stood, he wisely forbore, and followed his master and Lord Darby, who, preceded by the king, passed down a narrow back staircase into the smaller court, wherein stood the horses prepared for their expedition. All now passed in almost profound silence. The king and his aide mounted, and, followed by Longpole with his trumpet, issued forth through two gates into the park, where, taking the wildest and most unfrequented paths, they made a large circuit in order that their approach might seem from any other quarter than the palace. After gaining the forest on Shooter's Hill, the king led the way through one of the roads in the wood, to what we may call the back of Blackheath, on the very verge of which they might behold a group of gentlemen on horseback, with a crowd of lookers-on afoot, disposed in such sort as to show that their exercises were begun. The spot which they had chosen was a very convenient one for their purpose, shaded on the south by a grove of high elms, whose very situation has not been traceable for more than 2 centuries, but which then afforded a width of shade sufficient for several coursers to wheel and charge therein, without the eyes of the riders being dazzled by the morning sunshine. At the foot of these trees extended an ample green, soft, smooth, and even, round which the tilters had pitched the staves and drawn the ropes, marking the limits of the field, and in the northern end was erected a little tent for them to arm in before, and rest after the course. The 4 knights themselves, who had met to try their arms, together with several grooms, an armourer, a mule to bear the spears, and 2 horses for the armour, with their several drivers, formed the group within the lists, which, in the wide extended plain whereon they stood, looked but a spot, and would have seemed less still had it not been for the crowd of idlers that hung about the ground, and the 4 knightly pennons, which, disposed in a line, with a few yards' distance between them, caught the eye as it wandered over the heath, and attracted it to the spot by their flutter and their gaudy hues. The king paused for a moment to observe them, and then beckoning Longpole to come up, "Now ride on, trumpet," cried he, "blow a challenge, and then say that 2 strange knights claim to break 2 lances each, and pass away unquestioned." At this command Longpole rode forward, and while Henry and his master followed more slowly, blew a defiance on his trumpet at the entrance of the lists, and then in a loud voice pronounced the message with which the king had charged him. As he finished, Henry and Sir Osborne presented themselves, and Sir Thomas Neville, the chief of the other party, after some consultation with his companions, rode up and replied, "Though we are here as a private meeting, for our own amusement only, yet we will not refuse to do the pleasure of the stranger knights, and as there are 4 of us, we will each break a spear with one of the counterparty, which will make the 2 lances apiece that they require. Suffer the knights to enter," he continued to the keeper of the barrier, and Henry, with the young knight, taking the end of the ground in silence, waited till their lances should be delivered to them. Whether the tilters suspected or not who was the principal intruder on their sport matters not, though it is indeed more than probable that they did, for it was well known to everybody that if Henry heard of any rendezvous of the kind, he was almost certain to be present, either privately or avowedly; and indeed on one occasion, recorded by Hall, the chronicler of that day, this romantic spirit had almost cost him dear, the sport being carried on so unceremoniously as nearly to slay the gentleman by whom he was accompanied, and to bring his own life into danger. On the present occasion no words passed between the 2 parties, and after a few minutes' conversation amongst the original holders of the ground, as to who should first furnish the course to the strangers, Sir Thomas Neville presented himself opposite to the king, and Sir Henry Poynings, one of the best knights of the day, prepared to run against Sir Osborne. "Now, do your best, my knight," said the king to his aid. "You have got a noble opponent." The spears were delivered, the knights couched their lances, and galloping on against each other like lightning, the tough ash staves were shivered in a moment against their adversaries' casques. "Valiantly done," said Henry to Sir Osborne, as they returned to their place. "Valiantly done. You struck right in the groove of the basnet, and wavered not an inch. Who are these 2, I wonder? They have their beavers down." While he spoke, the spears were again delivered, and upon what impulse, or from what peculiar feeling, would be difficult to say; but Sir Osborne felt a strong inclination to unhorse his opponent, and couching his lance with dexterous care, as far as possible to prevent its splintering, he struck him in full course upon the gorget, just above its junction with the corslet, and bore him violently backwards to the ground, where he lay apparently deprived of sense. By this time the king had shivered his lance, and some of the attendants ran up to unlace the fallen man's helmet, whence, to his surprise, Sir Osborne beheld the countenance of Sir Payan Wileton. He appeared to be much hurt by his fall, but that was a thing of such common occurrence in those days that no further notice was ever taken of an accident of the kind than by giving the injured person all the assistance that could be administered at the time. However, it may well be supposed that Sir Osborne Maurice felt no ordinary interest in the sight before him. By an extraordinary coincidence, overthrown by his hand, though without intention, and apparently nearly killed, lay the persevering enemy who had swallowed up the fortunes of his house, and had sought so unceasingly to sweep it for ever from the face of the earth. And while he lay there, prostrate at his feet, with the ashy hue of his cheek paler than ever, and his dark eye closed as if in death, Sir Osborne still thought he could see the same determined malignity of aspect with which he had declared that he would found his title to the lordship of Chilham Castle on the death of its heir. Still holding the lance in his hand, the knight bent over the bow of his saddle, and through the bars of his volant piece contemplated the face of his fallen adversary, till he began to unclose his eyes and look around him. When Sir Thomas Neville, thinking that the stranger was animated by feelings of humanity, turned to him, saying that Sir Payan had only been a little stunned, and would do very well now. "Gentlemen," continued he, addressing the king and Sir Osborne, "we must, according to promise, let you pass away unquestioned; but I will say that two more valiant and skilful knights never graced a field, nor is it possible to say which outdoes the other. But ye are worthy companions, and true knights both, and so fare ye well." The king did not reply, lest he should be recognised by his voice, but bending low, in token of his thanks, rode out of the lists, accompanied by Sir Osborne, and followed by Longpole. "Now, by my fay, sir knight," cried Henry, when they had once more reached the cover of the wood, "you have far exceeded my expectations, and I thank you heartily, good faith I do, for your aid. But I must have you stay with me. Our poor court will be much graced by the addition of such a knight. What say you, ha?" "To serve your grace," replied Sir Osborne, "is my first wish; to merit your praise, my highest ambition. It is but little to say that you may command me when you command all; but if my zeal to obey those commands may be counted for merit, I will deserve some applause." "Wisely spoken," answered the king. "We retain you for ours from this moment, and that you may ever be near our person, we shall bid our chamberlain find your apartments in the palace. How say you, sir knight? Are you therewith contented?" "Your grace's bounty outstrips even the swift wings of hope," replied Sir Osborne; "but I will try to fly gratitude against it, and though, perhaps, she may not be able to overtop, she shall at least soar an equal pitch." The knight's allusion to the royal sport of falconry was well adapted to the ears that heard it. Every one must have remarked that whatever impressions are intended to be produced on the mind of man are always best received when addressed to his heart through its most common associations. Whether we wished to explain, to convince, to touch, or to engage, we must refer to something that is habitual and pleasing, and therefore the use of figures in eloquence is not so much to enrich and to deck, as to find admission to the soul of the hearer, and by all the paths which its own habits have rendered most easy of access. Thus Sir Osborne, without knowing it, drew his metaphor from a sport in which the king delighted, and more convinced of his zeal by these few words than if the young knight had spoken for an hour, the king replied, "I doubt ye not. Faith, I doubt ye not. But this night we give a mummery unto our Lady Queen, when I shall bring you to her knowledge. 'Tis a lady full of graciousness, and though 'tis I who say it, one that will love well all that I love. But now let us haste, for the day wears, and as you shall be my masking peer, we must think of some quaint disguise. Darby shall be another, and being all light of foot, we will tread a measure with the fair ladies. You are a proper man, and may, perchance, steal some hearts, wherein you shall have our favour, if 'tis for your good advancement. But turn we down this other path, in that I see some strangers. Quick, Mary Mother! I would not be discovered for another kingdom." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Darnley, by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Not range she finds the charmful task, in pageant quaint, in motley mask. Collins. During this expedition of Henry and Sir Osborne, Lord Darby had acted with more prudence than might have been expected from one so light and volatile as himself. But with all the levity of youth, he had a great fund of shrewdness and good sense, which enabled him keenly to perceive all the weaknesses of the king's character, and adapt his own behaviour exactly to the circumstance whenever he was brought particularly in contact with the monarch. In the present instance, seeing that the spirit of mystery had seized upon Henry, he consented to forego all more active amusement, so that, when the king and his young companion returned, they found the earl seated in the saloon wherein Sir Osborne had been armed, never having quitted it during their absence. Henry was in high spirits. All had gone well with him. His expedition had been both successful and secret, and he was not a little pleased to find that the earl had not joined any of the gay parties of the court while he had been away. "Ha, my lord!" cried he as he entered, "still here! You have done well. You have done well. 'Tis a treasure you have brought me, this good knight. Snell, unlace my casque. I must thank you for him as a gift, for he is now mine own. He outdoes all expectation. Nay, say not against it, Sir Osborne. I should be able to judge of these matters. I have broken spears enough, and I pronounce you equal to any knight at this court. Call some one to undo these trappings. But, Darby, you must not quit the court to-night. Dine here. 'Tis time, i' faith, near 1 o'clock. And take Sir Osborne Maurice with you. Make him known to the best of the court. Say the king holds him highly. But stay," he added, "I had forgot." And sending for the sub-controller of the household, he gave commands that the young knight should be furnished with apartments in the palace from that moment, and received the appointment of a gentleman of the privy chamber. "The number is complete," he continued, turning to Sir Osborne, "but nevertheless you shall be rated as such, and yourself and men provided in the palace. See it be done, Sir John Harvey. Darby, return hither privately with your friend at 9 to-night. We have a masque and revel afoot, but take no heed to send to London for disguise. We will be your furnishers." "I hope, sir," said the sub-controller, as the knight and his friend followed him from the presence, "you are aware that only 3 servants are allowed to a gentleman of the privy chamber." "3 will be as much as I shall have occasion for," answered the knight. "The other shall remain in London." "If you will follow me, then," said the officer, "I will show you to the apartment. Ho! Send me a yeoman usher there," he continued, speaking to a servant who passed. "This way, sir, we shall find the rooms." "What!" cried Lord Darby, after they had ascended a good many steps in one of the wings of the building. "Are you going to put my friend in a 3rd story? Think, Sir John Harvey, may not the king find it strange when he hears that a knight he honours with his regard has been so lodged?" "I can assure you, my lord," answered the controller, "they are absolutely the only ones in the palace vacant, which are at all equal to the knight's quality, and in truth, were it not for the height, are among the best in the palace. They are large and spacious, exactly the same size as those which were appointed yesterday by the Queen's command for Lady Constance de Grey, and which are immediately underneath." "I was going to offer Sir Osborne the use of mine," said Lord Darby, with a laughing glance towards the knight, "till you could find him better. But if they are so very good as you say, maybe he will prefer having his own at once. Ha, Sir Osborne?" The controller looked solemn, seeing there was some joke, and not understanding it. But, however, he was joined in a moment after by a yeoman usher, bearing a bunch of keys, from which he selected one, and opened the door at which they had been standing while the earl spoke. A little antechamber conducted into 3 others beyond, all very well furnished according to the fashion of the day, with a beautiful view of the wild park from the windows of some of the rooms, and of the river from the others, on which advantage the worthy sub-controller descanted, with much the tone and manner of a lodging-house keeper at a watering-place, little knowing that one word regarding the proximity of Constance de Grey would have been a higher recommendation to the young knight than all the prospects in the world, though he loved the beautiful and varied face of earth as much as any one. "Go to the wardrobe of beds, usher," said the officer, when he had promenaded the knight and Lord Darby through the apartment. "Go to the wardrobe of beds, and tell the undermaster to come hither and garnish this apartment with all speed. As I do not know the honourable knight's face," continued he, "it is probable that he is new to this court, and is not aware of the regulations, which, therefore, I will make bold to tell him. Dinner and supper are served at the board of estate every day at noon and at nightfall. No rear suppers are given, nuncheons, beverages, or breakfast, but to each gentleman of the privy chamber his grace commands a livery every night." "A livery?" said Sir Osborne. "Pray, Sir John, what is that?" "Its value, sir," said the controller, "depends upon the station of the person to whom it is given. I have known it cost as much as £10. Such was sent every night to the gentlemen who come to seek the Princess Mary for the French king. but the livery given by his grace the king to the gentlemen of the privy chamber, and others bearing the same rank, is a cast of fine manchip bread, 2 pots of white or red wine at choice, 1 pound weight of sugar, 4 white lights, and 4 yellow lights of wax, and 1 large staff torch, which is delivered every evening at 7 of the clock. Without proceeding further with such discourse, we shall merely say that the arrangement of Sir Osborne's apartment was soon completed, himself unarmed, his servants furnished with what modern lackeys would call dog-holes, and with truckle beds, and having, by intercession with a gentleman wearing black velvet and a gold chain, and calling himself the chief cook, obtained some dinner, for the board of estate having been long cleared, Lord Darby and Sir Osborne sauntered forth on the parade, where the young gallants of the court were beginning to show themselves, some taking, as it were, a furtive walk across, afraid to be seen there before the moment of fashion sanctioned their appearance, and some who, from either ignorance or boldness, heeded no mode but their own convenience. Fashions are 9 times out of 10 affectations, affectations in those who lead and in those who follow, and as it is now, so was it in the days of Henry VIII. The presence of Lord Darby, however, who gradually gathered round him a little multitude as he walked, soon rendered the parade more populous. Sir Osborne was introduced to all who were worthy of his acquaintance, and the same persons who 3 days before might hardly have given him a courteous answer if he had asked them a question, were now mortified at not being numbered with his acquaintance. The knight himself, however, was absent and inattentive, his eye continually seeking Lady Constance de Grey through the crowd, and his mind sometimes occupied with pleasing dreams of love, and hope, and happiness to come, and sometimes pondering over his unexpected encounter with Sir Payan Wileton, and its probable results. So strange is the world, that this very abstractness of manner and carelessness in regard to those about him had its grace in the eyes of the court. They seemed to think that he who cared so little about anybody must be somebody of consequence himself, and when, after a prolonged saunter, the 2 friends re-entered the palace, Sir Osborne's name had acquired a degree of éclat which the most attentive politeness would scarcely have obtained. Still no Constance de Grey had he seen, and he sat down in the apartments of Lord Darby, not peculiarly satisfied with their walk. The young earl himself had also suffered a similar disappointment, for in the midst of all the nonchalant gaiety which he had displayed to the crowd, his eye had not failed to scan every group of ladies that they met for the form of Lady Katrine Bulmer, and he felt a good deal mortified at not having seen her. But very different was the manner in which his feelings acted from the deeper and more ardent love of Darnley. He laughed, he sung, he jested his companion upon his gravity, and in the end consoled him by assuring him that they should meet with both their lady loves that night at the Queen's, so that if he were not in a very expiring state, he might hope to live to see her once more. The hours quickly flew, and a little before 9 the knight and his companion presented themselves at the door of the king's private apartments, where they were admitted by a page. When they entered, Henry was reading, and pursued the object of his study without taking any notice of their approach by word or sign. Nothing remained to be done but to stand profoundly still before him, waiting his good pleasure, which remained full a quarter of an hour unmanifested. "Well, gentlemen both," cried the king at last, starting up and laying down the book, "I have kept ye long, ha? But now, to make amends, I will lead ye to the fair ladies. Oh, the disguises, the disguises! Bring the disguises, Minton. The 3 I chose but now. You, Darby, shall be a Muscovian, you, Morris, a Polacco, and I an Almain. Say, Darby, did you see my good Lord Cardinal this morning ere you came? Holds he his mind of going to York, as he stated yesterday?" "I did not see the very reverend lord this morning," replied Lord Darby, who was Wolsey's ward, as well as the chief lord of his household; "but his master of the horse informed me that he still proposed going at 10 this morning. Your grace knows that he never delays, when business calls him, and in the present case he thinks that his presence may quell the murmurers of Yorkshire, as well as Lord Howard has put down the Rochester fools." "Ah, 'twas a shrewd business, that of Rochester," said the king. Now would I give 1,000 marks to know who 'twas that set that stone a-rolling. Be you sure, Darby, that the brute shipwrights would ne'er dream such a thing themselves. They were set on, man. Ha! The disguises. Quick, come into this closet, and we will robe us. 'Tis late, and our lady has promised to give, as well as to receive, a mask." So saying, Henry led the way to a cabinet at the side of the saloon in which they were, and here the two young lords offered to assist in dressing him, but of this he would not permit, bidding them haste with their own robes, or he would be ready first. The disguise assigned to Sir Osborne was a splendid suit of gold brocade, trimmed with fur, intended to represent the dress of a Pole, having a sort of pelisse with sleeves of rich gold damask and sables thrown over the back, and held by a baldric, crossing from the right shoulder under the left arm. His head was covered with a square bonnet of cloth of gold, like his dress, with an edge of fur, and his face concealed by a satin mask with a beard of golden threads. The dress of Lord Darby was not very dissimilar, with only this difference, that in place of the pelisse he was furnished with a robe with short sleeves, and wore on his head a sort of turban or toque, with a high feather. In a very different style was the king's disguise, being simply a splendid German dress of cloth of gold, trimmed with crimson velvet, but certainly not so unlike his usual garments as to afford any great degree of concealment. All being masked and prepared, Henry sent the page to see if the torch-bearers were ready, and issuing out of the palace, the three maskers, preceded by half a dozen attendants, crossed the greater quadrangle, passed out at the gate, and making a circuit round the building, came immediately under the windows of the Queen's great hall, from each of which a broad blaze of light flashed forth upon the night, and cast a line of twinkling splendour across the river, that otherwise flowed on, dark and indistinct, under a clouded and moonless sky. "Sir Osborne," said Henry, in a low voice, as they entered the open doors, and turned into a suite of compartments anterior to the room where the Queen held her assembly. "Sir Osborne, your voice being unknown, you shall be our orator, and in your fine wit seek a fair compliment for our introduction." Had his face been uncovered, perhaps the young knight might have sought to excuse himself; but there is wonderful assurance in a mask, and feeling a boldness in his disguise, which perhaps the eye of Constance de Grey might have robbed him of, had he not been concealed from its glance, he at once undertook the task, saying that he would do his best. As he spoke, a couple of old boys, by which Henry was preceded, paused at the entrance of the great hall, and placing themselves on each side, began a light duet to announce that some masks were coming. The doors were thrown open, and a splendid scene burst on the view of Sir Osborne, full of bright and glittering figures, fleeting about in the blaze of innumerable lights, like the gay phantasms of a brilliant dream. The knight instinctively paused, but Henry urged him on. "Quick, quick," whispered he, "to the lady, to the lady! You forget your task." Sir Osborne instantly recollected himself, and seeing a lady who, standing unmasked at the farther end of the hall, bore about her that air of royalty and that majestic beauty scarcely touched by time, for which the noble Catherine was famous, he advanced directly towards her, and bent one knee to the ground. Nature had given him somewhat of a poet's inspiration, which came now happily to his aid, and if his verses were not very good, they were at least ready. "Lady of beauty, queen of grace, strangers three have come to thee, to gaze on thine unclouded face where so many maskers be. Oh, never shade that brow so high with the mummers painted wile. Sure you keep that lip and eye, welcome on your slaves to smile." "I thank you, fair sir, I thank you," replied the queen, with a pleased and gracious smile. "Be most welcome, you and your company. I should know you, and yet I do not. But will you not dance? Choose your fair ladies, and, Chamberlain, bid the music sound." Sir Osborne passed on, and the king and Lord Darby followed. "Excellent well, my knight, excellent well," whispered Henry. "Now show your wit in a choice of a fair dame. I' faith, one must be keen in these same masks to tell the foul from the fair. However, let us disperse and find the jewels, though they be hid in such strange rhymes." At the word, the three maskers took different paths among the various figures with which the hall was now nearly filled. Lord Darby and the knight, each in search of the object of his love, while Henry, as yet unrecognised, glided through the apartment, it might be in quest of some fair one also. For some time Sir Osborne sought in vain, bewildered amongst the crowd of quaint disguises with which he was surrounded. Now he thought he beheld the form of Lady Constance here, and after following it for a moment was called away by the sight of one that resembled her more. That again he gave up, convinced by some turn or some gesture that it was some other. Another presented itself, which perhaps he might have mistaken, but the gay flutter of her manner at once showed that it was not the person he sought. He saw that already Lord Darby had found his partner, the tuning of the musical instruments was over, and mentally cursing his own stupidity, or his own ill fortune, he was proceeding once more towards the part of the room where stood the queen, with his heart beating between eagerness and vexation, when he beheld a lady, dressed in silver brocade, with a plain satin mask, glide into the hall, and passing by several who spoke to her, approach that spot, as if to take a seat which stood near. Sir Osborne darted forward. He felt that it was her, and eager to prevent any one intercepting him, almost startled her with the suddenness of his address. "Fair mask," said the lady, in a voice that trembled with delight and hope, "will you tread a measure with a stranger for courtesy's sake?" "I should know your voice," said the lady in a low tone, "but I can scarce believe I see you here. But one word to tell me who you are." "My motto," replied the knight, "is Constance, my crest, my lady's glove." The lady instantly put her hand in his. "Darnley!" said she, in a voice so low as to be inaudible to any one but himself, who, bending his head over her, trembled to catch every accent. "Ah, Constance!" he replied in the same subdued tone, "what is it I have dared to say to you? What is it I have dared to hope? Friendless and fortuneless as I am, can you ever pardon my boldness?" "Hush!" she said. "For pity's sake, speak not in that way. Now I know you love me, that is enough. Friendless you are not, and fortuneless you cannot be, when all that is Constance's is yours. But see, they are going to dance. Afterwards we will speak more. Do not think me bold, Darnley, or too easily won; but were I to affect that reserve which still perhaps might be right, we are so circumstanced that we might be ruined before we understood each other." The knight poured forth 1,000 thanks, and strove to explain to Lady Constance how deeply grateful he felt for that generous candour which is ever the companion of the truest modesty; and the music now beginning, he led her through the dance with calm and graceful ease. As soon as the measure was ended, the queen's chamberlain pronounced, with a loud voice, that in the other halls the knights and ladies who had danced would find cool air and shady bowers, and gladly taking advantage of this information, Sir Osborne led his partner into the chamber beyond, which, by the queen's device, had been divided into 1,000 little arbours, where artificial trees and shrubs, mingled with real ones, and often ornamented with gilt fruit or flowers, formed a sort of enchanted garden, for the dancers to repose themselves. Not very exquisite in its taste, indeed, but very much to the taste of the day. Singling out the farthest of all the arbours, and the one which permitted its occupants most easily to observe the approach of any other party, Darnley led Lady Constance to one of the seats which it contained, and placing himself by her side, paused for a moment in silence to enjoy the new delights that came thrilling upon his heart. "Oh, Constance!" said he at length, looking up to the sweet hazel eyes that gazed upon him through the meaningless mask, "never, never did I think to know such happiness on earth. Could I have dreamed of this when I left you for Flanders?" "I do not know," replied Constance. "I have done nothing but think ever since you took my glove, and I have fancied that my dear father foresaw this, and wished it, as you tell me he was aware who you were. But never, even at that age, was I permitted to know, and converse with, and see intimately any young cavalier but yourself. But then, do not you remember, when you used to teach me to shoot with the bow, how he would stand by and praise your shooting? Oh, I can call to mind 1,000 things to make me think so." "Could I but believe it," said Darnley, I should be even happier than I am. But still, dear Constance, I hope, I trust, that in the end I may be enabled to seek your hand, not as an outcast wanderer. Your good cousin, Lord Darby, has brought me to the knowledge of the king, whose favour I have been happy enough to gain. He has retained me as one of the gentlemen of his privy chamber, appointed me apartments in the palace, which are just above your own, and I hope so far to win his regard by this opportunity, that he may be induced to hear my cause against the villain who has seized our inheritance, and do justice to us at last. And then, Constance, with rank and fortune and favour all restored, Darnley may hope." "And what if it is not restored, Darnley?" said Lady Constance. "Do you think that rank or fortune or favour will make any difference in the regard of Constance de Grey? No, Darnley. But I won't say if, you love me. The cardinal may do what he will, but I will never wed another. He may find means, as they hint, to forfeit my English lands, yet he cannot take my French ones. And even if he did, I would rather be beggar and free than married to a man I do not love. Not that I do not love Darby as my cousin. He is kind and generous and frank, but oh, it is very, very different. But you say that he introduced you to the king. I did not know you were even acquainted." "It is a long story, dear Constance," replied the knight. "I will give it to you some other time. But now tell me, while we are yet uninterrupted, how may I see you? To watch for you, even to catch a word during the day, certainly were delight, but still 'tis hard, situated as we are, not to be able to communicate together more freely. May not I come to see you?" "Certainly," replied Lady Constance; "but you know that I can hardly have any private conversation with you, even when you do, for good Dr. Wilbraham is with me the greater part of the morning, and one of my women always." She paused for a moment in thought, and raising her eyes to his, "Darnley," she said, "I never could love a man in whose honour I could not entirely confide. Therefore I do not think it shows me either weak or wrong when I say that I will be entirely guided by you. We are not situated as people in general, and therefore we cannot act as people in general do. Tell me, then, what you think right, and I will do it. But here are two of the maskers coming directly towards us. Say, what must I do?" "It is necessary, Constance," said the knight quickly, "absolutely necessary, that I should sometimes be allowed half an hour's conversation alone, especially at the present moment. I will come to-morrow early, very early, if it can be then. May I?" "Yes," said Lady Constance, "I will see. But who are these? They are coming to us." "It is Lord Darby," said the knight, "and, if I mistake not, Lady Katrine Bulmer." "Dear Polaccio!" cried Lord Darby, approaching with a lady, who, to use an old writer's description, was wondrous gay in her apparel, with a marvellous strange and rich tire on her head. "Dear Polaccio, I am but now aware of how much I have to thank you for. What, you were near tilting at the Rochester host, and broaching me half a dozen plank shavers on your spear in defence of a fair lady, and also took my part even before you knew me. Now will I guess who is this silver fair one by your side. She's blushing through her mask, as if I were going to pronounce her name with the voice of a trumpet. Well, sweet cousin, will you own that you have a wild and rattle-pated relation in the good town of Westminster? And if so, though you cannot love him, will you love a very lovable creature for his sake?" "Hush, madcap, let me speak," said the voice of Lady Katrine Bulmer. "Lady," she continued, placing herself by the side of Lady Constance, "will you hate one that would fain love you very much, and have your love again?" "Heaven forbid!" replied Lady Constance. "'Tis so sweet to be loved ourselves, that feeling it, we can scarce refuse it again to those that love us. With a reservation, though," she added. "Granted the reservation, that there is still a one must be loved best," said Lady Katrine. "We all four know it," and she glanced her merry eyes round the circle. "Oh, what a happy thing is a mask! Here one may confess one's love, or laugh at one's friends, or abuse one's relations without a blush. And surely, if they were worn always, they would save a world of false smiles and a world of false tears. Oh, strange economy! What an ocean of grimaces might be spared if man were but to wear a pasteboard face!" "I am afraid that he does so more than you think, lady," replied Sir Osborne. "You will own that his countenance is hollow, and that its smiles are painted; in short, that it is all a picture, though a moving one." "Listen to him!" cried Lady Katrine, raising her look to Lord Darby. "Think of his having the impudence to moralise in the presence of two women. Would you have believed it?" "Nay, fair lady, it was you who led the way," replied Sir Osborne. "But what means that trumpet in these peaceful halls?" "'Tis either a sound to supper," replied Lord Darby, "or the entrance of one of those pageants of which our gracious king is so fond. At all events, let us go and see." Thus speaking, he led away Lady Katrine gaily to the door, towards which all the other parties from the enchanted garden were now proceeding. Sir Osborne and Lady Constance followed more slowly. "Darnley," said the fair girl, as she leaned on his arm, "I know not what sort of a presentiment led me hither to night, for I have been so vexed and so distressed with much that has happened since my arrival in London, that I can hardly call myself well. I am now much fatigued, and if I can escape, I will hie me to my bed. When you come to morrow, you shall answer me 1,000 questions that I have to ask. Oh, I see I can pass round by that other door. Farewell for this night." "Oh, that I dared hope it had been a happy one to you, as it had been to me," said the knight, still holding her hand with a fond and lingering pressure. "It has, Darnley, it has," replied Lady Constance. "It has been one that I shall never forget. Farewell!" And turning away, she passed out of the door at the side, which led to the apartments in that wing of the building; not, however, without one look more into the room where her lover stood gazing still, to catch the last glance of that graceful figure ere it left his sight. When she was gone, the young knight, with a high beating heart, turned to the door of the great hall, and entered with some of the last lingerers, who were now changing their slowness into speed, in order to get a place before the pageant entered. The thoughts of Sir Osborne, however, were employed on so much more engrossing subjects, that he took no pains to hasten his steps till he was fairly within the chamber, when, seeing the whole of the guests arranged on the farther side of the hall, with the queen at the centre, under the canopy or cloth of estate, he felt the impropriety of standing there alone, and hastened to seek a place. At that moment he observed Henry, who, still disguised, was seated amongst the rest, and who made him a sign to take a place beside him. Notwithstanding his mask, however, it was very evident that the king was known, for on his sign to Sir Osborne, all around made way for the young knight to approach the monarch. Scarcely had he taken his seat when, through the great doors of the hall, a huge machine was rolled in, before which extended a double cloth of arras, so arranged as to hide every part of the gewgaw within, only leaving a twinkling light here and there, seen through the crevices, like the lamps that, through the cracks of the last scene in a pantomime, announce the brilliant change that is soon to take place to the temple of Love or Venus, or some other such sweet power that deals in pasteboard and spangles. But such a thing can never be so well described as in the words of those who saw it, and whose old stiff style harmonizes admirably well with the quaint and graceless show that they detail. We shall therefore only so far modify the account which Hall, the chronicler, gives of this very pageant, as to render him generally intelligible. "Then," says he, "there was a device or pageant brought in, out of which pageant issued a gentleman richly apparelled, that showed how, in a garden of pleasure, there was an arbour of gold, wherein were lords and ladies, much desirous to show pleasure and pastime to the queen and ladies, if they might be licensed so to do. Who was answered by the queen, how sire and all other there were very desirous to see them and their pastime, when a great cloth of arras that did hang before the same pageant was taken away, and the pageant brought more near. It was curiously made and pleasant to behold. It was solemn and rich, for every post or pillar thereof was covered with frieze gold. Therein were trees of hawthorn, eglantines, roses, vines, and other pleasant flowers of divers colours, with gilofers and other herbs, all made of satin, damask, silk, silver, and gold, according as their natural trees, herbs, or flowers ought to be. in which arbour were 6 ladies, all apparelled in white satin and green, set and embroidered full of H and K of gold, knit together with laces of gold damask, and all their garments were replenished with glittering spangles gilt over, and on their heads were bonnets all opened at the 4 quarters, over friezed with flat gold of damask. In this garden also were 6 lords, apparelled in garments of purple satin, all of cuts with H and K, every edge garnished with friezed gold, and every garment full of posies, made in letters of fine gold and bullion, as thick as might be, and every person had his name in like letters of massy gold. The first, Coeur Royal, the second, Bon Voleur, the third, Bon Espoir, the fourth, Valiant Désir, the fifth, Bonne Foi, the sixth, Amour Loyal. Their hose, caps, and coats were full of posies and HKs of fine gold in bullion, so the ground could scarce appear, and yet in every void place were spangles of gold. When time was come, the said pageant was brought forward into presence, and then descended a lord and lady by couples, and then the minstrels, which were disguised, also danced, and the lords and ladies danced, that it was a pleasure to behold. Such is old Hall's description of the pageant which now entered, and it may easily be imagined that Sir Osborne, accustomed to a less luxurious court, was somewhat astonished at the splendour of the scene, if he was not much gratified by the good taste of the device. When the eye of Henry, pampered with such gaudy food from day to day, had taken in enough of the pageant, he rose from his seat, and waving his hand for the musicians to cease, "Thanks, gentle lords and ladies, thanks," he cried, and taking off his own mask, added, "Let us ease our faces of their vizards." As he spoke, every one rose and unmasked, and Henry, taking Sir Osborne by the hand, led him forward to the queen, while all eyes naturally fixed upon them. "Fair lady mine," said the king, "I bring you a good knight, Sir Osborne Maurice, who, as you see, has wit at will, and who, I can vouch, is as keen a champion in the saddle as he is a graceful dancer in the hall. In short, he is a very gentle, perfect knight, whom you must cherish and receive for my love." While Sir Osborne knelt and kissed the hand that she extended to him, Catherine replied, "Indeed, my lord, you have brought me one that I have longed to see. This is the good knight who, on his journey towards London, took charge of my giddy girl and namesake, Katrine Bulmer, and defended her from the Rochester rioters. Come hither, Kate, and in our presence thank the knight for all the trouble I am sure he had with thee upon the road." "Nay, your grace," said Lady Katrine, advancing, "I have thanked him once already, and men are all too saucy and conceited to thank them twice." "'Tis thou art saucy, my fair mistress," said the king, laughing, and then bending down his head to the queen, who was still seated, he whispered something to her which made her smile, and raise her eyes to the knight and Lady Katrine. "A handsome pair, indeed," said she, in reply to what the king had whispered. "But the banquet is ready." "Lords and ladies," said Henry, raising his voice, "our royal mistress will not let us part without our supper. All then come in pairs, for in the White Hall is prepared a banquet. Sir Osborne, lead in Lady Katrine there. You shall be coupled for an hour at least." Sir Osborne glanced his eye to Lord Darby, but the earl was perfectly master of his countenance, and looking as indifferent as if nothing had happened, led in some other lady, while the knight endeavoured to entertain Lady Katrine as well as he might, labouring under the comfortable assurance that she would very much have preferred another by her side. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Would I a house for happiness erect, nature alone should be the architect. Cowley. Light hath no tongue, but is all eye. If it could speak as well as spy, this were the worst that it could say, that being well, I fain would stay. Donne. We must now pass over a brief space of time with but little commemoration. It was a bright and beautiful morning in the beginning of the month of May. when the sky was of that soft, tender blue which it possesses in the early year, ere the ardent rays of summer have dyed it with a deeper tint. And yet there was nothing of that misty faintness of hue which foretells that the blue eye of heaven may be filled with tears before nightfall. It was clear, though it was soft, and the light white clouds that, winged by the breeze, sped quickly over the wide expanse, gave to the earth no trace of their passing, except the fleeting shadows that followed them, which, hurrying rapidly over the distant fields and woods, made each spot as they left it look brighter than before. Every object that met the eye spoke of spring. The bright green of the trees, and the fields, and the woods, clearly told that they had not known the burning touch of summer, which, like manhood and the world's experience, coming o'er the fresh dreams of youth, withers while it ripens, and with its very first approach steals somewhat of the refreshing hue of early nature. The wild singing of the birds, rejoicing in the return of brightness to the earth, and making the whole air vocal with the bursting happiness of their renewed enjoyment, the busy hum of animated being rising up from hill and dale and wood, and joining with their song upon the breeze. All spoke of refreshed existence. Flowers painted the fields, and blossoms hung upon the trees, and perfume shook its light wings in the morning air, and sprinkled it with balm. It was one of those mornings when the heart opens, and when every vein thrills with glad existence, when we feel, as it were, the deity on the morning's breath, when we hear him in the voice of creation, when we worship him in his works, and adore him in the temple he himself has raised. The scene, too, was lovely. It was in a wide open park, where the rich, thick grass spread like velvet over the slope and lawn. So rich, so thick, its elasticity almost raised the foot that trod it. On its luxuriant bosom the wide old trees, scattered in clumps or gathered together in broad sweeping woods, cast a deep shadow, defined and clear, making the glossy softness and the vivid green shine out more strongly for the contrast. It was the elm and the oak that principally tenanted that park, though occasionally a hawthorn or a beech would interpose, and wherever they congregated in a wood there was to be found every sort of shrub and brushwood clinging round their roots. Many a glade, however, appeared, and many a lawn between, and where the trees broke away, there a wide extended view presented itself, showing a rich and fertile country beyond, full of green hedgerows and fields, broken and diversified by the lines of hamlets and villages, mingling in air of wealth, prosperity, and living gladness, with the bright sweetness of the morning and the calm tranquillity of the park itself. At the foot, then, of one of the old oaks in Richmond Park sat Lady Constance de Grey, while her woman Margaret stood at a little distance with a page, and Sir Osborne Maurice leaned by her side. They had met by chance, really by chance, at that early hour in that remote part of the park, though it is more than probable that the same thoughts, acting on hearts so nearly allied, had led them both forth to meditate on their fate. And even after they had met, the stillness of the scene seemed to have found its way to their souls, for they remained almost in silence, watching the clouds and gazing at the view, content to feel that they enjoyed together the same sweet morning and the same lovely scene. It may be as well, however, before proceeding further, to give some slight sketch of what had occurred since the close of the last chapter. Though were we to account for every day, it would be but detail of just after just, tourney after tourney, revel upon revel, wearisome from their repetition, and sickening from their vain splendour. Suffice it that Sir Osborne still maintained his place in the king's favour. His lance was always held by the judges of the field as next to the king's. His grace in the hall, or at the court, his dexterity in martial exercises, his clerkly learning, and his lighter accomplishments won him much admiration, while a sort of unassumingness, which seemed to hold his own high qualities as light, silenced much envy. In short, it became the fashion to praise him, and it was so easy for courtiers to applaud or to decry, as the veering breath of favour changes, that to believe the outward semblance, Sir Osborne Maurice, next to the king himself, and Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, was the god of the court's idolatry. There was, however, many a curious whisper of who was he? Whence did he come? What was his family? And some of the knights who had served abroad, and had been with the king at Terouenne and Tournay, conferred together and shook the wise head. But still it was remarked that they were amongst those who most praised and sought the young knight. Sir Osborne marked with a keen and observing eye all that passed about him, and seeing that he was recognised by more than one, he felt that he must hasten to prevent his secret being communicated to the king by any lips but his own. And now high in favour, he only waited a fitting opportunity to hazard all by the avowal of his name and rank. Wolsey had been absent for nearly a month in his diocese at York, and removed from the influence of his presence, Lord Derby and Lady Katrine Bulmer, Sir Osborne and Constance de Grey, seemed to have forgot his stern authority, and given course to the feelings of their hearts. The knight had seen Lady Constance almost every day, and good Mistress Margaret, her woman, with whom Sir Osborne was no small favourite, took care not to exercise towards him that strict etiquette which she practised upon all other visitors, leaving them full opportunity to say all that the hearts sought to communicate, as she very well perceived what feelings were busy in their breasts. Thus everything between them was explained, everything was known. There was no coldness, there was no reserve, there was none of that idle and base coquetry which delights in teasing a heart that loves. Constance de Grey loved sincerely, openly, and she had too high an esteem for the man she had chosen to suppose that the acknowledgment of that love could make it less worthy in his eyes. Happy indeed it was for them both that the most perfect confidence did exist between them, for Henry had conceived the project of marrying the young knight to Lady Katrine, and though the queen, with the instinctive perception of a woman in those matters, soon saw that such a plan would very ill accord with the feelings of either party, and quickly discouraged it, yet Henry, giving way to all his own impetuosity, hurried it on with precipitation, took every occasion to force them together, and declared that he would have them married as soon as the court returned from the meeting with the French king at Guisnes. The situation of Sir Osborne was not a little embarrassing, the more especially as Lady Katrine, in her merry malice, often seemed to give in entirely to the king's schemes, having a threefold object in so doing, if object can be attributed to such heedless gaiety, namely, to coquette a little with Sir Osborne, which she did not dislike with anybody, to enjoy his embarrassment, and at the same time to tease Lord Derby. With these three laudable motives, she might have contrived to make Sir Osborne and Lady Constance unhappy, had not that mutual confidence existed between them, which set all doubts at defiance. Nor, indeed, was it Lady Katrine's wish to do harm. Whimsical, gay, and thoughtless, she gave way to the impulse of the moment. If she was in good humour, she was all liveliness and spirit, running as close to the borders of direct flirtation as possible, with whomsoever happened to be near. But, on the contrary, if anything went wrong with her, she would be petulant and irritable, showing forth 1,000 little airs of affected dignity and reserve which were not natural to her. No one's good regard did she seek more than that of Lady Constance de Grey, and yet she seemed to take every way to lose it. But Constance, though so different herself, understood her character, appreciated the good, made allowance for the faults, and secure in Darnley's affection, forgave her little coquetry with her lover. In regard to Lord Derby, he knew Lady Katrine too, and if ever he gave himself a moment's uneasiness about her waywardness, he did not let it appear. If she flirted, he flirted too. If she was gay, he took care not to be a whit behind. If she was affectionate, he was gentle. If she was cross, he laughed at her. She never could put him out of humour, though, to do her all manner of justice, she tried hard, and thus finding her attempts to tease ineffectual, she gradually relaxed in the endeavour. In the meantime, the days of Sir Osborne and Lady Constance flew by in a sweet calm that had something ominous in its tranquillity. He had almost forgotten Sir Payan Wileton, and in the mild flow of her happiness, Constance scarcely remembered the schemes with which the avaricious and haughty Wolsey threatened to trouble the stream of her existence. But, nevertheless, it was to be expected that if the dispensation had not yet arrived from Rome, it could not be delayed more than a few days, and that, at the return of the minister from York, the command would be renewed for her to bestow her hand upon Lord Darby. Such thoughts would sometimes come across Constance's mind with a painful sensation of dread, and then, with a spirit which so fair and tender an exterior hardly seemed to announce, she would revolve in her mind a plan for baffling the imperious prelate at all risks, and yet not implicate her lover at the very moment that his fortunes were a-making. Then again she would often hope that the extraordinary preparations that were going forward for the speedy meeting of the two courts of France and England, all the ceremonies that were to be arranged, and the many important questions that were to be discussed, would divert the mind of the cardinal from herself, at least till after that meeting had taken place, during which interval chance may produce many circumstances more favourable to her hopes. At all events, her resolution was taken. She felt, too, that no power on earth was adequate to combat that determination, and thus, with fixed purpose, she turned her mind from the contemplation of future dangers to the enjoyment of her present happiness. The scene in Richmond Park, to which the court had now removed from Greenwich, as well as the bright gentleness of the May morning in which she met Sir Osborne there, was well calculated to nurse the most pleasing children of hope, and yet there was something melancholy even in the magnificent aspect of the day. I know not how, but often in those grand shining mornings, the soul seems to swell too powerfully for the body, the spirit to feel galled, as it were, by the chain that binds it to mortality. Whatever be the cause, there is still, in such a scene, a pensiveness that steals upon the heart, a solemnity that makes itself felt in those innermost recesses of the mind, where thought and sensation blend so intimately as to be hardly separable from each other. Constance and Darnley both felt it, but still it was not sorrow that it produced, for mingling with their fervent love and their youthful hope, it gave their feelings something of divine. "This is very, very lovely, Darnley," said Lady Constance, after they had long gazed in silence. "Oh, why are not all days like this? Why must we have the storm, and the tempest, and the cloud?" "Perhaps," replied the knight, "if all days were so fair, we might not esteem them so much. We should be like those, Constance, who in the world have gone on in a long course of uninterrupted prosperity, and who have enjoyed so much that they can no longer enjoy." "Oh, no, no!" cried she. "There are some pleasures that never cloy, and amongst them are those that we derive from contemplating the loveliness of nature. I cannot think that I should ever weary of scenes like these. No, let me have a fairy sky, where the sunshine scarcely knows a cloud, and where the air is always soft and sweet like this." At this moment Mistress Margaret approached, with some consternation in her aspect. "Good now, lady," cried she, "look, who is that coming? Such a strange-looking little man, no bigger than anatomy. Oh, I am glad the knight is with us, for it is something singular, I am sure." "You are very right, Mistress Margaret," said Sir Osborne. "This is indeed a most singular being that approaches. Constance, you have heard the queen and her ladies speak of Sir Cesar, the famous alchemist and astrologer. He is well known to good Dr. Wilbraham, and seems, for some reason, to take a strange interest in all my proceedings. Depend on it, he comes to warn us of something that is about to happen, and his warning must not be slighted, for from wheresoever his knowledge comes, it is very strange." Lady Constance and the knight watched the old man as he came slowly over the green towards them, showing little of that vivacity of demeanour by which he was generally characterized. On approaching near, he bowed to Lady Constance with courtly ease, saluted the knight in a manner which might be called affectionate, and without apology for his intrusion, seated himself at the lady's feet, and began a gay and easy conversation upon the justs of the day before. "There is no court in the world," said he, after a little, "and there are few courts I have not seen, where such sports are carried to the height of luxury that they are here. I never saw the tournaments, the justs, the pageants of Henry VIII., King of England, excelled but once." "And when was that, may I ask?" demanded Lady Constance, whose feelings towards the old man were strangely mingled of awe and curiosity. So much had she heard of him and his strange powers during her residence at the court. "It was in Germany," replied Sir Cesar, "at the city of Ratisbon, and it was conducted as all such displays should ever be conducted. Each knight wore over his armour a motley suit, and on his casque a cap and bells. The hilt of his sword was ornamented with a bauble, and as they made procession to the lists, the court fools and all the electors in the empire followed behind the knights, and whipped them on the blown bladders." "Nay, nay, you are a satirist," said Lady Constance. "Such a thing surely could never happen in reality." "In truth it did, lady," answered Sir Cesar. "It was called the Tournament of Fools, though I wot not to distinguish it from other tournaments, which are foolish enough. Osborne," he continued, turning abruptly to the young knight, "you will ride no more of this court." "How mean you?" demanded Sir Osborne. "Why should I not?" "I mean," replied the old man, "that I come to forewarn you of approaching evil. Perhaps you may turn it aside, but there is much that threatens you." "Are you not losing time? The king's regard is gained. Wherefore, then, do you delay? While Wolsey is absent, mark me, while Wolsey is absent, or you are lost for the moment." "Oh, say not so!" cried Lady Constance, clasping her hands. "Oh, say not so, for I hear that he returns to morrow." "Fear not, lady," said Sir Cesar, who had now risen. "The danger will last but for a time, and then pass away; so that, whatever happens to either of you, let not your heart sink, but be firm, steadfast, and true. All the advice I can give you is but the advice of an ordinary mortal, like yourselves. Men judge rashly when they think that even those who see clearest can yet see clear. All that I know, all that I behold, is but a dim shadowing forth of what will be, like the indistinct memory of long gone years, a circumstance without a form. I see in both your fates an evil and a sorrowful hour approaching, and yet I cannot tell you how to avoid it. But I can descry that 'twill be but for a while, and that must console you." "Good Sir Cesar," said the young knight, "I will ask you no questions, for I have now learned that you were a dear friend of my father, and I feel sure that you will give all knowledge that may be useful to me. And if you will tell me what is good to do in this conjuncture, I will follow it." "Good now!" said Sir Cesar with a gratified look. "Good! I see you are overcoming your old fault, though you have been a long while about it. 3,000 years to my remembrance." Constance turned an inquiring look to her lover, who, however, was not capable of giving her any explanation. "Think you," demanded he, addressing Sir Cesar, "that it would be best to inform his grace of everything at once?" "I think it would," said the old man. "I think it would, but I scarcely dare advise you. Osborne, there is a conviction pressing on my mind, which I have perhaps learned too late. Can it be that those who are permitted to read certain facts in the book of fate are blinded to the right interpretation of that which they discover? Perhaps it may be. I have reason to believe it. Naught that I have ever calculated has proved false, but often it has been verified in a sense so opposite to my expectations, yet so evident when it did appear, that it seems as if heaven held the search presumptuous, and baffled the searcher even with the knowledge he acquired. Never more will I presume to expound aught that I may learn. The fact I tell you, an evil and a bitter hour is coming for you both, but it shall not last, and then you shall be happy, when I am no more." and turning away without other farewell, he left them, and took the way to the palace. Lady Constance gazed on the face of her lover with a look of apprehensive tenderness that banished all thought of himself. "Oh, my Constance," said he, "to think of your having to undergo so much for me is too painful. But fear not, dear Constance. We are still in a land where laws are above all power, and they dare not ill-treat you." "For myself, Darnley," replied Constance, "I have no fear. They may threaten, they may wrong me, they may do what they will, but they can never make me marry another. It is for you I fear. However, he said that we should be happy at last, though he hinted that you would be driven from the court. Oh, Darnley, if that be the case, if you find there be the least danger, fly without loss of time." "And leave behind me," said Darnley, "all I love in the world. Oh, Constance, would not the block and axe itself be preferable? It would 1,000 times preferable to leaving you for ever." "It might," said Constance. "I myself feel it might, if you feel as I feel. But, Darnley, I tell you at once, I boldly promise to follow." "But still, Constance, dear, excellent girl," said the knight, "would it be right, would it be honourable in me to accept such a sacrifice?" "Darnley," said Lady Constance, firmly, "my happiness is in your hands, and what is right and honourable is not to throw that happiness away. Now that my love is yours, now that my hand is promised to you, you have no right to think of rank or fortune or aught else. If I were obliged to fly, would you not follow me? And wheresoever you go, there will I find a means to join you. All I ask, all I pray in return is, that if there be the least danger, you will instantly fly. Will you promise me? If you love me, you will." "I will," said Sir Osborne. "What would I not do to prove that love? But I trust, dear Constance, there may be no need of hasty flight. All they can do will be to banish me the court, for I have committed no crime but coming here under a feigned name." I know not," said the lady. "'Tis easy, when no crime is, to forge an accusation; and, if reports speak truth, such has been Wolsey's frequent policy, when any one became loved of our gracious king, so that even the favour you have gained may prove your ruin. But you have promised to fly upon the first threatening of danger, and I hold as a part of that promise that you will stay for no leave-taking." "Well, well, Constance," replied the knight, "time will show us more; but at all events I will try to anticipate Wolsey's return, and, by telling Henry all, secure my fate." Do so," said Lady Constance, "and oh, lose no time. Fly to him, Darnley. He must be risen by this time. Farewell, farewell." Sir Osborne would fain have lingered still, but Constance would not be satisfied till he went. At last, then, he left her, and proceeded with quick steps to the palace, while she, with a slower pace, pursued another path through the park, having been rejoined by Mistress Margaret, who, not liking the appearance of old Sir Cesar, had removed to a secure distance on his approach, and who now poured forth no inconsiderable vituperation on his face, his figure, and his apparel. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Gloucester. Talking of hawking, nothing else, my lord. Shakespeare. On arriving at the palace, Sir Osborne found that he had been sent for by the king, and hurrying his steps towards the privy chamber, he was met by Henry himself, bearing a hawk upon his hand, and armed with a stout leaping pole, as if prepared for the field. "Come, sir knight," cried the king, "if you would see sport, follow quick. Bennet has just marked a heron go down by the side of the river, and I am resolved to fly young Jacob here, that his wings might not rust. Follow quick." Thus speaking, the king made all speed out of the palace, and cutting partly across the park, and round the base of the hill, soon reached the edge of the river, where slower progress became necessary, and he could converse with the young knight without interrupting his sport. Their conversation, however, was solely about hawking and its accessories, and winding along the side of the sedges with which the bank was lined, they tried to raise the game by cries, and by beating the rushes with the leaping pole. For a long way no heron made its appearance, and Henry was beginning to get impatient, just in the same proportion as he had been eager in setting out. Unwilling, however, to yield his sport, after persisting some time in endeavouring, with the aid of Sir Osborne, to make the prey take flight, he sent back the only attendant that had followed him for a dog, and went on slowly with the knight, pursuing the course of the river. When they had proceeded about 200 yards, and had arrived at a spot where the bank rose into a little mound, the knight paused, while Henry, rather crossed with not having instantly met with the amusement he expected, sauntered on, bending his eyes upon the ground. "Hist, your grace, hist!" cried Sir Osborne. "I have him." "Where, man, where?" cried Henry, looking round without seeing anything. "Odds life, where?" "Here, your grace, here," replied the knight. "Do you not see him, with one leg raised and the claw contracted, gazing on the water as intently as a lady in a looking-glass, by that branch of a tree that is floating down?" "Ha! yes, yes," cried Henry. "The long neck and the blue back. 'Tis he. Whoop, Sir Heron, whoop! Cry him up, Maurice, cry him up." Sir Osborne joined his voice to the king's, and their united efforts reached the ears of the long-legged fowl they were in search of. He speedily spread his wings, stretched out his neck, and rose heavily from the water. With a whoop and a cry, the king slipped the jesses of his falcon, and flew him after the heron, who, for a moment, not perceiving the adversary that pursued him, took his flight over the fields, instead of rising high. On went the heron, on went the falcon, and on went Henry after them, till, coming to a little muddy creek, which thereabouts found its way into the river, the king planted his pole with his accustomed activity, and threw himself forward for the leap. Unfortunately, however, at the very moment that his whole weight was cast upon the pole, in the midst of the spring, the wood snapped, and in an instant Sir Osborne saw the king fall flat on his face, and nearly disappear in the ooze and water with which the creek was filled. Henry struggled to free himself, but in vain, for the tenacity of the mud prevented his raising his head, so that in another minute he must inevitably have been drowned, had not Sir Osborne plunged in to his aid, and lifted his face above the water, thus giving him room to breathe. Short as had been the time, however, that respiration had been impeded, the king's powers were nearly exhausted, and even with the knight's assistance he could not raise himself from the position in which he had fallen. Though an unsafe experiment for both, considering the mud and slime with which they were entangled, nothing remained for Sir Osborne but to take the king in his arms and endeavour to carry him to the bank. And this at length he accomplished, sometimes slipping and sometimes staggering, from the uncertain nature of the footing and the heavy burden that he carried. But, still supported by his vast strength, he contrived to keep himself from falling, proceeding slowly and carefully forward, and assuring himself of the firmness of each step before he took another. With a feeling of inexpressible gladness, he seated Henry on the bank, and kneeling beside him, expressed his hopes that he had received no injury. "No," said the king faintly, "no, but Maurice, you have saved my life. Thank God, and thank you." A pause now ensued, and the young knight endeavoured, as well as circumstances would permit, to cleanse the countenance and hands of the monarch from the effects of the fall. While he was thus employed, the king gradually recovered his breath and strength, and from time to time uttered a word or two of thanks or directions, till at last Bennet, the attendant, was seen approaching with the dog. "Stay, stay, Sir Osborne," said the monarch. "Here comes Bennet. We will send him for fresh clothes. Where is the falcon? By my faith, I owe you much. Ay, as much as life. Whistle for the falcon. I have not breath." Sir Osborne uttered a long falconer's whistle, and in a moment the bird hovered above them, and perched upon the hand the monarch extended to it, showing by its bloody beak and claws that it had struck the prey. Nearly at the same time came up Bennet, who, as may be supposed, expressed no small terror and surprise at beholding the king in such a situation, and was preparing to fill the air with ejaculations and lamentations, when Henry stopped him in the midst. "No, Bennet, no," cried he. "Keep all that for when I am dead quite. Ha, man, 'twill be time enough then. Thanks to Sir Osborne, I am not dead at present. Here, take this bird. I have lost both Hood and Jesses in that foul creek. Hie to the manor, Bennet, and fetch me a large cloak with a hood, and another for Sir Osborne. We will not return all draggled with the ooze. Ha, Morris! Quick, Bennet. But mind, man, not a word of this misadventure, on your life." "Ah, your grace knows that I am discreet," replied the footman. "Ay, as discreet as the babbling echo, or a jay, or a magpie," cried Henry. "But get thee gone, quick, and return by the path we came, for we follow slowly. Lend me your arm, Sir Osborne. We will round by yon little bridge. A curse upon the leaping pole, say I. By my fay, I will have all the creeks in England stopped. I owe my life to you, but hereafter we will speak of that. I will find means to repay it." "I am more than repaid, your grace," said Sir Osborne, "by the knowledge that, but for my poor aid, England might have lost her king, and within a few hours the whole realm might have been drowned in tears." "Ay, poor souls, I do believe they would regret me," said the monarch, "for heaven knows it is my wish to see them happy. A king's best elegy is to be found in the tears of his subjects, Sir Osborne, and every king should strive to merit their love when living and their regret when dead." Strange as it may seem to those accustomed to picture themselves Henry VIII as the sanguinary and remorseless tyrant which he appeared in later years, such were the sentiments with which he set out in his regal career, while youth, prosperity, and power were all in their first freshness. 'Twas the tale of a spoiled child, which was always good-humoured when it was pleased. Now the first 12 years of Henry's reign offered naught but pleasure, and during their lapse he appeared a gay, light-hearted, gallant monarch, fit to rule and win the hearts of a brave people. For nothing yet had arisen to call into action the mighty vices that lay latent in his nature. Gradually, however, luxury produced disease, and disease pain, and pain called up cruelty, while long prosperity and uncontradicted sway made him imperious, irascible, and almost frantic under opposition. But such was not the case now, and it was only the close observer of human nature that could at all perceive in the young and splendid monarch the traits that promised what he would afterwards become. Discoursing on the unlucky termination of their sport, Henry proceeded with Sir Osborne into the park, and there awaited the coming of the servant with their cloaks. Feeling a sort of foppish unwillingness to enter the palace in a state in which his fall had left him, his whole dress being stiff with mud, and both face and hands in anything but a comely condition. Many men might have taken advantage of Sir Osborne's situation to urge their suit, but notwithstanding the very great claim that the accident of the morning had given him upon Henry, the knight was hardly satisfied that it had occurred. He deemed that, in common decency, he should be obliged to delay the communication which he had proposed to make that very evening, and thereby allow Wolsey to arrive before the event was decided, which, for every reason, he had hoped to avoid. Were he to press his suit now, it would seem, he thought, surprising from the king's gratitude what his justice might have denied, and indelicately to solicit a high reward for an accidental service. His great hope, however, was that in the course of the evening the king might himself renew the subject, and, by offering some token of his thanks, afford him an opportunity of pleading for justice for his father and himself. The discomfited falconers waited not long in the park before they were rejoined by the servant bearing their cloaks, which the king had commanded. But although they soon reached the palace, the clammy wetness of his whole dress caused several slight shiverings to pass over the limbs of Henry, and after some persuasion by Sir Osborne, he was induced to ask the counsel of his surgeon, who recommended him instantly to bathe, and then endeavour to sleep. This was, of course, a signal for the young knight to withdraw, and taking leave of the king, he retired to his apartments to change his own dress, which was not in a much more comfortable state than that of the monarch. Our old friend Longpole soon answered to his call, and while aiding him in his arrangements, without any comment upon the state of his clothes, which he seemed to regard as nothing extraordinary, the honest custrel often paused to give a glance at his master's face, as one who has something to communicate, the nature of which may not be very palatable to the hearer. "Well, Longpole," said the knight, after observing several of these looks, "when you have trussed these 3 points, you shall tell me what is the matter, for I see you have something on your mind." "I only wished to ask your worship," said the custrel, "if you had seen him, for he's lurking about here like a blackbird under a cherry tree." "Seen whom?" demanded the knight. "Why, the devil, your worship," replied Longpole. "I've seen him twice." "Indeed!" said Sir Osborne. "And pray, what did this infernal highness say to you when you did see him? Or rather, what do you mean?" "Why, I mean, sir," replied the other, "that I have seen Sir Payan Wileton twice here in the park during yesterday, if it was not his ghost, for he looked deadly pale, and I fancy I could smell a sort of brimstony smell. Now, I wot, a cunning priest would have told by the flavour whether 'twas purgatory half and half, or unadulterated hell, though if he's not here, hell's empty." "Hush!" said Sir Osborne, "speak not so lightly. When was this?" "The first time I saw him, sir," answered the yeoman, "was yesterday in the forenoon, soon after the justs, when I took a stroll out into the park with Mistress Geraldine, the Lady Katrine's maid, for a little fresh air after the peck of dust I had broken my fast upon in the field. We had got, I don't know how, your worship, into that lonely part under the hill, where beneath one of the trees hard by I saw Sir Payan standing stock still, with his hand in the bosom of his doublet. His colour was always little better than that of a turnip, but now it looked like turnip boiled." "Did he speak to you?" demanded Sir Osborne, "or give any sign that he recognised you?" "He did not speak," replied Longpole, "but when he saw me, he quietly slipped his hand out of the bosom of his doublet, and getting it down to the hilt of his poniard, kept fingering it with a sort of affectionate squeeze, as much as to say, 'Dearly beloved, how I should like to pluck you out of your leathern case, and furnish you with one of flesh and blood.' He was ever fond of playing with his poniard, and when he spoke to you, if you were but of sousing a toast, he would draw it in and out of the scabbard all the time, as though he were afraid of losing the acquaintance if he did not keep up the intimacy." "You neither spoke nor took any notice, I hope," said Sir Osborne. "Oh, no, your worship," answered the custrel. "I did not even give him bonjour, though he was fond of talking French to me when he wished to say something privately. I only twitched Miss Geraldine over to the other side, and passed him by close, thinking to myself, if I see your dagger in the air, I'll go nigh to sweep your head off with my broadsword, if I have to run to France for it. But seeing that I looked him in the face, he turned him round upon his heel, with a draw down of the corner of his mouth, which meant a great deal if it were rightly read. Why, first it meant, I hate you sufficiently to pretend to despise you. Then, I'll murder you whenever I can do so safely. And again it went to say, give my best love to your master, and tell him he'll hear more of me soon." "By my faith, a good reading, and I doubt not a true one," replied the knight. "But we must try and render his malice of no avail. And now, tell me, when did you see him the second time?" "The second time was after dinner, sir," said Longpole, "when his grace the king, yourself, and the Duke of Suffolk kept the barriers against all comers." "He did not try the field, did he?" demanded Sir Osborne. "Oh, no," replied Longpole. "He stood looking on at a good distance, wrapped up in a cloak, so that it needed sharp eyes to recognise him. But I saw him all the time fix his eyes upon you, so like a cat before a mouse hole, that I thought every minute to see him overspring the barrier and take you by the throat. Depend upon it, that good and honest knight, like his German cousin, Satan, never travels for any good, and we shall hear more of him." "I doubt it not," answered Sir Osborne, "and we must guard against him. But now, Longpole, a word or two to you. Did you give the packet, as I directed you, to Mistress Geraldine, Lady Katrine's woman?" "I did, your worship. answered Longpole, somewhat surprised at the serious air that came over his lord's countenance. "I gave it immediately I received it from your hands." "That was right," replied Sir Osborne. "And now let me say to you, my good Heartley, that I have remarked you often with this same girl, Geraldine, and it seems to me that you are seeking her love." "Oh, good now, your worship!" cried Longpole. "If you prohibit me from making love, it's all over with me. Indeed, your worship, I could not do without it. It is meat, drink, and sleep to me. Better than a stirrup cup when I rise in the morning, or a sleeping cup when I go to bed at night. Faith, I could not sleep without being in love. There, when I was with Sir Payan, where there was nothing to fall in love with but the portrait of his grandmother against the wall, I could not sleep o' nights at all, and was forced to take to deer-stalking just for amusement. Odds life, your worship, it's hard on me. There you have a belly full of love all day long from the highest ladies of the court, and you would deny me as much as will lie in the palm of a serving woman." "Nay, nay, Longpole," said Sir Osborne, laughing, "you have taken me up too hastily. All I meant to say was, merely, that seeing you are evidently seeking this poor girl's love, you must not play her false. I do not wish to imply that you would wrong her virtue. Of that I am sure you are incapable. But I mean you must not win her love, and then leave her for another." "Dear heart, no!" cried Longpole. "I would not for the world. Poor little soul, she has suffered enough. So I'm now consoling her, your worship. It's wonderful how soon a broken heart is patched up with a little of the same stuff that broke it. It is the very reverse of piecing a doublet, for in love you mend old love with new, and it's almost as good as ever. However, some day soon we intend to ask your worship's leave and the priest's blessing, and say all those odd little words that tie two folks together." "My leave and good wishes you shall have, Longpole," replied the knight, "and all I can do to assist your purse. Hark, is that not the trumpet to dinner? Give me my bonnet. I will down and dine at the board of estate to-day, as I was not there yesterday." On descending to the hall, Sir Osborne was instantly assailed by 1,000 questions respecting the accident which had befallen the king; for, what between the diligent exertions of the attendants and those of the surgeon, the news had already spread through the whole court. In reply, the knight gave as brief and exact an account of the whole occurrence as possible, endeavouring to stop the lying tongue of rumour by furnishing her with the truth at least. After dinner he returned to his own apartments, and only left them once for a momentary visit to Constance de Grey, remaining in hopes all the evening that the king might send for him when he arose. Such hopes, however, were in vain. Day waned and night fell, and the knight's suit was no farther advanced than when Sir Cesar warned him to hasten it in the morning. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. A spirit fit to start into an empire, and look the world to law, he, full of fraudful arts, this well-invented tale for truth imparts. Dryden. We must now for a while change our place of action, and endeavour to carry the mind of the reader from the sweeter and more tranquil scenes of Richmond Park, one of the most favoured residences of Henry VIII, to York Place, the magnificent dwelling of that pampered child of fortune, Cardinal Wolsey. His progress, his power, and his fall, his arrogance, his splendour, and his vices, all the many changes that may be traced to his government of the realm, or to his artifices with the king, and of which to this day we feel the influence, changes which, though beneficial in their effects, like many of our most excellent institutions, originated in petty passions or egregious errors. In short, all his vast faults and his vast powers have so often called the eyes of the world to the proud prelate, that he seems hardly one of those remote beings which the cloud of past centuries has shadowed with misty indistinctness. His image, as well as his industry, is familiar to the mind's eye. He lives, he moves before us, starting out from the picture of the times of old to claim acquaintance with our memory as something more tangibly real than the vague, undefined forms that float upon the sea of history. Such skilful pens also have depicted him in every scene and situation that it becomes almost unnecessary and perhaps somewhat presumptuous to say more concerning him than that which strictly interweaves itself with the web of this tale. York Place, which, as everyone knows, was afterwards called Whitehall, though it offered an appearance very different from the building at present known by that name, stood nearly on the same spot which it now occupies, surrounded by splendid gardens and ornamented with all that the arts of the day could produce of luxurious or elegant, so far from yielding in any degree to the various residencies of the king, it surpassed them all in almost every respect. The combination also of ecclesiastical pomp with the magnificence of a lay prince created in the courts and round the gates of the palace a continual scene of glitter and brilliancy. Whether it were deputations from abbeys and monasteries, the visits of other bishops, the attendance of noblemen and gentlemen come to pay their court, the halt of military leaders with their armed bands, prepared for service and waiting for command, still bustle, activity, and splendour were always to be met with in the open space before the building on every morning when the fineness of the weather permitted such display. There were to be seen passing to and fro the rich embroidered robes of the clergy, in all the hues of green and purple and of gold, the splendid liveries of the cardinal's own attendants and of the followers of his visitors, the white dresses of the soldiery, traversed with the broad red cross of England, the arms of the leaders and the many-coloured housings of the horses, while above the crowd was often displayed a high-wrought silver cross, or the glittering crook of bishop or mitred abbot, borne amongst banners and pennons and fluttering plumes. It was on a morning when the scene before the palace was full of more than usual life, owing to the arrival of the cardinal the night before from York, which was, be it remarked, one day earlier than he had been expected, that Sir Payne Rainsford rode through the crowd to the grand entrance. He was followed by 10 armed attendants, the foremost of whom were Cornishmen of that egregious stature which acquired for their countrymen in the olden time the reputation of sprouting out into giants. These two Sir Payne had sent for expressly from his estates in Cornwall, not without a purpose, and now, having dressed them in splendid liveries, he gave orders for his train to halt at such a distance as to be plainly visible from the windows of the palace. Dismounting from the horse at the door, he gave him to his page, and entering the hall, passed through the crowd of attendants with which it was tenanted, and mounted the grand staircase with that sort of slow, determined step which is almost always to be found in persons whose reliance on their own powers of mind is founded in long experience and success. The number of people whom he met running up and down the wide staircase with various papers in their hands announced at once the multitude of affairs which the cardinal was obliged to dispatch after his long absence at York, and foreshadowed some difficulty in obtaining an audience. Here was a sandalled monk slowly descending from what seemed some disappointed suit, there a light courtier hurrying forward in fear of being too late, now the glad look of a satisfied applicant, now the vexed mien of one whose expectations were delayed, while, ever between, the familiar servants of the place glided to and fro on their various errands, passing coldly amongst that crowd of throbbing bosoms as beings apart, whose feelings had no community with the hopes, the fears, the wishes, and all the thronged emotions which were then excited or destroyed. Following one of these into the waiting hall at the top of the staircase, Sir Payne found it crowded almost to suffocation, with persons staying for an audience either from Wolsey himself or from one of his secretaries. Above their heads appeared a misty atmosphere of condensed human breath, and all around was heard the busy buzz of many voices murmuring in eager but whispered consultation. The hall was a large chamber cutting directly through the centre of the house, with a high Gothic window at each end, to the right and left of which, at both extremities, appeared a door. The one opposite to that by which Sir Payan entered stood open, though a small wooden bar prevented the entrance of the crowd into the room beyond, which was occupied by 6 or 7 ordinary clerks, busily employed in filling up various papers and speaking from time to time to the persons who presented themselves on business. At each of the doors, at the other end of the room, stood an usher with his rod and a marshal with his staff, opposing the ingress of any but such as the highest rank or personal interest entitled to enter beyond the porch of the temple. For there the right-hand path led to the privy chambers of Wolsey himself, and to the left to the offices of his principal secretaries. It was round this left-hand door that the crowd took its densest aspect, for many, who were hopeless of obtaining a hearing from the cardinal himself, fondly flattered themselves that their plaint or petition might reach his ear through his secretary, if, either by bribe or flattery, they could secure an interest of the secondary great man. Winding in and out through the meandering path left by the various groups in the hall, Sir Payan approached the door which led to the cardinal's apartments, and demanded admission. There was something in his tone which implied right, and the usher said if he would give his name he would inquire, though an applicant who had remained long unlistened to audibly murmured his indignation and claimed to be admitted first. Sir Payan cast upon him a cold look, mingled of pity and contempt, and passed through the door, which the usher now held open for his entrance. The room at which he arrived was a large anteroom occupied by various groups of lords and gentlemen attached to the household of the cardinal, who, prouder than royalty ever needs to be, would at least be equal with the king himself in the rank of his various officers. These were scattered about in various parts of the room, talking with the select visitors whom the ushers had permitted to enter, or staring vacantly at the figures on the rich tapestry by which they were surrounded, wherein, though scrutinized 1,000 times, they still found sufficient to occupy their idle eyes while waiting till the minister should go forth. With almost everyone he saw, Sir Payan was in some degree acquainted, but in their bow or gratulation as he passed there was none of the frank cordial welcome of regard or esteem. It was simply the acknowledgment of a rich, powerful man, whose only title to reverence was in his influence and his wealth. And in the centre stood Lord Derby, and to him Sir Payan approached with a "Good morrow, my good lord." "Sir," said the Earl, looking him steadfastly in the face for a moment. Then, turning on his heel, he walked to the other end of the room. Nothing abashed, Sir Payan kept his ground, tracing the young lord with his eyes, in which no very amicable expression was visible. And then, after a moment, he approached a small table near the door of the minister's cabinet, whereat was seated a clerk, whom, as it so happened, Sir Payan himself had recommended to the cardinal. "Can his grace be spoken with, Master Taylor?" demanded the knight, as the clerk bowed low at his approach. "He is busied, honoured sir," replied the man, with a second profound reverence, "in conversation with the prior of his Abbey of St. Albans on matters of deep importance." A loud laugh from the chamber within reached Sir Payan's ear, through the door by which he stood, but he took no notice of this comment on the important business which Wolsey was transacting. And the clerk went on. "I am sorry to say, sir, also, that there are 5 or 6 persons of distinction who have waited on his grace's leisure for near an hour." "But the cardinal sent for me," said Sir Payan, "and besides—" and he whispered something to his former servant, which seemed convincing. In a minute or two after, the door opened, and the Prior of St. Albans issued forth. Rustling up to the table in his rich silk robes, he said to the clerk in a low and important voice, "His Grace commands you to send in the person of the highest rank that came next." "Well, Holy Father," said the clerk, rising, and then, appearing to search the room with his eyes, he waited till the prior was gone, when, turning to Sir Payan, he added in a loud voice, "Sir Payan Walton, the Lord Cardinal is waiting for you." The knight instantly proceeded to the door, which was opened by one of the ushers who stood near, and passing on, he found himself directly in the presence of the cardinal, who, seated in a chair of state, waited the next comer, with a countenance prepared to yield a good or bad reception according to his rank and purpose. He was, at that time, not apparently much above 55, tall, erect, and dignified, with a face replete with thought and mind, and a carriage at once haughty and graceful. His dark eye was piercing and full of fire, and lurking about the corners of his mouth might be seen the lines of unbounded pride, striven against and repressed, but still existing with undiminished force. The robes of bright scarlet satin, which he wore without any other relief than a tippet of rich sables, made his cheek look almost ashy pale, and the shade of the broad hat which covered his brow gave an air of pensive solemnity to his features, which, joined with the fire of his eye, the pride of his lip, and the knowledge of his power, invested his presence with an impressiveness not devoid of awe. As Sir Payan entered, Wolsey's brow gradually contracted into a frown, and fixing his glance full upon him, he let him stand for several moments before he motioned him to a seat. At length, however, he spoke. "Sir Payan Walton," said he, "I have sent for you to speak on many subjects that may not be very agreeable for you to discuss. However, as they concern the welfare of society and the fame of the king's justice, they must be inquired into, nor must any man's rank or wealth shelter him from the even eye of equity." "Your Grace hardly does me justice," replied Sir Payan, resolving to keep to vague professions till he had ascertained, as far as possible, what was passing in Wolsey's mind. "Had I been unwilling to discuss any part of my conduct with your Grace, should I have importuned your gates every day for the last week in hopes of your return? And if, on the most minute investigation, I found any of my acts which would not meet the eye of equity itself, should I voluntarily present myself before the Cardinal of York?" "You were sent for, Sir Payan," replied Wolsey. "Last night the messenger set out." "By your Grace's pardon," said the knight, "if you but calculate, you will find that I could not have come from a far part of Kent in so short a space of time. It is true that I have received the packet, but that was only by sending last night to know if you had then returned. My servant met your messenger at the very door, and received the letter intended to be sent to Chilham. But every day, as I have told your Grace, since I have risen from a bed of sickness, where a cross accident had thrown me, I have not ceased to seek your presence on business of some import." Wolsey, long accustomed to encounter every species of wily art, was not to be led away by the exhibition of a new subject, and, pursuing his first object, he proceeded. "We will speak of that anon. At present it is my task to inform you, sir, that various are the complaints, petitions, and accusations against you that daily reach my hand, and many prayers have been addressed to his Royal Grace the King by the very best and noblest of the land, to induce him to re-establish the house of Fitzbernard in the lordship and estates of Chilham Castle. All these things have led me to inquire, as indeed is but my duty as Chancellor of this kingdom, into the justice of your title to these estates, when I find that the case stands thus. The Earl of Fitzbernard, in the last year of his late Majesty's reign, was accused by those two infamous commissioners, Empson and Dudley, and was upon the premises condemned to the enormous fine of £100,000 under the penal statutes, and, as a still further punishment for some words lightly spoken, the king, then upon his deathbed, recalled the stewardship of Dover Castle, which involved, as was supposed, the forfeiture of Chilham Castle and its lands. Was it not so? It was so far, your grace, replied Sir Payan, but allow me to observe— Hush, said the cardinal, waving his hand. Hear me, and then your observations, if you please. Such being the case, as I have said, and the wide barony of Chilham supposed to be vacant, the stewardship of Dover Castle, with those estates annexed, is bestowed upon you. How or why is not very apparent, though the cause alleged is service rendered in the time of Perkin Warbeck. Now it appears from some documents placed in the hands of Lord Dacre of the North by the Duke of Buckingham that Chilham Castle was granted to Fulbert de Douvres at a period much subsequent to the grant of the stewardship of Dover, that it was totally distinct and held by tenure of chivalry, in fee and unalienable, except under attainder, or by breach of tenure. What say you now, Sir Payan? Why, simply this, your grace, replied Sir Payan boldly, that the good Duke of Buckingham, the noble Duke of Buckingham, as the commons call him, seems to be nearly as much my good friend as he is to the king, his royal master, or to your grace. And, knitting his brow and clenching his teeth, he fixed his eyes upon the rose in the shoe, remaining sternly silent to let what he had said and what he had implied work fully on the mind of the cardinal. Wolsey's hatred to the princely Buckingham was well known, and Sir Payan easily understood that hatred to be the most maddening kind, called jealousy, so that not a word he had said but was meted to the taste and appetite of the cardinal with a skilful hand. The minister's cheek flushed while the knight spoke, and when, after implying by tone and look and manner that he could say no more, Sir Payan suddenly stopped and bent his eyes upon the ground, Wolsey had nearly burst forth in that impatient strain of question which would have betrayed the deep anxiety he felt to snatch at any accusation against his noble rival. Checking himself, however, the politic churchman paused and seemed to wait for some further reply, till, finding that Sir Payan still maintained his silent attitude of thought, he said, Have you any reason, sir, to suppose that the Duke is ill-disposed towards his Grace the King? Of myself I speak not. His envy touches me not personally, but where danger shows itself towards our royal master, it becomes a duty to inquire. Your insinuations, Sir Payan, were strong. You should be strongly able to support them. I know not, your grace, replied the knight, with the unhesitating daring that characterized all his actions, how far a man's loyalty should properly extend. But this I know, that I am not the tame and quiet dog that fawns upon the hand that snatches its mess from before its muzzle. What I know, I know. What I suspect remains to be proved, but neither knowledge nor suspicion, nor the clue to guide judgment through the labyrinth of wicked plotting, will I furnish to anyone with the prospect before my eyes of being deprived, for no earthly fault, of my rightful property, granted to me by the free will of our noble King Henry VII. An ominous frown gathered upon Wolsey's brow, and fain would he have possessed the thunder to strike dead the bold man who dared thus to withhold the information that he sought, and oppose him with conditions in the plenitude of his power. You are gifted with a strange hardihood, sir, cried he, in a voice the slight trembling of whose tone told the boiling of the soul within. Did you ever hear of misprision of treason, say? I have, your grace, replied Sir Payan, whose bold and determined spirit was not made to quail even before that of Wolsey. Acting, however, coolly and shrewdly, he was moved by no heat, as was the cardinal, and though calculating exactly the strength of his position, he knew that it was far from his interest to create an enemy in the powerful minister, who, sooner or later, would find means to avenge himself. At the same time, he saw that he must make his undisturbed possession of Chilham Castle the price of any information he could give, or that he might both yield his secret and lose his land. "I have heard, your grace," he said, "of misprision of treason, but I know not how such a thing can affect me. First, treason must be proved. Then it must be shown that it was concealed, with full knowledge thereof. Doubts and suspicions, your grace knows, are not within the meaning of the law." Sir Payan paused, and Wolsey remained in silence, as if almost disdaining to reply. The knight clearly saw what was passing in his mind, and continued, after an affectation of thought, to give the appearance of a sudden return of affectionate submission to what he was about to say. "But why, your grace, why," cried he, "cast away from you one of your most faithful servants? Why must it be, when I have waited at your door day after day to give you some information, much for the state's and for your grace's benefit to know, that the very first time I am admitted to your presence I find my zeal checked and my affection cooled by an express intention to deprive me of my estates?" "Nay, Sir Payan," said Wolsey, glad of an opportunity of yielding without compromising either pride or dignity. "No such intention was expressed. You have mistaken entirely. I only urged these reasons that you might know what had been urged to me, and I was about to put it to you, what I could do if the young Lord Darnley came over to this country and claimed these estates, for probably the old Earl will not have energy enough to make the endeavour. What could I do, I say?" "Let him proceed by due course of law, my lord," replied Sir Payan, the calculation in whose mind was somewhat to the following effect, though passing more rapidly than it could when embodied in words. "Before his claim is made in law," thought he shall taste of the axe of the Tower, or I am mistaken. However, I will not let Wolsey know who he is, for then my interest in the business would be apparent, and I could claim no high recompense for ridding myself of my own enemy. No, I will crush him as Osborne Maurice, a perfect stranger to me. Then will my zeal seem great. Pride will prevent him from owning his name till the death, and if he does own it, his coming here concealed, joined to the crimes that I will find means to prove against him, shall but make him appear the blacker." Such was the train of thought that passed instantly through his mind, while, with an affectation of candour, he replied, "Let him proceed by due course of law, my lord. Then, if he succeed, let him have it, in God's name. All I ask is, that your grace will not moot the question, for one word by the great Wolsey throws more weight into one or other of the scales of justice than all the favour of a dozen kings." Wolsey was flattered, but not deceived. However, it was his part not to see, at least for the time, and though he very well understood that Sir Payan would take special means to prevent the young lord from seeking justice by law, he replied, "All that I could ever contemplate, Sir Payan, was to do equal right to anyone that should bring his cause before me. It is not for me to seek out occasions for men to plunge themselves in law, and be you very sure that unless the matter be brought before me in the most regular manner, I shall never agitate the question, which is one that, even should it be discussed, would involve many, many difficulties. From what I say now, you may see, sir, that your haste has hurried you into unnecessary disrespect, which, heaven knows, I feel not as regards my person, but as it touches my office, I am bound to reprove you." "Most deeply do I deplore it," replied Sir Payan, "if I have been guilty of any disrespect to one whom I reverence more than any other on the earth. But I think that the information which I have to communicate will, at least, be some atonement. I have then, my lord," he proceeded, lowering his voice, "I have then discovered, by a most singular and happy chance, as dangerous a conspiracy as ever stained the annals of any European kingdom, and I hold in my hand the most irrefragable proofs thereof. together with the names of the principal persons, the testimony of several witnesses which bears upon the subject, and various letters which are in themselves conviction. I will now, with your Grace's leave." At that moment one of the ushers opened the door of the cabinet, and with a profound reverence informed Wolsey that the Earl of Knoll desired to know when he could have an audience, as he had been waiting long without. "Ha! What?" exclaimed the cardinal, his eye flashing, and his lip quivering with anger at the interruption. "Am I to be disturbed each moment? Tell him I cannot see him. I am busy. I am engaged, occupied on more important things. Were he a prince, I would not see him. And you, beware how you intrude again. Now, Sir Payan, speak on. This is matter of moment indeed. What was the object of this conspiracy?" "Nothing less I can conceive, my lord, than to make the commons dissatisfied with the government under which they live, to incite them to various insurrections, and, if possible, into general rebellion, under favour of which my Lord Duke of Buckingham might find his way to the throne. At least, there are fixed his eyes." "Ha! My proud Lord of Buckingham," said Wolsey, with a triumphant smile. "What! Hast thou wired thine own feet? But you say you have proof, Sir Payan. We must have full proof. But you are not a man to tread on unsteady ground. Your proofs are sure?" he reiterated, with a feverish sort of anxiety to ascertain that his rival was fully in his power. "In the first place, read that, my lord," said Sir Payan, putting in his hand one of a bundle of papers that he had brought with him. "That is the first step." "Why, what is this?" cried Wolsey. "This is but the deposition of Henry Wilson of Payne Rainsford in the Duchy of Cornwall, who maketh oath and saith that the prisoner Osborne Maurice, alias Sir Osborne Maurice, is the man whom he saw at the head of the Cornish miners in insurrection on the 3rd of January last, and who incited them by cries and words to burn and destroy all that came in their way, till they should have satisfaction in everything that they required. But for the further acts of the said Osborne Maurice, he, the deponent, begs leave to refer to his former depositions, taken before Sir John Boreham, Knight, of the city of Penzance in Cornwall. Only upon oath he declareth that the said Osborne Maurice, now present, is the ringleader or conductor of the mob mentioned in his former deposition, in witness whereof. Ha! said Wolsey thoughtfully. There is one, I find, of this same name, Sir Osborne Maurice, who, during my absence, has crept into the king's favour. Surely it may be the same. On my life, my lord, the very same, cried Sir Payan. 'Twas but the morning before last that, at the just at Richmond, I saw him with our noble king, his chosen companion, with the Duke of Suffolk, to keep the barriers against all comers, and there he ruffled it, amongst the best, swimming, as 'twere, at the top of the wave. Then we will lay this on his head, said Wolsey, placing his forefinger emphatically on the paper, and that shall sink him. But how does this touch the Duke of Buckingham? Your grace shall hear, replied Sir Payan. This Wilson, who made the deposition you there hold, came to me one day in the last of March. You must know he is my bailiff, and told me a sad story of his woeful plight, how in a cottage hard by he had met the man whom he had seen burn down his father's house in Cornwall, and who was there employed in the same devilish attempt to instigate the peasants to revolt. Wilson, it seems, accused him, whereon, being a most powerful and atrocious traitor, he struck the bailiff to the ground, and left him for dead. This being sworn on oath before me as a magistrate, I sent forth and had the villain arrested, after a most desperate struggle. With the intention of sending him to Cornwall, I had him committed to the strong room of the manor, but somehow during the night he contrived to escape through a window, and made his way to the court. But still, Sir Payan, interrupted the cardinal, this does not implicate the Duke of Buckingham, who, as I have good reason to believe, is but a scant lover of our royal king, and towards myself bears most inveterate malice. I have heard many a rumour of his plots and schemes, but it is proof, Sir Payan, it is proof that we must have. And proof your grace shall have, replied the knight, counting the hatred that Wolsey bore towards the duke as his own gain, and enjoying the inveteracy of his malice not only with the abstract satisfaction of fellow feeling, but as a fisherman delights to see the voracious spring of the trout at the fly he casts before his snout. Let your grace listen to me, for my story, though somewhat long, is nevertheless conclusive. This Osborne Maurice in his escape left behind him the leathern horse-bags with which he rode when he was taken, and in my capacity as magistrate I made free to open them. You did right, cried Wolsey, almost forgetting his dignity in eagerness. What did you find? Say, Sir Payan, what did you find? I found several letters from his grace the Duke of Buckingham, answered Sir Payan, being principally written to bring this Sir Osborne Maurice to the knowledge of persons about the court, recommending him as one that may be trusted. Your grace will mark those words, may be trusted. But amongst the rest was one which shows for what he may be trusted. Behold it here, my lord. You know the duke's hand and style. And he presented the letter to Wolsey. The cardinal snatched it eagerly, but remembering himself, he turned more composedly to the address, and read, Sir John Morton. Ah, cried he, so, an old Perkin Warbeckist. The last, I believe, alive. But for the contents, trusty and well-beloved friend. Everlasting friendship. Of course one traitor loves another, but let us see. How? The daring villain! To inform you that before another year arrive, my head shall be the highest in the realm, at least so promises Sir Osborne Maurice, whose promises, as you know, are not such as fail. Ha, Sir Payan, ha! Did you read it? This is treason, is it not? By my life, the duke's own hand. But what says he further? Ha! The butcher's cur Wolsey has long wanted the lash, and he shall have it soon. See you how rank is his malice? We will read no farther. This condemns him, and as for Sir Osborne Maurice, to-night he shall have his lodging in the Tower. Though other proof might be deemed superfluous, said Sir Payan, yet, my lord, when I came to the part where he called your grace a butcher's cur, and the knight dwelt somewhat maliciously on the words, my zeal and affection for your grace's service made me instantly resolve to track this Osborne Maurice on his journey, after escaping from prison. In person I could not do it, for a fall from my horse laid me in my bed for 3 weeks, but I took care that it should be done, and found that he returned straight to my Lord of Buckingham's. From thence he went to the Benedictine Abbey at Canterbury, where he seems to have been sent to escort a Lady Katrine Bulmer to the court. Then, passing by Rochester, he had an interview with the chief of the rioters at Hilham Green. Your grace will be at no loss to know how, and by whom, that memorable tumult was instigated. Then he pretended to save a good simple priest from the mob, but, by the clergyman's own account, they gave him up at a single word from this Maurice, which shows what was his influence with them, for they were, the moment before, about to hang the man they yielded so quietly after. The priest is at my lodging here. This was the traitor's last adventure before arriving at the court, where, either by some sorcery or other damned invention, he has bewitched the better judgment of the king, so that none is so well loved as he. Perhaps he waits but an opportunity to put his dagger in our royal master. Heaven forbid, cried Wolsey. We will instantly set off for Richmond. Without there, let the barge be prepared directly. Sir Payan, you have saved the realm, and may claim a high reward. The reward I most affect, replied the knight, in a well-acted tone of moderation, is simply to remain in quiet possession of that which I have. Life is now wearing with me, your grace, and I covet not greater charges than those which I enjoy. Let me but be sure of them. Rest tranquil on that point, replied Wolsey. I will look there too. There are, indeed, continued Sir Payan, some hereditary estates which, though they should be mine, are held by another, and on that score I may claim your Grace's assistance before I endeavour to recover them. For I put my whole actions in your Grace's hands, that, like a mere machine, I may move but as you please. Which estates are these, Sir Payan? Demanded Wolsey, with something very nearly approaching to a smile, at the peculiar line of the knight's cupidity. If they be truly yours, doubt not, but you shall have them. They are those estates in Cornwall, replied the knight, lately held by my cousin, the Earl de Grey, which have since passed to Constance his daughter, though by all custom of succession according to their tenure, I hold them to pass directly in the male line. Nay, nay, Sir Payan, cried Wolsey with a curl of his lip, this is too much. Constance de Grey is my ward, and shall not lose her estates lightly. She is, indeed, added he, thoughtfully, and speaking to himself more than to the knight, though not a word was lost to his attentive ears. She is, indeed, somewhat wilful. That letter, in which she refuses to wed her cousin, though calm and humble, was full of rank obstinacy. The fear of losing her estates, however, but we shall see. Sir Payan, I must hold my opinion suspended till such time as you lay before me some proofs of the matter. And now tell me, think you, in this plot of Buckingham's, is there any other person of high rank implicated? Indeed, there must be, for he would never undertake such daring schemes without some sure abettors. Sir Payan, these lords are all too proud. We must find means to humble them. It may be as well to let this arch-traitor Buckingham proceed for some short time till we find who are his accomplices. But for this Sir Osborne Maurice, he shall to the Tower to-night, for therein is the king's life affected. Might it not be better, in your Grace's good judgment, said Sir Payan, to take the Duke's person at once? For assuredly, as soon as he hears that his minion is committed, he will become alarmed, and find security in some foreign land. He shall be so well watched, said Wolsey, closing his hand tightly, as if he grasped his enemy, that were he no larger than a meagre ermine, he should not escape me. No, we must let him condemn himself full surely. But, Sir Payan, are you prepared to accompany me to Richmond? If by chance this Maurice were to see me with your Grace, replied Sir Payan, he would lose no time but fly instantly before you had speech of his Grace the King. If you think it necessary, my lord, that I should attend you, it may be well to arrest the traitor immediately on your arrival. Nay, 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 said Wolsey, shaking his head. You know not Henry, Sir Payan. He is hard and difficult to rule, and were I to arrest Sir Osborne, would take for insult what was meant as a service. But you shall not go. There is indeed no need. These papers are quite enough, and the testimony of the priest. Let him be sent down post-haste to Richmond after me. He shall, my lord, replied Sir Payan. But one word more, your Grace. If the Duke of Buckingham be condemned, his estates, of course, are forfeited to the crown. Near me lies his beautiful manor of the Hill in Kent, and I know your Grace will not forget your faithful servants. Wolsey paused, and Sir Payan went on. To show how constantly present your Grace is to all my thoughts, you told me some time ago that you desired to have 2 of the tallest men in the realm for porters of the gate. Cast your eyes through that window, my lord, and I think you will see 2 that no prince in Europe can match in his hall. No service that Sir Payan could have rendered, either to the state or to himself, would have given half so much pleasure to Wolsey as the possession of the 2 gigantic Cornishmen we have before mentioned, for amongst all his weaknesses, his passion for having tall men about him was one of the most conspicuous. As soon as for a moment or two he had considered them attentively through the window, and compared them with the pygmy-looking race around, he thanked Sir Payan with infinite graciousness for his care, and hinted, though he did not promise, that Buckingham's manor in Kent might be the reward. While he yet spoke, a gentleman usher entered to announce that the barge was ready, and giving some more directions to Sir Payan in regard to sending the priest, Wolsey rose to proceed on his journey. The procession, without which he never moved, was already arranged in the antechamber, consisting of marshals and gentlemen ushers, with 2 stout priests bearing the immense silver crosses of the archbishopric and his legacy. And the moment he moved towards the door, the ushers pressed forward, crying, "On before, my lords and masters, on before! Make way for the Lord Cardinal, make way for my Lord's Grace, on before, on before!" Wolsey immediately followed, and proceeded to his barge, while Sir Payan returned to his own house in Westminster, and dispatched the priest to Richmond, after which he sat himself down to write. What he did write consisted of but a few lines, but they were of some import, and as soon as they were finished he entrusted them to one of his shrewdest and most assured servants, with many a long direction and many an injunction to speed. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. This hour's the very crisis of your fate, your good or ill, your infamy or fame, and all the colour of your life depends on this important now. The Spanish Friar. If anyone will look at the almanac for the year 1520, he will find marked, opposite the 4th day of May, the following curious piece of information. High water at London Bridge at 3:30. And if he calculate rightly, he will discover that as Wolsey set out from what was then called the Cardinal's Bridge at high noon, he had the most favourable tide in the world for carrying him to Richmond. His rowers, too, plied their oars with unceasing activity, and his splendid barge, with its carved and gilded sides, cut rapidly through the water, but still not rapidly enough for his impatience. Sitting under an awning, with a table before him, at which was placed a clerk, he sometimes read parts of the various papers that had been presented during the morning, and sometimes dictated to the secretary, but more frequently gave himself up to thought, suffering his mind to range in the wild chaos of political intrigue, which was to him like the labyrinth a man makes in his own garden, in which a stranger might lose his way, but where he himself walks for his ease and pleasure. Not that Wolsey's mind was one that soared above the pains of political life, for his were all the throbbing anxieties of precarious power, his was all the irritation of susceptible pride and insatiable vanity, while jealous envy, avarice, and ambition at once made the world a desert and tormented him with unquenchable thirst. No surer road to Wolsey's hatred existed than the king's favour, and since his return to London, though but one evening had passed, yet often had his heart rankled at hearing from those who watched for him in his absence, that a young stranger, named Sir Osborne Maurice, had won the king's regard and become the sharer of all his pleasures. The information given him by Sir Payan Wileton had placed in his hand arms against this incipient rival, as he deemed him, which were sure to crush him, and, with a sort of pride in the conquest he anticipated, he muttered to himself, as he saw the narrowing banks of the river approaching towards Richmond, "Now, Sir Osborne Maurice, now." The boat touched the shore, and while the chief yeoman of the barge, as his privilege, supported the arm of the cardinal, the 2 stout priests bearing the crosses hurried to land with the other attendants, and ranged themselves in order to proceed before him. 2 of his running footmen sped on to announce his approach, and the rest, with the form and slowness of a procession, traversed the small space that separated them from the court, reached the gate, and entering the palace, Wolsey, more like an equal prince than a subject, passed towards the king's privy chamber, amidst the profound bows and reverences of all the royal attendants,
collected to do honour to his arrival. Many had been the rumours in the palace during the morning respecting the king's health, and it was generally reported that the accident of the day before had thrown him into a fever. This, however, was evidently not the case, for a little before noon Sir Osborne Maurice had received a message by one of the royal pages to the effect that at 3 o'clock the king would expect him in his privy chamber. That hour had nearly approached, and the young knight was preparing to obey Henry's commands, when a note was put into his hands by Mistress Margaret, the waiting-woman of Lady Constance de Grey. It was a step which Sir Osborne well knew she would not have taken had it not been called for by some particular circumstance, and with some alarm he opened the paper and read: "The Lord Cardinal is here. Remember your promise. Tarry not rashly if you love Constance." As Wolsey had ever been a declared enemy to his father, and a steady supporter of Sir Payan Wileton, Sir Osborne felt that the prospect was certainly in some degree clouded by his arrival; and while at the court he had heard enough of the jealousy that the favourite entertained towards all who often approached the king to make him uneasy with regard to the future. But yet he could not imagine that the regard of Henry could be easily taken from him, nor the service he had rendered immediately forgotten; and strong in the integrity of his own heart, he would not believe that any serious evil could befall him. Yet the warning of Sir Cesar still rung in his ears, and made an impression which he could not overcome. It would be very easy to represent our hero as free from every failing and weakness, even from those of the age he lived in; easy to make him as perfect as ever man was drawn, and more perfect than ever man was known. But then we should be writing a romance, and not a true history. Sir Osborne was not perfect, and living in an age whose weakness it was to believe implicitly in judicial astrology, he shared in that weakness, though but in a degree, and might, indeed, have shared still less had not the very man who seemed to take such an interest in his fate acquired in the court where he lived a general reputation for almost unerring perception of approaching events. No one that the young knight met, no one that he heard of, doubted for a moment that Sir Cesar possessed knowledge superhuman. To have doubted of the possibility of acquiring such knowledge would have been in those times a piece of scepticism fully equal in criminality to doubting the sacred truths of religion, and therefore we cannot be surprised that he felt a hesitation, an uneasiness, a sort of presentiment of evil, as he approached the privy chamber of the king. At the door of the antechamber, however, he found stationed a page, who respectfully informed him that the king was busy on affairs of state with the cardinal Lord Chancellor, and that his grace had bade him say that as soon as he was at leisure he would send for him to his presence. Sir Osborne returned to his own apartment, and after calling for Longpole, walked up and down the room for a moment or two, while some curious vague feelings of doubt and apprehension passed through his mind. "'Tis very foolish," he said at length, "and yet 'tis no harm to be prepared. Longpole, saddle the horses, and have my armour ready. 'Tis no harm to be prepared." And quitting his own chambers, he turned his steps towards those of Lady Constance, which here, not like the former ones in the palace at Greenwich, were situated at the other extremity of the building. His path led him again past the royal lodgings, and as he went by, Sir Osborne perceived that the page gave entrance to a priest, whose figure was in some degree familiar to his eye. Where he had seen him he did not know, but, however, he stayed not to inquire, and proceeded onward to the door of Lady Constance's apartments. One of her women gave him entrance, and he soon reached her sitting chamber, where he found her calmly engaged in embroidery. But there, also, was good Dr. Wilbraham, who of late had shrewdly begun to suspect a thing that was already more than suspected by half the court, namely, that Sir Osborne Maurice was deeply in love with Constance de Grey, and that the lady was in no degree insensible to his affection. Now, though the good doctor had thought in the first instance that Lady Constance's marriage with Lord Derby would be the very best scheme on earth, he now began to think that the present arrangement would be a great deal better. His reasoning proceeding in the very inverse of Wolsey's, and leading him to conclude that as Lord Derby had quite enough of his own, it would be much better for Lady Constance to repair, with her immense wealth, the broken fortunes of the ancient house of Fitzbernard, and at the same time secure her own happiness by marrying the best and the bravest of men. Notwithstanding all this, he could not at all comprehend, and never for a moment imagined, that either Constance or her lover might in the least wish his absence. And therefore, with great satisfaction at beholding their mutual love, he remained all the time that Sir Osborne dared to stay, and conducted him to the door with that affectionate respect which he always showed towards his former pupil. While the old clergyman stood bidding Sir Osborne farewell, a man habited like a yeoman approached, inquiring for the lodging of Lady Constance de Grey, and on being told that it was before him, he put a folded note into the hands of Dr. Wilbraham, begging him to deliver it to the lady, which the chaplain promised to do. And now, leaving the good clergyman to perform this promise, and Sir Osborne to return to his apartment, somewhat mortified at not having had an opportunity of conversing privately with Constance, even for a moment, we will steal quietly into the privy chamber of the king, and seating ourselves on a little stool in the corner, observe all that passes between him and his minister. "God save your royal grace," said Wolsey as he entered, "and make your people happy in your long and prosperous reign." "Welcome back again, my good lord cardinal," replied the king. "You have been but a truant of late. We have in many things wanted your good counsel, but your careful letters have been received, and we have to thank you for the renewed quiet of the West Riding." "Happily, your grace, all is now tranquil," replied the cardinal, "and the kingdom within itself blessed with profound peace. But yet, my lord, even when this was accomplished, it was necessary to discover the cause and authors of the evil, that the fire of discord and sedition might be totally extinguished, and not, being only smothered, burst out anew where we least expected it. This has been done, my liege. The authors of these revolts, the instigators of their fellow subjects' treason, have been discovered, and if your grace have leisure for such sad business, I will even now crave leave to lay before you the particulars of a most daring plot, which, through the activity of good Sir Payan Wileton, I have been enabled to detect." "Without there!" cried the king, somewhat impatiently. "See that we are not interrupted. Tell Sir Osborne Maurice that we will send for him when we are free. Sit, my Wolsey," he continued. "Now, by the holy faith, it grieves me to hear such things. I had hoped that, tranquillity being restored, I should have sped over to France to meet my royal brother Francis, with nothing but joy upon my brow. However, you are thanked, my good lord, for your zeal and for your diligence. We must not let the poisonous root of treason spread, lest it grow too great a tree to be hewn down. Who are these traitors, Have you good proof against them?" "Such proof, my liege, that, however willing I be to doubt, uncertainty, the refuge of hope, is denied me, and I must needs believe. When we have nourished anything with our grace, fostered it with kindly care, taught it to spread and become great, heaped it with favours, loaded it with bounty, we naturally hope that, having sowed all these good things, our crop will be rich in gratitude and love. But sorry I am to say that your grace's royal generosity has fallen upon a poisoned soil, and that Edward, Duke of Buckingham, who might well believe himself the most favoured man in the realm, now proves himself an arrant traitor." "By heaven!" cried the king, "I have lately much doubted of his loyalty. He has, as you once before made me observe, much absented himself from the court, keeping, as I hear, an almost royal state in the counties, and lately, on the pretence that he is sick, that his physicians command him quiet, he refuses to accompany us to Guisnes. I fear me, 'tis his loyalty is sick. But let me hear your reasons, my good lord cardinal,
Fain would I still behold him with an eye of favour, for he is in many things a noble and a princely peer, and by nature richly endowed with all the shining qualities both of the body and the mind. 'Tis sad indeed, 'tis sad, for such a man should fall away and lose his high renown. But your reasons, Wolsey, give me the history." It were needless in this place to recapitulate all that we have seen in the last chapter, advanced by Sir Payan Wileton to criminate the Duke of Buckingham. Suffice it that Wolsey related to the king the very probable tale that had been told him by the knight, namely, that Buckingham, aspiring to the throne, affected an undue degree of popularity with the commons, and by his secret agents rendered them dissatisfied with the existing government, exciting them to various tumults and revolts, of which he cited many an instance, and that, still further, he had contrived to introduce one of the most active agents of his treason into the court, and near to the king's own person. "Whom do you aim at?" cried the king. "Quick, give me his name. I know of no such person. All about me are men of trust." "Alas, no, my liege," answered Wolsey. "The man I mean calls himself Sir Osborne Maurice." "Ha!" cried Henry, starting; and then, after thinking for a moment, he burst into a fit of laughter. "Nay, nay, my good Wolsey," he said, shaking his head. "Nay, nay, nay. Sir Osborne saved my life no longer ago than yesterday, which looks not like treason." And he related to the cardinal the accident that had befallen him while hawking. Wolsey was somewhat embarrassed, but he replied, "We often see that, taken by some sudden accident, men act not as they proposed to do, and there is such a nobility in your grace's nature that he must be a hardened traitor indeed, who could see you in danger, and not by mere impulse hasten to save you. Perhaps such may have been the case with this Sir Osborne, or perhaps his master's schemes may not yet be ripe for execution. At all events, my liege, doubt not that he is a most assured traitor." "I cannot believe it," cried Henry, striking the table with his hand. "I will not believe it. By heaven, the very soul of honour sparkles in his eye. But your proofs, Lord Cardinal, your proofs! I will have no such things advanced against my faithful subjects without full and sufficient evidence." The more eagerness that Henry showed in defending his young friend, the more obnoxious did Sir Osborne become to Wolsey; and he laid before the king, one by one, the deposition of Wilson, Sir Payan's bailiff, several letters which Buckingham had written in favour of the young knight, and lastly, the duke's letter to Sir Thomas Morton, where, either by a forgery of Sir Payan Wileton's, or by some strange chance, it appeared that Sir Osborne Maurice had promised that within a year the duke's head should be the highest in the realm. While he read, Henry's brow knit into a heavy frown, and biting his lip, he went back to the beginning, and again read over the papers. "Cardinal," said he at length, "bid the page seek Pace, my secretary, and ask him for the last letter from the Duke of Buckingham." Wolsey obeyed, and while waiting for the return of the page, Henry remained with his eyes averted, as if in deep thought, beating the papers with his fingers, and gnawing his lip in no very placable mood. When the cardinal wisely abstained from saying a word, leaving the irritation of the king's mind to expend itself, without calling it upon himself. As soon as the letter was brought, Henry laid it side by side with those that Wolsey had placed before him, and seemed to compare every word, every syllable, to ascertain the identity of the handwriting. "True, by my life!" cried he, casting down the papers. "The writing is the same. And now, my lord cardinal, what have you further to say? Are there any further proofs, ha?" "Were there none other, your grace," replied Wolsey, "than the duke's handwriting, and the deposition of a disinterested and respectable witness, who can have no enmity whatever against this Sir Osborne, and who probably never saw him but on the 2 occasions he mentions, I think it would be quite sufficient to warrant your grace in taking every measure of precaution. But there is another witness, whom, indeed, I have not seen, but who can give evidence, I understand, respecting the conduct of the person accused towards the Rochester rioters.
Knowing how much your grace's wisdom passeth that of the best in the realm, I have dared to have this witness, a most honourable priest, brought hither, hoping that the exigency of the case might lead you to examine him yourself, when, perhaps, your royal judgment may elicit more from him than others could do." "You have done wisely, my good Lord Cardinal," replied Henry, whose first irritation had now subsided. "Let him be called, and bid your secretary take down his deposition, for 'tis not fitting that mine be so employed." At the command of Wolsey, one of the pages went instantly to seek the priest, who, by the care and dispatch of Sir Payan, had been sent down with all speed, and was now waiting with the cardinal's attendants in no small surprise and agitation, not being able to conceive why he was thus hurried from one place to another, and breathing also with some degree of alarm in the unwonted atmosphere of a court. On being ushered into the royal presence, the worthy man fell down upon both his knees before Henry, and clasping his hands, prayed for a blessing on his head with such fervour and simplicity that the monarch was both pleased and amused. "Rise, rise, good man," said the king, holding out his hand for him to kiss. "We would speak with you on a business of import. Nay, do not be alarmed. We know your worth, and purpose to reward you. Place yourself here, Master Secretary, and take down his replies. Sit, my good Lord Cardinal. We beg you to be seated." As soon as Wolsey had taken a low seat near the king, and the secretary, kneeling on one before the table, was prepared to write, Henry again proceeded, addressing the priest, who stood before him the picture of a disquieted spirit. "Say, do you know one Sir Osborne Maurice?" demanded the king. "Yes, surely, please your royal grace," replied the priest. "At least that was the name which his attendants gave to the noble and courageous knight that saved me from the hands of the Rochester shipwrights." "First," said Wolsey, "give us your name, and say how you came to fall into the hands of these rebellious shipwrights." "Alas, your grace," answered the priest, "I am a poor priest of Dartford, my name John Timeworthy, and hearing that these poor misguided men at Rochester were in open rebellion against the government, from lack of knowledge and spiritual teaching, I resolved to go down amongst them and preach to them peace and submission. I will not stay to say how and where I found them, but getting up upon a bench that stood hard by, under an apple tree, I gathered them round me like a flock of sheep, and began my discourse, saying, Woe, 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 woe unto ye, shipwrights of Rochester, that you should arm yourselves against the king's grace. You are like children that must fain eat hot pudding, and burn their mouths withal. For ye will cry, and ye will cry, till the sword fall upon you. And then, when Lord Thomas comes down with his men-at-arms, ye will turn about and fly, and the spears will stick in your hinder parts, and ye shall be put to shame, for though he have but hundreds, and ye have thousands, his are all men of the bow and of the spear, and ye know no more of either than a jackass does of the harp and psaltery. And thereupon, your grace, they that I took for strayed sheep showed themselves to be a pack of ravening wolves, for they haled me down from the bench, and beat me unmercifully, and putting a halter round my neck, led me along to hang me up, as they vowed, in sight of Rochester Castle, when, just as they were dragging me along, more dead than alive, across a little green, the knight, Sir Osborne Maurice, came up, and, as I said, rescued me. And for a surety he is a brave and generous knight, and well deserving your grace's favour." "By my faith, I have always thought so," said Henry. "What say you now, Cardinal? Question him yourself, man." Wolsey eagerly snatched at the permission, for he plainly saw that the matter was not proceeding to his wish. "Pray, my good Master Timeworthy," said he, "how was it that this Sir Osborne rescued you? Did he put his lance in rest and charge the whole multitude, and deliver you from their hands?" "Not so, not so," cried the priest. "He did far more wisely, for there would have been much blood spilt, but he sent forward one, who seemed to be his shield-bearer, who shook hands with the chief of the rioters, and spoke him fair, and then the knight came forward himself and spoke to him. and the chief of the rioters cried with a loud voice to his people that this was not Lord Thomas, as they had thought, but a friend and well-beloved of the good Duke of Buckingham, and it was wonderful how soon the eloquence of that young man worked upon the multitude, and made them let me go. He was, indeed, a youth of goodly presence, and fair to look upon, and had something noble and commanding in his aspect, and his words moved the rioters in the twinkling of an eye, and made them wholly change their purpose. Henry's brow, which had cleared during the former part of the priest's narration, now grew doubly dark and cloudy, and he muttered to himself, "Too clear, too clear," while Wolsey proceeded to question the priest more closely. "Indeed, your grace," replied he, in answer to the cardinal's minute questions, "I can tell you no more than I have told, for, as I said, I was more dead than alive all the time, till they gave me up to the knight, and did not hear half that passed." "And what did you remark after you were with the knight?" demanded Wolsey. "Was there no particular observation made on the whole transaction?" "Not that I can call to mind," answered the priest. "All I remember is, that they seemed a very merry party, and laughed and joked about it, which I, being frightened, thought almost wicked, God forgive me, for it was all innocency and high blood of youth." "Well, sir," said Wolsey, "you may go. Go with him, secretary, and see that he be well tended, but allowed to have speech of no one." The priest and the secretary withdrew in silence, and no sooner were they gone than, abandoning his kingly dignity, Henry started from his seat and strode up and down the room in one of those fits of passion which, even then, would sometimes take possession of him. At length, stopping opposite Wolsey, who stood up the moment the king rose, he struck the table with his clenched hand. "He shall die!" cried he. "By heaven, he shall die! Let him be attached, my Wolsey." "My sergeant-at-arms is with me, your grace," replied the cardinal, "and shall instantly execute your royal will. Better arrest him directly, lest he fear and take flight." "Whom do you mean?" cried the king. "Ha! I say attach Edward Bohun, Duke of Buckingham." "In regard to the Duke of Buckingham, my liege," replied Wolsey, less readily than he had spoken before, "will you take into your royal consideration whether it may not be better to suffer him to proceed a while with his treasonous schemes? For I question if the evidence we have at present against him would condemn him with the peers." "But he is a traitor," cried Henry, "an evident traitor, and, by my faith, shall suffer a traitor's death." "Most assuredly he is a black and heinous traitor," answered Wolsey, "and yet your grace will think what a triumph it would be for him if his peers should pronounce him innocent. He has store of friends among them. Far better let him proceed yet a while, and, with our eyes upon him, watch every turn of his dark plot, and seize him in the midst, when we shall have such proof that even his kindred must, for very shame, pronounce his guilt. In the meantime, I will ensure that he be so strictly guarded that he shall have power to do no evil." "You are right, my Wolsey, you are right," cried the king, seating himself, and laying his hand upon the papers. "Let it be conducted as you say, but see that he escape not, for his ingratitude adds another shade to what is black itself. As to this Sir Osborne Maurice, 'tis a noble spirit perverted by that villain Buckingham. I have seen and watched the seeds of many virtues in him." "It must be painful, then, for your grace to command his arrest," said Wolsey, "and yet he is so near your royal person, and his treason is so manifest, that the very love of your subjects requires that he should suffer death." "And yet," replied Henry, fixing his eyes upon the cardinal, and speaking emphatically, "and yet, even now I feel the warm blood of the English kings flowing lightly in my veins, which but for him would have been cold and motionless. And shall I take his life that has saved mine? No, Wolsey, no, it must not be. He has been misled, but is not wicked." "Still, your grace's justice requires," said Wolsey, "pardon my boldness, that he should undergo his trial. Then, if condemned, comes in your royal mercy to save him. saying to him, "You are judged for having been a traitor, you are pardoned for having saved your king." "But be assured, my Wolsey," replied Henry, "that if his trial were to take place now, the great traitor Buckingham will take alarm, and either endeavour to do away all evidence of his treason, or take to flight and shelter himself from justice." "No need that his trial be immediate," answered the cardinal. "If your grace permits, he shall be committed privately to the Tower, and there await your return from France, by which time, depend on it, the Duke of Buckingham will have given further tokens of his mad ambition, and both may be tried together. Then let the greater traitor suffer and the lesser find grace, so that your royal justice and your clemency be equally conspicuous." "Be it so, then," said the king, "though in truth, good cardinal, it grieves me to lose this youth. He is, without exception, the best lance in Christendom, and would have done our realm much credit in our journey to France. I say it grieves me, ay, heartily it grieves me." "Nay, your grace," said Wolsey, "you will doubtless find 1,000 as good as he." "Not so, Lord Cardinal," cried Henry. "These are things not so easily acquired as you churchmen think. I never saw a better knight. When his lance breaks in full course, you shall behold his hand as steady as if he held a straw. Nor knee, nor thigh, nor heel shall shake, and when the toughest ash splinters upon his casque, he shall not bend even so much as a strong oak before a summer breeze. But his guilt is clear, so the rest is all naught." "Then I have your grace's command," said Wolsey, "to commit him to the Tower. He shall be attached directly by the sergeant at arms, and sent down by the turn of the tide." "Hold, hold!" cried the king. "Not to-night, good Wolsey. Before we fly our hawk, we cry the heron up, and he shall have the same grace. To-morrow, if he be still found, arrest him where you will; but for to-night he is safe, nor must his path be dogged. He shall have free and fair start, mark me, till to-morrow at noon. Then slip your greyhounds on him, if you please." "But, your grace," cried Wolsey, "if you let him—" "It is my will," said the king, his brow darkening. "Who shall contradict it? Ha! See that it be obeyed exactly, my lord." "It shall, your grace," said Wolsey, bending his head with a profound inclination. "Your will is law to all your faithful servants, but only let your noble goodness attribute to my deep love for your royal person the fear I have that this traitorous agent of a still greater traitor may be tempted in despair. If he find that he is discovered to attempt some heinous crime against your grace—" "Fear not, man, fear not," replied the king. "He that, when he might have let me die, risked his own life to save mine, will never arm his hand against me. I fear not, cardinal, so be you at ease. But return to London, see that Buckingham be closely watched, and be sure that no preparation be wanting for the meeting with Francis of France. Be liberal, Lord Cardinal. I would not that the nobles of France should say they had more gold than we. Let everything be abundant, be rich, and in its flush of newness. And as to Sir Osborne Maurice, arrest him to-morrow, if he be still here. Let him be fairly tried, and if he come out pure, well. Yet still, if he be condemned, his own life shall be given him as a reward for mine. However, till to-morrow let it rest. It is my will." Though Wolsey would have been better pleased to have had the knight safely in the Tower, yet, even in case of his making his escape before the next morning, his great object was gained, that of banishing from the court for ever one whose rapid progress in the king's regard bade fair, with time, to leave every one behind in favour, and therefore ceased to press the king upon the subject, especially as he saw, by many indubitable signs, that Henry was in one of those imperious moods which would bear no opposition. A few subjects of less import still remained to be discussed, but the monarch bore these so impatiently that Wolsey soon ceased to importune him upon them, and resolving to reserve all further business for some more auspicious day, he rose, and taking leave with one of those refined yet high-coloured compliments which no man was so capable of justly tempering as himself, he left the royal presence, and proceeded to another part of the palace, on business whose object is intimately allied to the present history, as we shall see hereafter. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. And knowing this, should I yet stay, like such as blow away their lives, enamoured of their golden gyves? Ben Jonson. Away, though parting be a fretful corrosive, it is applied to a deathful wound. Shakespeare. Who would be a king if he could help it? When Wolsey had left him, Henry once more raised the papers which lay upon the table, and read them through, then leant his head upon his hand, and passed some moments in deep and frowning meditation. No, said he, no, I will not show them to him, lest he warn the traitor Buckingham. Ho, without! Tell Pace to come to me. Then again falling into thought, he remained musing over the papers, with bent brows and an absent air, till the secretary had time to obey his summons. On his approach, the good but timid Pace almost trembled at the angry glow he saw upon the king's face, but he was relieved by Henry placing in his hands the papers which Wolsey had left, bidding him have good care thereof. Pace took the papers in respectful silence, and waited an instant to see whether the king had further commands. But Henry waved his hand, crying, "Begone, leave me, and send me the page." The page lost not a moment in appearing, for the king's hasty mood was easily discernible in his aspect, and no one dared, even by an instant's delay, to add fuel to the fire which was clearly burning in his bosom. But still Henry allowed him to wait for several minutes. "Who waits in the antechamber?" demanded he at length. "Sir Charles Hammond, so please your grace," replied the page. "And where is Denny?" asked the king. "Where is Sir Anthony Denny, huh?" "He has been gone about an hour, your grace," replied the page. "They hold me at naught," cried Henry. "Strike his name from the list. By my life, I will teach him to wait. Go call Sir Osborne Maurice to my presence." And rising from his seat, he began again to pace the apartment. The page, as he conducted the young knight to the hall in which Henry awaited him, took care to hint that he was in a terrific mood, with that sort of eagerness which all vulgar people have to spread evil tidings. The knight, however, asked no question and made no comment, and passing through the door which he had seen give admission to the priest about an hour before, he entered the antechamber, in which was seated Sir Charles Hammond, who saluted him with a silent bow. Proceeding onward, the page threw open the door of the privy chamber, and Sir Osborne approached the king, in the knitting of whose brow, and in the curling of whose lip, might be plainly seen the inward irritation of his impetuous spirit. As he came near, Henry turned round, and fixed his eye upon him, and the knight, not knowing what might be the cause or what the consequence of his anger, bent his knee to the ground, and bowing his head, said, "God save your grace." "Marry, thou sayest well," cried Henry. "We trust he will, and guard us ever against traitors. What say you?" "If ever there be a man so much a traitor to himself," replied Sir Osborne, "as to nourish one thought against so good a king, oh, may his treason fall back upon his own head, and crush him with the weight." "Well prayed again," said Henry, more calmly. "Rise, rise, Sir Osborne. We must speak together. Give me your arm. We cannot sit and speak when the heart is so busy. We will walk. This hall has space enough." And with a hurried pace he took one or two turns in the chamber, fixing his eyes upon the ground, and biting his lip in silence. "Now, by Our Lady," cried he at length, "there are many men in this kingdom, Sir Osborne Maurice, who, seeing us here, holding your arm and walking by your side, would judge our life in peril." Sir Osborne started, and gazed in Henry's face with a look of no small surprise. "Did I but know of any one," said he at length, "who could poison your royal ear with such a tale, were it other than a churchman or a woman, he should either confess his falsehood or die upon my sword. But your grace is noble, and believes them not. However," he continued, unbuckling his sword and laying it on the table as far away as possible, "on all accounts I will put that by. There lays the sword that was given me by an emperor, and here is the hand that saved a king's life. And here," he continued, kneeling at the king's feet, "is a heart as loyal as any in this realm, ready to shed its best blood if its king command it. But tell me, only tell me, how I have offended." "Rise, sir knight," said the king. "On my life I believe you so far, that if you have done wrong, you have been misled, and that your heart is loyal, I am sure. Yet listen. You came to this court a stranger. In you I found much of valour and of knightly worth. I loved you, and I favoured you. Yet now I find that you have in much deceived me. Speak not, for I will not see in you any but the man who has saved my life. I will know you for none other. Say then, Sir Osborne, is not life a good return for life? It is, huh?" "It is, my liege," replied Sir Osborne, believing his real name discovered. "Whatever I have done amiss has been but error of judgment, not of heart, and surely cannot be held as very deep offence in eyes so gracious as my noble king's." "We find excuses for you, sir, which rigorous judges might not find," replied the monarch. "Yet there are many who strive to make your faults far blacker than they are, and doubtless may urge much against you. But hitherto we stand between you and the law, giving you life for life. But see you use the time that is allowed you well, for tomorrow at high noon issues the warrant for your apprehension, and if you make not speed to leave this court and country, your fate upon your head, for you have warning." Sir Osborne was struck dumb, and for a moment he gazed upon the king in silent astonishment. "I know not what to think," he cried after a while. "I cannot believe that a king famous for his clemency can see in my very worst crime aught but an error. Your grace has said that many strive to blacken me. Still humbly at your feet let me beseech you to tell me of what they do accuse me." "Of many rank offences, sir," replied the king, somewhat impatiently. "Offences of which you might find it hard to wash yourself so clear as not to leave enough to weigh you down. However, 'tis our will that you depart the court without further sojourn, and if you are wise, you'll speed to leave a country where you may chance to find worse entertainment and a harder lodging if you stay. Go to the keeper of our private purse, who will give 1,000 marks to clear your journey of all cost, and God befriend you for the time to come." "Nay, your grace," replied Sir Osborne, "poor as I came, I'll go, but thus far richer, that for one short month I won a great king's love, and lost it without deserving. And if to this your grace will add the favour to let me once more kiss your royal hand, you'll send me grateful forth." Henry held out his hand towards him. "By my faith," cried he, "I do believe him honest. But the proofs, the proofs! Go, go, Sir Osborne. I judge not harshly of you. You have been misled, but fly speedily, I command you. For your own sake, fly." Sir Osborne raised himself, took his sword from the table, and, with a low obeisance to the king, quitted the room, his heart far too full to speak with any measure what he felt. His hopes all broken, his dreams of happiness dispelled like a wreath of morning mist in the sunshine, the young knight sought his chamber, and casting himself in a seat, leant his head upon his hand, in an attitude of total despondency. He did not think, for the racking images of despair that hurried through his brain were very different from the defined shapes of the most busy thought. His bosom was in chaos of dark and gloomy feelings, and it was long before reason lent him any aid to arrange and disentangle his ideas. As it did so, however, the thought of whither he should fly presented itself, and his first resolution was to go to his father in Wales. But then, to be the bearer of such news! It was more than he could undertake. Besides, as he reflected, He saw that, use what speed he might, his course would be easily tracked in that direction, and that the facilities which the messengers of the government possessed of gaining fresh horses would soon enable them to overtake and arrest him if the warrant were issued the next day at noon, as the king had said, and followed up with any degree of alacrity. That it would be so he had no reason to doubt, attributing, as he did, the whole of his misfortune to the hatred and jealousy of Wolsey, whose haste to ruin him had been sufficiently evinced by his having begun and completed it within 1 day after his arrival from York. These thoughts brought on others, and not knowing the stinging impulse of a favourite's jealousy, he pondered over the malice of the cardinal, wondering whether in former days his father might have offered the then rising minister either offence or injury, and thus entailed his evil offices on himself and family. But still the question, whither he should fly, returned, and after much consideration he resolved that it should be to Flanders, once more to try the fortune of his sword. For though peace nominally subsisted between the French king and the new emperor, it was a peace which could be but of short duration, and it was even then interrupted by continual incursions upon each other's territories, and incessant violation of the frontier by the various garrisons of France and Burgundy. Once arrived, he would write, he thought, to his father, who would surely join him there, and he would raise their house and name in a foreign land. But Constance de Grey, could she ever be his? He knew not, but at her very name hope relighted her torch, and he began to dream again. As he thought thus, he raised his eyes and perceived his faithful attendant Longpole watching him with a look of anxious expectation, waiting till his agitated reverie should end. "How, Longpole?" said he. "You here? I did not hear you come in." "I have been here all the time, your worship," replied the yeoman, "and I've made some noise in the world, too, while you have been here, for I let all the armour fall in that closet." "I did not hear you," said the knight. "My thoughts were very busy. But, my good Heartley, I am afraid the time is come that we must part." "By my faith, it must be a queer time, then, your worship," answered Longpole, "for it is not everyday weather that will make me quit you, especially when I see you in such a way as you were just now." "But, my good Longpole," answered the knight, "I am ruined. The king has discovered who I really am. Wolsey has whetted his anger against me, and he has banished me his court, bidding me fly instantly, lest I be tomorrow arrested, and perhaps committed to the Tower. I must therefore quit this country without loss of time, and take my way to Flanders, for my hopes here are all at an end. Wolsey is too powerful to be opposed." "Well then, my lord," said Longpole, "I will call you by your real name now, and so I'll go and saddle our horses, pack up as much as I can, and will be off in a minute." "But, my good Longpole," said his master, "you do not think what you are doing. Indeed, you must not leave your country and your friends, and that poor girl Geraldine, to follow a man ruined in fortune and expectations, going to travel through strange lands, where he knows not whether he may find friends or enemies." "More reason he should have a companion on the road," replied Longpole. "But, my lord, my determination is made. Where you go, there I will go too. And as to little Miss Geraldine, why, when we've made a fortune, which I am sure we shall do, I'll make her trot over after me. But as I suppose there is but little time to spare, I will go get everything into order as fast as possible. Carpe diem, as good Dr. Wilbraham used to say to me when I was lazy. There is your lordship's harness. If you can manage to pop on the breast and back pieces, I will be back directly." "Nay," said the knight, "there is yet one person I must see. However, be not long, good fellow, for I shall not stay. Give me that wrapping cloak with the hood." Longpole obeyed, and enveloping himself in a large mantle, which he had upon a former occasion used to cover his armour, in one of those fanciful justs where every one appeared disguised, the knight left his own apartments and proceeded to those of Lady Constance de Grey. Many were the sounds of mirth and merriment which met his ears as he passed by the various ranges of apartments, jarring harshly with all his own sorrowful feelings, and in the despondency of his mind he marvelled that any but idiots or madmen could indulge in laughter in a world so full of care. Hurrying on to avoid such inharmonious tones, he approached the suite of rooms appropriated to Lady Constance, and was surprised at finding the door open. Entering, nothing but confusion seemed to reign in the antechamber, where her maids were usually found employed in various works. Here stood a frame for caul work, there one for embroidery, here a cushion for Italian lace thrown upon the ground, there a chair overturned, while two of the maids stood looking out of the window, to make use of the homely term, crying their eyes out. "Where is your mistress?" demanded Sir Osborne as he entered. The agitation of his own feelings, and the alarm he conceived from the strange disarray of the apartment, making him stint his form of speech to the fewest words possible. "We do not know, sir," replied one of the desolate damsels. "All we know is, that she is gone." "Gone!" said Sir Osborne. "Gone! In the name of heaven, whither is she gone? Who is gone with her?" "Jesu Maria, sir, don't look so wild," cried the woman, who thought herself quite pretty enough, even in her tears, to be a little familiar. "Dr. Wilbraham is with the Lady Constance, and so is Mistress Margaret, and therefore she is safe enough, surely." "But cannot you say whither she is gone?" cried the knight. "When did she go? How?" "She went but now, sir," replied the woman. "She was sent for about an hour or more ago to the little tapestry hall, to speak with my lord cardinal, and after that she came back very grave and serious, and made Mistress Margaret pack up a great parcel of things, while she herself spoke with Dr. Wilbraham. And when that was done, they all three went away together. But before she went, she gave each of us 50 marks apiece, and said that she would give us news of her." "Did she not drop any word in regard to her destination?" demanded Sir Osborne. "Anything that might lead you to imagine whither she has gone?" "Mistress Margaret said they were going to London," said the other girl, turning round from the window and speaking through her tears. "She said that they were going because such was my lord cardinal's will. But I don't believe it, for she said it like a lie, and I'm sure I shall never see my young lady again. I'm sure I shan't. So now, sir knight, go away and leave us, for we can tell you nothing more." The knight turned away. "Oh, Constance, Constance," thought he, as he paced back to his apartments, "will you ever be able to resist all the influence they may bring against you? When you hear, too, of your lover's disgrace? Well, God is good, and sometimes joy shines forth out of sorrow, like the sun that dispels the storm." As he thought thus, the prediction of Sir Cesar, that their misfortune should be but of short duration, came across his mind. "The evil part of his prophecy," thought he, "is already on my head. Why should I doubt the good? Come, I will be superstitious and believe it fully, for hope is surely as much better than fear as joy is better than sorrow. Will Constance ever give her hand to another? Oh, no, no! And surely, surely I shall win her yet. Of all the bright gifts with which heaven has blessed our youth, there is none more excellent than the elasticity of spirit which rebounds strongly from the depressing load of a world's care, and after the heaviest weight of sorrow, or the severest stroke of disappointment, raises us lightly up, and gives us back to hope and to enjoyment. It is peculiar to youth, and it is peculiar to good conduct, for the reiterated burdens that years cast upon us as they fly gradually rob the spring of expectation of its flexibility, and vice feels within itself that it has not the same right to hope as virtue. Sir Osborne's spirit was all rebound, and though surrounded with doubts, with difficulties, and with dangers, it was not long before he was ready to try again the wide adventurous world with unabated vigour of endeavour, though rebuffed in his first endeavours and disappointed in his brightest expectations. On returning to his apartment, he found his faithful attendant ready prepared, and there was a sort of easy, careless confidence in the honest yeoman's manner, that well seconded the efforts of reviving hope in his master's breast. It seemed as if he never thought for a moment that want of success was possible, and besides, he was one of those over whom fortune has little power. He himself had no extraneous wants or wishes. Happy by temperament and independent by bodily vigour, he derived from nature all that neither Stoic nor Epicurean could obtain by art. He was a philosopher by frame, and more than a philosopher, as his word is generally used, for he had a warm heart and a generous spirit, and joined affection for others to carelessness about himself. Such was the companion of all others fitted to cheer Sir Osborne on his way, far more so than if he had been one of equal rank or equal refinement, for he was always ready to assist, to serve, to amuse, or advise, without sufficient appreciation of finer feelings to encourage, even by understanding them, those thoughts upon which the knight might have dwelt painfully in conversation with any one else. At the same time, Longpole was far above his class in every respect. He had some smattering of classical knowledge, which was all that rested with him of the laborious teaching which good Dr. Wilbraham had bestowed upon his youth. He not only could read and write, but had read all the books he could get at, while a prisoner in France, and had, on more than one occasion, contrived to turn a stanza, though neither the stuff nor the workmanship was very good, and he had, moreover, a strange turn for jesting, which he took care to keep in perpetual exercise. To these he joined all the 1,000 little serviceable qualifications of an old soldier, and an extraordinary fluency in speaking French, which had proved very useful to him in many instances. Thus equipped inwardly, he now stood before Sir Osborne, with his outward man armed in the plain harness of a custrel or shield-bearer, with casque and corselet, cuissards, brassards, and gauntlets, and considering that he was nearly 6 feet 3 inches in height, he was the sort of man that a knight might not be sorry to see at his back in the melee or the skirmish. "Longpole," said the knight, "give me my armour. I will put it on while you place what clothes you can in the large horse-bags. But, my good custrel, we must put something over our harness. Give me that surcoat. You have not barded my horse, I trust?" "Indeed I have, my lord," replied he, "and, depend on it, you may have need thereof. Remember how dear the barding of a horse is. I speak of the steel, which is, in fact, the true bard, or bardo, as the Italians call it, for the cloth that covers it is not the bard, and if you carry the steel with you, you may as well have the silk too." "But 'twill weary the horse," said Osborne. "However, as 'tis on, let it stay, only it may attract attention, and give too good a track to any that follow, though, God knows, I can hardly determine which way to turn my rein." To London, to be sure, your worship," cried Longpole. "That is the high road to every part on the earth, and of the earth, and under the earth. If a man want to go to heaven, he will there find guides. If he seek hell, he will find plenty going the same road. And if he love this world better, there shall he meet conveyance to every part of it. What would you think of just paying a visit to good Master William Hants, the merchant, to see if he cannot give us a cast over to Flanders? 1,000 to 1 he has some vessel going, or knows some one that has." "Well bethought," answered Sir Osborne, slowly buckling on his armour. "It will soon grow dusk, and then our arms will call no attention. My hands refuse to help me on with my harness. I am very slow. Nay, good Longpole, if you have already finished, take 100 marks out of that bag, which will nearly empty it, and seek the 3 men the Duke of Buckingham gave me. Divide it between them for their service, and, good Longpole, when you have done that, make inquiries about the palace as to what road was taken by Lady Constance de Grey and Dr. Wilbraham. Do not mention the lady, name only Dr. Wilbraham, as if I sought to speak with him." Longpole obeyed, and after about half an hour's absence returned, tolerably successful in his inquiries, but, much to his surprise and disappointment, he found his young lord very nearly in the same situation in which he had left him, sitting in his chair, half armed, with his casque upon his knee, his fine head bare, and his eye fixed upon the fading gleams of the evening sky, where some faint clouds just above the distant trees seemed as if lingering in the beams of the sun's bright eye, like man still tenacious of the last ray of hope. "Well, Longpole," cried he, waking from his reverie, "what news? Have you heard anything of Lady Constance?" And, as if ashamed of his delay, he busied himself to finish the arrangement of his armour. "Let me aid you, my lord," said Longpole, kneeling down, and soon completing, piece by piece, what his master had left unfinished, replying at the same time to his question. "I have spoken with the man who carried the baggage down to the boat, my lord, and he says that Dr. Wilbraham, Lady Constance, and one of her women, took water about half an hour after the Lord Cardinal, and seemed to follow his barge." Sir Osborne fell into another reverie, from which at last he roused himself with a sigh. "Well, I can do nothing," said he. "Like an angry child I might rage and struggle, but I could do no more. Were I to stay, 'twould but be committing me to the Tower, and then I must be still perforce—" Longpole heard all this with an air of great edification, but when he thought that his master had indulged himself enough, he ventured to interrupt him by saying, "The sun, sir, has gone to bed. Had we not better take advantage of his absence and make our way to London? Remember, sir, he is an early riser at this time of year, and will be up looking after us to-morrow before we are well aware." "Ay, Longpole, ay," replied the knight. "I will linger no longer, for it is unavailing. The trumpet must have sounded to supper by this time, has it not? So we shall have no idlers to gaze at our departure." "The trumpet sounded as I went down but now," said Longpole, "and I met the sewer carrying in a brawn's head, so like his own that I could not help thinking he had killed and cooked his brother. They must be hard at his grace's liege capons even now." "Well, I am ready," said the knight. "Give me the surcoat of tawny velvet. Now, no more feathers," he continued, plucking from his casque the long plume that, issuing from the crest in graceful sweeps, fell back almost to his girdle, taking care, however, at the same time, to leave behind a small white glove wrought with gold, that had surrounded the insertion of the feather, and which he secured in its place with particular attention. "Some one will have rare pillage of this apartment," he added, looking round. "That suit of black armour is worth 500 marks, but it matters not to think of it. We cannot carry them with us. The long sword and baldric, Longpole, and the gold spurs. I will go as a knight at least. Now take the bags. I follow. Farewell, King Henry. You have lost a faithful subject." Thus saying, he proceeded down the stairs after Longpole, and following a corridor, passed by one of the small doors of the great hall, through the partial opening of which were to be heard the rattle and the clatter of plates, of dishes, and of knives, and the buzz of many busy jaws. A feeling of disgust came over Sir Osborne as he heard it, he scarce knew why, and stayed not to inquire, but striding on, came speedily to the stable yard, and was crossing towards the building in which his horses stood, when he observed a man loitering near the door of the stable, whom he soon discovered to be one of the yeomen given him by the Duke of Buckingham. "On, Longpole," cried the knight, "on, and send him upon some errand, for I am in no fit mood to speak with him now." While Sir Osborne drew back into the doorway, Longpole advanced, and in a moment after the man was seen traversing the court in another direction. The knight then proceeded, the horses were brought forth, and springing into the saddle, Sir Osborne, with a sigh given to the recollection of lost hopes, touched his charger with the spur, and rode out of the gates. Longpole followed, and in a few minutes they were on the high road to London. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. He is a worthy gentleman, exceedingly well read, and profited in strange concealments. Henry IV. It was hardly night when Sir Osborne departed. A faint and diminishing blush still tinged the eastern sky, The blackbird was still singing his full round notes from every thicket, and not a star had yet ventured forth upon the pathway of the sun, except one, that, bright and sweet even then, seemed like a fond and favoured child to the monarch of the sky, following fearlessly on his brilliant steps, while others held aloof. The calm of the evening sank down gently on the young adventurer's heart. It was so mild, so placid, and though perhaps pensive and tinged with melancholy, yet there was a sort of promise in that last smile of parting day, which led hope forward, and told of brighter moments yet to come. For some time the knight indulged in vague dreams, made up, as indeed is the whole dream of human life, of hopes and fears, expectation and despondency. Then, giving up thought for action, he spurred forward his horse, and proceeded as far as he could towards London. Longpole followed in silence, for, in spite of all his philosophy, he felt a sort of qualm at the idea of the long period which must intervene ere he could hope to see his pretty Geraldine, that took away several ounces of his loquacity. London at length spread wide before them, and after some needless circumambulation, owing to the knight's total ignorance of the labyrinthian intricacies of the city, and the dangerous littleness of Longpole's knowledge thereof, they at length reached Gracious Street, and discovered the small, square, paved court, long since built over, and I believe now occupied by a tea dealer, but which then afforded a sort of area before the dwelling of the Flemish merchant, William Hans. On the left hand, nearest the river, was situated the counting house, and to the front, as well as to the right, stretched a range of buildings which, from their Polyphemus-like appearance, having but one window or aperture in the front, except the door, the knight concluded to be those warehouses whose indiscriminate maw swallowed up the produce of all parts of the earth. Over the counting house, however, appeared several smaller windows, principally glazed, and through one of these shone forth upon the night the light of a taper, giving notice that some one still waked within. While Longpole dismounted and knocked with the hilt of his dagger against a little door by the side of that which led to the counting house, the knight watched the light in the window. But he watched, and Longpole knocked in vain, for neither did the light move nor the door open, till Sir Osborne bethought him of a stratagem to call the merchant's attention. "Make a low knocking against the windows of the counting house, Longpole," said he, "as if you were trying to force them. I have known these money getters as deaf as adders to any sound but that which menaced the mammon." Longpole obeyed, and the moment after the light moved. "Hold, hold!" cried the knight, "he hears." And the next moment the casement window was pushed up, through which the head of the good merchant protruded itself, vociferating, "Who's there? What do you want? I'll call to watch. Watch, watch!" "Taisez-vous!" cried the knight, addressing him in French, not being able to speak the Brabant dialect of the merchant, and yet not wishing to proclaim his errand aloud in English. "Nous sommes amis. Descendez, Guillaume Hans. C'est le sire de Darnley." "Oh, I'll come down," cried the merchant. "Run, Skippenhausen, and open te door. I'll come down, my good lord, in a minute." The two travellers had not now long to wait, for in a moment or two the little door at which Longpole had at first in vain applied for admission was thrown open by a personage, the profundity of whose nether garments, together with his long waistcoat, square-cut blue coat, with the seams, and there were many, all bound with white lace, induced Sir Osborne immediately to write him down for a Dutch navigator. Descending the stairs, immediately behind his first apparition, came the merchant himself, with his black gown, which had probably been laid aside for the night, now hurried on, not with the most correct adjustment in the world, for it looked very much as if turned inside out, which might well happen to a robe, the sleeves of which were not above 6 inches long. Sir Osborne, however, did not stay to investigate the subject very minutely, but explaining to the good merchant that he had something particular to say to him, he was conducted into the counting house, where he informed him as succinctly as possible of what had occurred and what he desired. Good Master Hans was prodigal of his astonishment. which vented itself in various exclamations in Flemish, English, and French. After which, coming to business, as he said, he told the knight that he could put up his horses in the same stable where he kept his strays, and that after that they would talk of the rest. "But on my word, good lord," said he, "I must go with your man myself, for there is not one soul in the place to let him in or out of the stable, which is behind the house." The most troublesome part of the affair for the moment was to take off the bard or horse armour that covered the knight's charger, as it could not be left in the stable till the next morning, when the merchants' carters would arrive; and poor William Hans was desperately afraid that the round of the watch would pass while the operation was in execution, and suppose that he was receiving some contraband goods, which might cause a search the next day. The business, however, was happily accomplished by the aid of the Dutch captain, who, seeing that there was something mysterious going forward, and having a taste that way, gave more active assistance than either his face or figure might have taught one to expect. He also it was who, while the good merchant with the candle in his hand led our friend Longpole with the horses to the stable, conducted the knight upstairs into the room where they had first discovered the light, and invited him, in extremely good English, to be seated. By the appearance of the chamber it seemed that Master Hans had been preparing to make great cheer for his captain, for various were the flagons and bottles that stood upon the table, together with trenchers and plates unused, and a pile of manchet and spice bread, with other signs and prognostications of a rere supper, not to mention an immense bowl which stood in the midst, and whose void rotundity seemed yearning for some savoury mass not yet concocted. It was not long before the merchant reappeared, accompanied by Longpole, who, according to the custom of those days, when many a various rank might be seen at the same board, seated himself at the farther end of the table, after having taken his master's cask, and soon engaged the Dutch captain in conversation, while the knight consulted with William Hans regarding the means of quitting England as speedily as possible. "It is very unlucky you did not let me know before," said the merchant, "for we might easily have got the ship of my good friend Skippenhausen there ready to-day, and you could have sailed to-morrow morning by the first tide. You might trust him with your life. Bless you, my good lord, 'tis he that brings me over the Bibles from Holland." "But cannot we sail the day after to-morrow," said the knight, "if one day will be sufficient to complete his freight?" "Oh, that he can," answered the merchant. "But what will you do till then?" he added, with a melancholy shake of the head. "You will never like to lie in warehouse like a parcel of dry goods." "Why, it must be so, I suppose," said the knight, "if you have any place capable of concealing me." "Oh, dear life, yes!" cried William Hans, "a place that would conceal a dozen. I had it made on purpose after that evil May day, when the wild rabblement of London rose, and nearly murdered all the strangers they could find. I thought what had happened might once happen again, so I had in some of my own country people, and caused it to be made very securely." The matter was now soon arranged. It was agreed that the knight and Longpole should lie concealed at the merchant's till the ship was ready to sail, and that then Master Skippenhausen was to provide them a safe passage to some town in Flanders; which being finally settled between all parties, it only remained to fix the price of their conveyance with the Dutchman. "I am an honest man," said he, on the subject being mentioned, "and will not rob you. If you were in no hurry to go, and could go quietly, I would charge you 10 marks a ton; but as you are in distress, I will only charge you 15. "Faith!" burst forth Longpole, "you are very liberal. Why do you charge us more, not less, because we are in distress?" "Certainly," answered the Dutchman with imperturbable tranquillity. 9 men out of 10 would charge you 5 times as much when they found you wanted to go very bad. Now I only charge you 1/2 more." "I believe you are right," said Sir Osborne. "However, I do not object to your price. But tell me, what do you mean by 15 marks a ton? Do you intend to weigh us?" "To be sure," answered the Dutchman. "Why not? All my freight is weighed, and why not you too? No, no, I'll have nothing on board that is not weighed. It's all put in the book." "Well," said the knight with a smile, "it does not much matter. Can you take my horses too by weight?" "Certainly," replied the other. "I can take anything, but I am responsible for nothing. If your horses kick themselves to death in the hold, that is not my fault." "I will take care of that," said the knight. "Here, Longpole, help me to put off my harness. I cannot sit in it all night." While the custrel was thus employed in aiding his lord to disarm, the door opened, and in bustled a servant maid of about 2 or 3 and 30, whose rosy cheeks had acquired a deeper tinge by the soft wooing of a kitchen fire, and whose sharp eyes shot forth those brilliant rays generally supposed to be more animated by the wrathful spirit of cookery and of ardent coals than by any softer power or flame. Immediately that she beheld two strangers, forth burst upon the head of William Hans the impending storm. She abused him for telling her that there would only be himself and the captain. She vowed that she had not cooked half salmon enough for 4. She declared that she had only put down plates and bread for 2, and she ended by protesting that she never in her life had seen anybody so stupid as he himself, William Hans. To the mind of Sir Osborne, the lady somewhat forgot the respect due to her master; but, however, whether it was from one of those strange mysterious ascendancies which cooks and housekeepers occasionally acquire over middle-aged single men, or whether it was from a natural meekness of disposition in the worthy Fleming, he bore it with most exemplary patience, and when want of breath for a moment pulled the check-string of the lady's tongue, he informed her that the two strangers had come unexpectedly. Thereupon, muttering to herself something very like, "Why the devil did they come at all?" she set down on the table a dish of hot boiled salmon, and after flouncing out of the room, returned with the air of the most injured person in the world, bringing in a platterful of dried peas, likewise boiled. These various ingredients, the salmon was salted, William Hans immediately seized upon, and emptied them into the great bowl we have already mentioned. Then, casting off his gown, and tucking up the sleeves of his coat, he mashed them all together, adding various slices of some well-preserved pippins, a wooden spoon's capacity of fine oil, and 3 of vinegar. Fancy such a mess to eat at 11 o'clock at night, and then go to bed and dream. Boiled salmon and peas, apples and oil, and vinegar to crown it. However, Sir Osborne resisted the tempting viands, and contented himself with some of the plain bread, although both the merchant and the captain pressed him several times to partake, assuring him, while the oil and vinegar ran out at the corners of their mouths, that it was very good indeed, excellent. And so much did they seem to enjoy it, that the unhappy Longpole was tempted for his sins to taste the egregious compound, and begged a small quantity at the hands of good Master Hans. The bountiful merchant shovelled a waggon load of it upon his plate, and the yeoman, fancying himself bound in common politeness to eat it, contrived to swallow 3 whole mouthfuls with a meekness and patience that in the succeeding reign would have classed him with the martyrs. But at the 4th his humanity rebelled, and thrusting the plate from him with a vehemence that nearly overturned all the rest, "No!" cried he, "no, there is no standing that." The merchant and his countryman chuckled amazingly at poor Longpole's want of taste, and even the knight, albeit in no very laughter-loving mood, could not help smiling at his custrel's discomfiture. But as all things must come to an end, the salt salmon and peas were at length concluded, and some marmalades and confections substituted in their place, which proved much more suitable to the taste of such of the company as were uninitiated in the mysteries of Flemish cooking. With the sweetmeats came the wines, which were all of peculiar rarity and excellence; for in this particular at least, William Hans was a man of no small taste, which he kept indeed in continual practice. Not that we would imply that he drank too much, or too often, but still the god of the gilded horns had been gently fingering his nose, and with a light and skilful pencil had decorated all the adjacent parts with a minute and delicate tracery of interwoven rosy lines. As the wine diffused itself over his stomach, it seemed to buoy up his heart to his lips. Prudence, too, slackened her reins, and on went his tongue, galloping as a beggar's horse is reported to do, on a way that shall be nameless. Many were the things he said which he should not have said, and many were the things he told which would have been better left untold. Amongst others, he acknowledged himself a Lutheran, which in that age, if it tended to find out bliss in the other world, was very likely to bring down damnation in this. He averred that he looked upon the Bishop of Rome, as he called the Pope, in the light of that Babylonish old lady, whose more particular qualification is not fit for ears polite, and he confessed that when Dr. Fitzjames, the Bishop of London, had brought up all the translations of the Bible he could find, and burned them all at Paul's Cross, he had furnished the furious Romanist with a whole cargo of incomplete copies; so that, continued he, the bishop damned his own soul the more completely by burning God's work, and paid the freight and binding of a new and complete set into the bargain. And he chuckled and grinned with mercantile glee at his successful speculation, and with puritanic triumph over the persecutors of his sect. Sir Osborne soon began to be weary of the scene, and begged to know where he should find his chamber, upon which Master Hans rose to conduct him with perfect steadiness of limb, the wine having affected nothing but his tongue. Lighting a lamp, he preceded the knight with great reverence, and while Longpole followed with the armour, he led the way up a little narrow stair to a small room, the walls of which, though not covered with arras, were hung with painted canvas, after a common fashion of the day, representing the whole history of Jonah and the whale, wherein the fish was decidedly cod, and the sea undoubtedly butter and parsley, notwithstanding anything that the scientific may say to such an assemblage. The ship was evidently one that would have sunk in any sea except that she was in. She could not have sailed across Chancery Lane in a wet day without foundering, and as if to render her heavier, the artist had stowed her to the head with Dutchmen, rendering her, like the dinde à la Sainte Alliance, that is, a turkey stuffed with woodcocks, one heavy thing crammed full of another. The whole of the room, however, was cleanliness itself. The little bed that stood in the corner with its fine linen sheets, the small deal table, even the very sand upon the floor, all was as white as snow. "I am afraid, my good lord," said the merchant, who never lost his respect for his guest, "that your lordship will be poorly lodged; but these 3 chambers along in front are what I keep always ready, in case of any of my captains arriving unexpectedly, and it is all clean and proper, I can assure you. I will now go and bring you a cushion for your head, and what the friend call the coupe de bonne nuit, and I will myself call your lordship to-morrow, before any one is up, that you may take your hiding place without being seen." The knight was somewhat surprised to find his host's recollection so clear, notwithstanding his potations; but he knew not what much habit in that kind will do, and still doubted whether his memory would be active enough to remind him that he was to call him when the next morning should really come. However, he did Master Hans injustice, for without fail, at the hour of 5, he presented himself at the knight's door, and soon after rousing Longpole, he conducted them both down to the warehouses, through whose deep obscurity they groped their way, amidst tons and bags, and piles, and bales, with no other light than such straggling rays as found their way through the chinks and crevices of the boards which covered the windows for the night. At length an enormous butt presented itself, which appeared to be empty, for without any great effort the old merchant contrived to move it from its place. Behind it appeared a pile of untanned hides, which he set himself to put on one side as fast as possible, though for what purpose Sir Osborne did not well understand, as he beheld nothing behind them but the rough planks which formed the wall of the warehouse. As the pile diminished, a circumstance occurred which made all the parties hurry their movements, and dispatch the hides as fast as possible. This was nothing else than a loud and reiterated knocking at the outer door, which at first induced Master Hans to raise his head and listen, but then, without saying a word, he set himself to work again harder than ever, and with the assistance of the knight and Longpole, soon cleared away all obstruction, and left the fair face of the boarded wall before them. Kneeling down, the merchant now thrust his fingers under the planks, where the apparently rude workmanship of the builder had left a chink between them and the ground, then applied all his strength to a vigorous heave, and in a moment 3 of the planks at once slid up, being made to play in a groove, like the door of a lion's den, and discovered a small chamber beyond, lighted by a glazed aperture towards the sky. "In, my good lord," cried the merchant. "Don't you hear how they are knocking at the door? They will soon rouse my maid Juliane, though she sleeps like a marmot. What they want I don't know." Sir Osborne and Longpole were not tardy in taking possession of their hiding place, and having themselves pulled down the sliding door by means of the crossbars, which in the inside united the 3 planks together, they fastened it with a little bolt, whereby any one within could render his retreat as firm, and to all appearance as immovable as the rest of the wall. They then heard the careful William Hans replace the hides, roll back the butt, and pace away, after which nothing met their ear but the unceasing knocking at the outer door, which seemed every minute to assume a fiercer character, and which was perfectly audible in their place of refuge. The merchant appeared to treat the matter very carelessly, and not to make any reply till it suited his convenience, for during some minutes he let the knockers knock on. At length, however, that particular sound ceased, and from a sort of rush and clatter of several tongues, the knight concluded that the door had been at length opened. At the same time, the voice of the Fleming made itself heard, in well assumed tones of passion, abusing the intruders for waking him up so early in the morning, bringing scandal upon his house, and taking away his character. "Seize the old villain!" cried another voice. "We have certain information that they are here. Search every hole and corner. They must have arrived last night." Such and various other broken sentences, pronounced by the loud tongue of some man in office, reached the ears of Sir Osborne, convincing him, notwithstanding Henry's assurance that till noon of that day he should remain unpursued, that Wolsey, taking advantage of the king's absence at Richmond, had lost no time in issuing the warrant for his arrest. Sitting down on a pile of books, which was the only thing that the little chamber contained, he listened with some degree of anxiety to the various noises of the search. Now it was a direction from the chief of the party to look here or to look there, now the various cries of the searchers, when they either thought they had discovered something suspicious, or were disappointed in some expectation; now the rolling of the butts, the overturning of the bales, the casting down of the skins and leathers. Now the party was far off, and now so near that the knight could hear every movement of the man who examined the hides before the door of his hiding place. At one time, in the eagerness of his search, the fellow even struck his elbow against the boarding, and might probably have discovered that it was hollow underneath, had not the tingling pain of his arm engaged all his attention, passing off in a fit of dancing and stamping, mingled with various ungodly execrations. At length, however, the pursuers seemed entirely foiled, and after having passed more than 2 hours, some in examining the dwelling house and some the warehouse, after having tumbled over every article of poor William Hans's goods, their loud cries and insolent swaggering dwindled away to low murmurs of disappointment, and growing fainter and fainter as they proceeded to the door, the sounds at length ceased entirely, and left the place in complete silence. Not long after, the workmen arrived and began their ordinary occupations for the day, and Sir Osborne and Longpole thanked their happy stars, both for having escaped the present danger, and for their enemies' search being now probably turned in some other direction. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Norfolk. What, are you chafed? Ask God for temperance. That's the appliance only which your disease requires. Shakespeare. As the day passed on, Sir Osborne grew more and more impatient under his confinement. He felt a sort of degradation in being thus pent up, like a wild beast in a cage, and though with invincible patience he had lain 1,000 times more still in many an ambuscade, He felt an almost irresistible desire to unbolt the door, and assure himself that he was really at large, by going forth and exercising his limbs in the free air. But then came the remembrance that such a proceeding would almost infallibly transfer him to a still stricter prison, where, instead of being voluntary and but for one day, his imprisonment would be forced and long continued. The thought, too, of Constance de Grey, and the hope of winning her yet, gave great powers of endurance, and he contented himself with every now and then marching up and down the little chamber, which, taken transversely, just afforded him space for 3 steps and a half, and at other times with speaking in a whisper to Longpole, who, having brought the armour down with him, sat in one corner, polishing off any little dim spots that the damp of the night air might have left upon it. "This is very tiresome," said the knight. "Very tiresome indeed, my lord," replied Longpole. "I've been fancying myself a blackbird in a wicker cage for the last hour. May I whistle?" "No, no," cried the knight. "Give me the casque. I will polish that by way of doing something. Don't you think, Longpole, if underneath the volant piece a stout sort of avantaille were carried down, about 1 inch broad and 2 inches long, of hard steel, it would prevent the visor from being borne in, as I have often seen, by the blow of a solid lance?" "Yes," answered Longpole, "but it would prevent your lordship from blowing your nose. Oh, I do hate improvement, my lord. Depend upon it, 'tis the worst thing in the world. Men improve, and improve, and improve, till they leave nothing that's original on the earth. I would wager your lordship 100 marks that, by 200 or 300 years hence, people will have so improved their armour that there will be none at all." "Zounds, Bill!" cried a voice in the warehouse. "Don't you hear some folks talking?" "It's someone in the street," answered another voice, yet it sounded vastly near, too. This, however, was quite sufficient warning for the knight to be silent, and taking up one of the books upon which he had been sitting, he found that it was an English version of the Bible, with copies of which it appears that Master William Hants was in the habit of supplying the English Protestants. Our Mother Eve's bad old habit of prying into forbidden sources of knowledge affects us all more or less, and as the Bible was at that time prohibited in England, except to the clergy, Sir Osborne very naturally opened it and began reading. What effect its perusal had upon his mind matters little. Suffice it that he read on, and found sufficient matter of interest therein to occupy him fully. Hour after hour fled, and day waned slowly, but having once laid his hand upon that book, the knight no longer felt the tardy current of time, and night fell before the day which he had anticipated as so tedious seemed to have passed half away. A long while elapsed after the darkness had interrupted Sir Osborne in his study, before the warehouse was closed for the night, which, however, was no sooner accomplished than good Master Hans, accompanied by his friend Skippenhausen, came to deliver them from their confinement. "He, he, he!" cried the merchant as they came forth. "Did you hear what a noise they made, my good lord, when they came searching this morning? They did not find them, though, for they were all in beside you." "What do you mean?" demanded the knight. "Who were in beside us? Nobody came here." "I mean the Bibles, I mean the word of God," cried the merchant. "The bread of life that those villains came seeking this morning, which, if they had got, they would have burnt most sacrilegiously, as an offering to the harlot of their idolatry." "Then I was wrong in supposing that they searched for me?" said the knight with a smile at his own mistake. "Oh, no, not for you at all," replied the merchant. "It was the Bibles that Skippenhausen brought over from Holland for the poor English Protestants, who are here denied to eat of the bread or drink of the water of salvation. But now, my lord, if you will condescend to be weighed, you will be ready to sail at 4 in the morning, for your horses and horse armour are all weighed and aboard, and the cargo will be complete when your lordship and your gentlemen are shipped." Finding that Master Skippenhausen was bent upon ascertaining his weight, Sir Osborne consented to get into the merchant's large scales, and being, as it were, lotted with Longpole, his horse bags, and his armour, he made a very respectable entry in the captain's books. After this, Master Hans led him into his counting-house, and displayed his books before him. But as the items of his account might be somewhat tedious, it may be as well merely to say that the young knight found he had expended, in the short time he had remained in Henry's luxurious court, more than 2,500 marks, so that of the 2,700 which he had possessed in the hands of the Fleming, and the 1,000 which he had won at the Duke of Buckingham's, but 1,200 and a trifle remained. Sir Osborne was surprised, but the accurate merchant left no point in doubt, and the young knight began to think that it was lucky he had been driven from the court before all his funds were completely expended. He found, however, to his satisfaction, that a great variety of arms and warlike implements, which he had gathered together while in Flanders, and had left in the warehouses of the merchants since he had been in England, had been shipped on board Skippenhausen's vessel, whose acknowledgment of having received them William Hans now put into his hand, and having paid him the sum due and received an acquittance, he led him once more upstairs into the scene of the last night's revel. We shall pass over this second evening at the merchant's house without entering into any details thereof, only remarking that it passed more pleasantly than the former one, there being at the supper-table some dishes which an Englishman could eat, and which his stomach might probably digest. At an early hour Sir Osborne cast himself upon his bed, and slept, though every now and then the thoughts of his approaching voyage made him start up and wonder what was the hour. And then, as Skippenhausen did not appear, he would lie down and sleep again, each half-hour of this disturbed slumber seeming like a whole long night. At length, however, when he just began to enjoy a more tranquil rest, he was awakened by the seaman, and dressing himself as quickly as possible, he followed to William Hans's parlour, where the worthy merchant waited to drink a parting cup with his guests, and wish them a prosperous voyage. As the easiest means of carrying their harness, Sir Osborne and Longpole had both armed themselves, and as soon as they had received the Fleming's benediction in a cup of sack, they donned their casques and followed the captain towards the vessel. It was a dull and drizzly morning, and many was the dark foul street, and many the narrow tortuous lane through which they had to pass. Wapping, all dismal and wretched as it appears even nowadays to the unfortunate voyager, who, called from his warm bed in a wet London morning, is rolled along through its long, hopeless windings, and amidst its tall, spiritless houses, towards the ship destined to bear him to some other land, and which, with a perversion of intellect only to be met with in ships, stage-coaches, and other wooden-headed things, is always sure to set out at an hour when all rational creatures are sleeping in their beds. Wapping, I say, as it stands at present, in its darkness and its filth, is gay and lightsome to the paths by which worshipful Master Skippenhausen conducted Sir Osborne and his follower towards his vessel. Sloppy, silent, and deserted, the streets boasted no living creatures besides themselves, unless, indeed, it was some poor mechanic, who, with his shoulders up to his ears, and his hands clasped together to keep them warm, picked his way through the dirt towards his early toil. The heavens frowned upon them, and the air that surrounded them was one of those chill, wet, thick, dispiriting atmospheres which no other city than London can boast in the month of May. There is a feeling of melancholy attached to quitting anything to which we have, even for a time, habituated our hopes and wishes, or even our thoughts. However dull, however uninteresting, a place may be in itself, if therein we have familiar associations and customary feelings, we must ever feel a degree of pain in leaving it. I am convinced there is a sort of glutinous quality in the mind of man, which sticks it to everything it rests upon, or is it attraction of cohesion? However, the knight had 1,000 sufficient reasons for feeling melancholy and depressed as he quitted the capital of his native land. He left behind him hopes and expectations, and affection and love, almost all those feelings which, like the various colours mingled in a sunbeam, unite to form the light of human existence, and without which it is dull, dark, and heavy, like heaven without the sun, and yet, perhaps, he would have felt the parting less had the morning looked more brightly on him, had there been one gleam of light to give a fair augury for willing hope to seize. But no, it was all black and gloomy, and the very sky seemed to reflect the feelings of his own bosom. Thus, as he walked along after the captain, there was a stern, heavy determination in his footfall, unlike either the step of expectation or the calm march of contentment. What he felt was not precisely despair, it was the bitterness of much disappointment, and he strode quickly onward, as if at once to conquer and to fly from his own sensations. At length a narrow lane brought them to the side of the river, where waited a boat to convey them to the Dutchman's ship, which lay out some way from the bank. Besides the stairs stood a man apparently on the watch, but he seemed quite familiar with Master Skippenhausen, who gave him a nod as he passed, and pointing to his companions, said, "This is the gentleman and his servant." "Very well," said the man, "go on." And the whole party, taking their places in the boat without further question, were speedily pulled round to the vessel by the two stout Dutchmen who awaited them. As soon as they were on board, the captain led the knight down into the cabin, which he found in a state of glorious confusion, but which Skippenhausen assured him would be the safest place for him till they had got some way down the river, for that they might have visitors on board, whom he could not prevent from seeing all that were upon the deck, though he would take care that they should not come below. "Ay, Master Skippenhausen," cried Longpole, "for God's sake fetter all spies and informers with a silver ring, and let us up on deck again as soon as possible, for I am tired of being hid about in holes and corners like a crooked silver groat in the box of a careful maid. And as for my lord, he looks more weary of it than even I am." The master promised faithfully that as soon as the vessel had passed Blackwall, he would give them notice, and then proceeded to the deck, where, almost immediately after, all the roaring and screaming made itself heard which seems absolutely necessary to get a ship under way. In truth, it was a concert as delectable as any that ever greeted a poor voyager on his outset. The yelling of the seamen, the roaring of the master and his subordinates, the creaking and whistling of the masts and cordage, together with volleys of clumsy Dutch oaths, all reached the ears of the knight, as he sat below in the close foul cabin, and, joined to his own painful feelings, made him almost fancy himself in the Dutch part of Hades. Still, the swinging of the vessel told that, though not as an effect, yet at least as an accompaniment to all this din, the ship was already on her voyage, and after a few minutes a more regular and easy motion began to take place, as she glided down what is now called the Pool. However, much raving and swearing and cursing to no purpose still went on, whenever the vessel passed in the proximity of another, and as there were several dropping down at the same time, manifold were the opportunities which presented themselves for the captain and the pilot to exercise their execrative faculties. But at length the disturbance began to cease, and the ship held her even course down the river, while the sun, now fully risen, dispelled the clouds that had hung over the early morning, and the day looked more favourably upon their passage. Sir Osborne gazed out of the little window in the stern, noticing the various villages as they passed on their way down, till the palace at Greenwich, and the park sweeping up behind, met his eye, together with many a little object associated with hopes and feelings and happiness gone by, recalling most painfully all that expectation had promised and disappointment had done away. It was too much to look upon steadily, and turning from the sight, he folded his arms on the table, and burying his eyes on them, remained in that position till the master descending told him that they were now free from all danger. On this information, the knight gladly mounted the ladder, and paced up and down the deck, enjoying the free air, while Longpole jested with Master Skippenhausen, teasing him the more, perhaps, because he saw that the seaman had put on that sort of surly, domineering air which the master of a vessel often assumes the moment his foot touches the deck, however gay and mild he may be on shore. Nevertheless, as we are now rapidly approaching that part of this book wherein the events become more thronged and pressing, we must take the liberty of leaving out all the long conversation which Vonderbrugius reports as having taken place between Skippenhausen and Longpole, as well as a very minute and particular account of a sail down the river Thames, wherewith the learned professor embellishes his story, and which, though doubtless very interesting to the Dutch burgomasters and their wives of a century and a half ago, would not greatly edify the British public of the present day, when every cook-maid steps once a year into the steam-packet and is paddled down to Margate, with less trouble than it took an Englishman in the reign of Harry VIII to go from Charing Cross to Lombard Street. The wind was in their favour, and the tide running strongly down, so that passing, one by one, Woolwich, Purfleet, Erith, Gravesend, and sundry other places, in a few hours they approached near the ocean limits of the English land, while the river, growing mightier and mightier as it rolled on, seemed to rush towards the sea with a sort of daring equality, rather a rival than a tributary, till, meeting its giant sovereign, it gave vent to its pride in a few frothy waves, and then, yielding to his sway, poured all its treasures in his bosom. Before they had reached the mouth of the river, they beheld a vessel which had preceded them suddenly take in sail and lie to under the lee of the Essex shore, the reason of which was made very evident the moment after, by the vane and the masthead wheeling round, and the wind coming in heavy squalls right upon their beam. The Dutchman's ship was not one at all calculated to sail near the wind, and paying little consideration to the necessity of Sir Osborne's case, he followed the example of the vessel before him, and gave orders for taking in sail and lying to, declaring that the gale would not last. The knight remonstrated, but he might as well have talked to the wind itself. Skippenhausen was quite inflexible, not even taking the pains to answer a word, and, contenting himself with muttering a few sentences in High Dutch, interspersed with various objurgatory addresses to the sailors. Whether the worthy Hollander's conduct on this occasion was right, proper, and seamanlike, we must leave to some better qualified tribunal than our own weak noddle to determine, professing to be most profoundly ignorant on nautical affairs. But so the matter stood, and the knight was obliged to swing one whole night in an uncomfortable hammock, in an uncomfortable ship, in the mouth of the river Thames, with a bitter fancy resting on his mind that this waste of time was quite unnecessary, and that with a little courage and a little skill on the part of the master, he might before the next morning have been landed at Dunkirk, to which city he was to be safely carried, according to his agreement with the Dutchman. By daybreak the next morning the wind was rather more favourable, and at all events by no means violent, so that the vessel was soon once more under way. Still, however, they made but little progress, and even the ship that was before them, though a faster sailer, and one that could keep nearer the wind, made little more way than themselves. While in this situation, trying by a long tack to mend their course, with about the distance of half a mile between them and the other vessel, they perceived a ship of war apparently run out from the Essex coast some way to windward, and bear down upon them with all sail set. "Who have we here, I wonder?" said the knight, addressing Skippenhausen, who had been watching the approaching vessel attentively for some minutes. "'Tis an English man of war," replied the master. "Coot now! Don't you see the red cross on her flag? By my life, she is making a signal to us. It must be you she is wanting, my lord, for on my life I have nothing contraband but you aboard. I will not understand her signal, though, and as the breeze is coming up, I will run for it. You go down in the cabin and hide yourself." "I will go down," replied the knight, "but hide myself I will not. I have had too much of it already." Skippenhausen, who, as we before hinted, had by the long habit of smuggling in a small way acquired a taste for the concealed and mysterious, tried in vain to persuade the knight to hide himself under a pile of bedding. On this subject Sir Osborne was as deaf as the other had been the night before, in regard to proceeding on their voyage, and all the concession that the master could obtain was that the two Englishmen would go below and wait the event, while he tried, by altering his course and running before the wind, to weary the pursuers, if they were not very hearty in the cause. "Well, Longpole," said Sir Osborne, "I suppose that we must look upon ourselves as caught at last." "Would your worship like us to stand to our arms?" demanded the yeoman. "We could make this cabin good a long while in case of necessity." "By no means," replied the knight. "I will on no account resist the king's will. Besides, it would be spilling good blood to little purpose, for we must yield at last." "As your lordship pleases," answered the custrel. "But knowing how fond you are of a good downright blow of istock at a fair gentleman's head, I thought you might like to take advantage of the present occasion, which may be your last for some time." "Perhaps it may be a mistake still," answered the knight, "and pass away like the search for the Bibles when we were concealed in the warehouse. However, we shall soon see. At all events, till it comes I shall take no heed about it." And casting himself into a seat with a bitter smile, as if wearied out with fortune's caprices, and resolved to struggle no longer for her favour, he gazed forth from the little stern window upon the wide expanse of water that rolled away towards the horizon. The aperture of this window, not being more than 6 inches either in height or width, and cut through the thick timbers of the Dutch vessel for considerably more than a foot in depth, was in fact not much better than a telescope without a glass, so that the knight's view was not a little circumscribed in respect to all the nearer objects, and he was only able to see, as the ship pitched, the glassy green waves, mingled with white foam, rushing tumultuously from under her stern as she now scudded before the wind, leaving a long, glistening, frothy track behind to mark where she had made her path through the midst of the broad sea. As he looked farther out, however, the prospect widened, and at the extreme verge, where the sea and the sky, almost one in unity of hue, showed still a faint line of light to mark their boundary, he could perceive, rising up as it were from the bosom of the deep, the light tracery of masts and rigging belonging to far distant vessels, whose hulls were still concealed by the convexity of the waters. Nearer, but yet within the range that the narrowness of the window allowed his sight, appeared the vessel that had dropped down the river just before them, and the English ship of war, which, crowding all sail before the wind, seemed in full chase, not of their companion, but of themselves; for the other, in obedience to the signal, had hauled her wind and lay to. Sir Osborne now watched to ascertain whether the man of war gained upon them, but an instant's observation put an end to all doubt. She evidently came nearer and nearer, and soon approached so close as scarcely to be within range of his view, being lost and seen alternately at every motion of the ship. At length, as the vessel pitched, she disappeared for a moment, then came in sight again. A quick flash glanced along her bow, and the moment after, when she was no longer visible to his eye, the sullen report of a cannon came upon the wind. By a sudden change in the motion of the vessel, together with various cries upon the deck, the knight now concluded that the Dutchman had at length obeyed this peremptory signal and lay to, which was in fact the case, for passing over to the window on the other side, he again got a view of the English ship, which sailed majestically up, and then, when within a few hundred yards, put out and manned a boat, which rowed off towards them. Sir Osborne had not long an opportunity of observing the boat in her approach, as she soon passed out of the small space which he could see; but in a few minutes after, the voice of some one, raised to its very highest pitch, made itself heard from a distance, hardly near enough for the knight to distinguish the words. He every now and then caught enough to perceive that the whole consisted of a volley of curses discharged at Master Skippenhausen for not having obeyed the signal. The Dutchman replied, in a tone of angry surliness, that he had not seen the signal, and in a minute or two more, a harsh grating rush against the vessel told that the boat was alongside. "I will teach you, you Dutch son of a dogfish, not to lie to when one of the king's ships makes the signal," cried a loud voice by the side. "Have you any passengers on board?" "Yes, 5 or 6, answered the Dutchman. "Stop! I will come on board," cried the voice, and then proceeded, as if while climbing the ship's side, "Have yon one Sir Osborne Maurice with you?" "No," answered Skippenhausen stoutly. "Well, we will soon see that," cried the other, "for I have orders to attach him for high treason. Come, bustle, disperse, my boys. You, Wilfred, go forward. I will down here and see who is in the cabin, and if I find him, Master Dutchman, I will slit your ears." End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. My conscience will serve me to run from this stew. Merchant of Venice. We will now return to Lady Constance de Grey, whose fate must no longer be left in uncertainty, and taking up the thread of our narrative at the moment Sir Osborne quitted her, on the eventful evening which destroyed all his fond expectations, we will, in our homely way, record the events that followed. It may be remembered that at the very instant the knight parted from good Dr. Wilbraham at the door of the young lady's apartment in the palace at Richmond, a letter was put into the clergyman's hands, to be delivered to the heiress of de Grey, for such was the style of the address. No time was lost by Dr. Wilbraham in giving the letter into his lady's hands, and on being opened, it proved to be one of those anonymous epistles which are seldom even worth the trouble of deciphering, being prompted always by some motive which dares not avow itself. However, as Lady Constance was very little in the habit of receiving letters from any one, and certainly none to which the writer dare not put his name, mere curiosity, if nothing else, would have prompted her to read it through, the more especially as it was written in a fine and clerkly hand, and in a style and manner to be acquired alone by high and courtly education. Although the letter is still extant, we shall not copy it, having already given one specimen of the compositions of that day, and not at all wishing to depreciate the times of our hero and heroine in the estimation of our more cultivated readers. Let it be considered as sufficient, then, that we merely say, the letter professed to be a warning from a friend, and informed the young lady that the most rigorous measures were about to be adopted towards her, in case of her still refusing to comply with Wolsey's command in respect to her marriage with Lord Derby. The writer then hinted that perpetual seclusion in a convent, together with the forfeiture of all her estates, would be the consequence, if she could not contrive to fly immediately, but that, if she could, her person at least would be at liberty, and that a friend would watch over her property; and, as a conclusion, he advised her to leave Richmond by water as the means which would leave the least trace of her course. So singularly did this letter anticipate not only her own fears, but also her own plans, that it instantly acquired, in the eyes of Lady Constance, an authenticity which it did not otherwise possess, and placing it in the hands of Dr. Wilbraham, she asked his opinion upon its contents. "Pshaw!" cried the clergyman, when he had read it. "Pshaw! Lady, it is all nonsense. The very Reverend Lord Cardinal will never try to make you marry against your will. Do not frighten yourself about it, my dear lady. Depend on it, 'tis all nonsense. Let me see it again." But after he had read it over once more, Dr. Wilbraham's opinion seemed in some degree to change. He considered the letter, and reconsidered it, with very thoughtful eyes, and then declared it was strange that any one should write it unless it were true; and yet he would not believe that either. "Pray, lady, have you any idea who wrote it?" demanded he. "I can imagine but one person," said Lady Constance, "who could possess the knowledge and would take the pains. Margaret, leave us," she continued, turning to the waiting woman. "I have heard, my dear Dr. Wilbraham," she proceeded, as soon as they were alone, "that you were in former times acquainted with an old knight called Sir Cesar. I met him yesterday when I was out in the park." Lady Constance paused, and a slight blush came into her cheek, as she remembered that the good clergyman knew nothing of the affection which subsisted between herself and Darnley,
and feeling a strong repugnance to say that he was with her at the moment, she hesitated, not knowing how to proceed. Dr. Wilbraham relieved her, however, by exclaiming, the instant she stopped, "Oh, yes, lady, in truth I know him well. He was the dearest and the best friend of my Lord Fitzbernard, and though unhappily given to strange and damnable pursuits, God forgive him, I must say he was a friend to all the human race, and a man to be trusted and esteemed. But think you this letter came from him?" "He is the only one," replied Constance, "on whom my mind could for a moment fix as having written it." "It is very likely," answered the clergyman. "It is very likely, and if it comes from him, you may believe every word that it contains. His knowledge, lady, is strange, is very strange, and is more than good, but it is sure. He is one of those restless spirits that must ever be busy, and human knowledge not being sufficient for his eager mind, he has sought more than he should seek, and found more than is for the peace of his soul." "But if he make good use of his knowledge," said Constance, "surely it cannot be very wicked, my dear sir?" "It is presumptuous, lady," replied the clergyman. "It is most presumptuous to seek what God has concealed from our poor nature." "But if this letter be from him," said the lady, "and the bad tidings that it brings be true, what ought I to do? You, whom my dear father left with me, asking you never to quit me, you must be my adviser, and tell me what to do in this emergency, for sure I am that you will never advise me to marry a man whom I do not love, and who does not even love me. No, no, heaven forbid, especially when you would rather marry Osborne," said the good clergyman, with the utmost simplicity, looking upon it quite as a matter of course, which required no particular delicacy of handling. "And a much better thing too, lady, in every respect," he continued, seeing that he had called up a blush in Constance's cheek, and fancying that it arose from a fear of his disapproving her choice. "If you will tell the Lord Cardinal all the circumstances, depend upon it, he will not press you to do anything you dislike. Let him have the whole history, my dear lady. Tell him that you do not love Lord Darby, and that he loves another, and then show him how dearly Darnley loves you, and how you love him in return, and then—" "Oh, hush, hush, my dear Dr. Wilbraham," said the lady, with the blood glowing through her fair clear skin, over neck and face and forehead. "Impossible, indeed, quite impossible. You forget." "Oh, yes, yes, I did forget," replied the chaplain. "Osborne does not wish his name to be known. I did forget, very true. That is unfortunate. But cannot you just insinuate that you do love someone else, but do not like to mention his name?" Lady Constance now endeavoured to make the simple clergyman understand that under any circumstances she would be obliged to limit her reply to the cardinal to a plain refusal to wed Lord Darby, and though he could not enter into any feelings of reluctance on her part to avow her regard for Darnley, yet he fully comprehended that she was bound to hold undivulged the confidence of others. However, he did not cease to lament that this was the case, fully convinced in his own mind that if she had been able to inform Wolsey of everything, the prelate, whom he judged after his own heart, would have unhesitatingly accorded his sanction to all her wishes, whereas at present her refusal might be attributed to obstinacy, being unsupported by any reasons, and thus, indeed, he observed, Sir Cesar's prediction might be fulfilled, and she obliged to fly to screen herself from the consequences. Dr. Wilbraham having admitted that there might be a necessity for flight, the mind of Constance was infinitely quieted, that being a point on which she had long, long wished to ascertain his opinion, yet had timidly held back, believing him to be unacquainted with the most powerful motive that actuated her. Nothing now remained but to learn whether he would also so far sanction her proceedings as to accompany her, and she was considering the best means of proposing it to him, when she received a message to inform her that the cardinal waited her in the little tapestried hall. The moment which was to decide her fate she plainly perceived to be now arrived, but with all the gentle sweetness of her character, A fund of dauntless resolution had descended to her from a long line of warlike ancestors, which failed not to come to her aid in moments of danger and extremity; and though she had long dreaded the interview to which she was now called, she prepared to undergo it with courage and firmness. In obedience to the cardinal's command, then, she descended to the hall, accompanied by 2 of her women, who, though neither likely to suffer anything themselves, nor informed of their mistress's situation, yet felt much more alarm at the thoughts of approaching the imperious Wolsey than even she herself did, burthened as her mind was with the certainty of offending a man the limit of whose power it was not easy to define. At the door of the hall stood 2 of the cardinal's ushers, by whom she was introduced into the chamber to which Wolsey had retired after leaving the king, and where, seated in a chair of state, he waited her approach with many an ensign of his pomp and power about. As she entered, he fixed his eye upon her, scarcely rising from his seat, but still slightly bending his head in token of salutation. The high blood of de Grey, however, though flowing in a woman's veins, and one of the gentlest of her sex, was not made to humble itself before the upstart prelate; and moving forward unbidden, Lady Constance calmly seated herself in a chair opposite to that of the cardinal, while her women placed themselves behind her, and thus, in silence, she waited for him to speak. "Lady," said Wolsey, when she was seated, "at the time I saw you last, I proposed to you a marriage, which in point of rank, of fortune, and of every other accessory circumstance, is one which may well be counted amongst the best of the land, and for which I expected to have your thanks. Instead thereof, however, I received, at the moment of my departure for York, a letter wherein, with a mild obstinacy and an humble pride, you did reject what was worthy of your best gratitude. A month has now waned since then, and I trust that calm reflection has restored you to your sense of what is right, which being the case, all that is past shall be pardoned and forgot." "Your proposal, my lord cardinal," replied Lady Constance, "was doubtless intended for my happiness, and therein you have my most sincere gratitude. But yet I see not how I can have merited either reproof or pardon, in a matter which, alone concerning myself, no one can judge of but myself." "You speak amiss, lady," said Wolsey haughtily. "Ay, and very boldly do you speak. Am I not your guardian by the English law? And are you not my ward? Say, lady, say." "I am your ward, my lord," replied Lady Constance, her spirit rising under his oppression, "but not your slave. You are my guardian, but not my master." "You are nice in your refinements, lady," said the cardinal; "but if I am your guardian, I am to judge what is good for you, till such time as the law permits you to judge for yourself." "That time is within 1 month, my lord," answered Constance; "and even were it longer, I never yet did hear that a guardian could force a ward to wed against her will, though I at once acknowledge his right to forbid her marriage where he may judge against it." "Nay," exclaimed Wolsey, "this is somewhat too much. This bold spirit, lady, becomes you not, and must be abated. Learn that though I in gentleness rule you but as a ward, and for your own good control your stubborn will, the king, your sovereign, may act with a stronger hand, and, heedless of your idle fancies, compel you to obey." "Then to the king, my sovereign, I appeal," said Constance, "sure that his justice and his clemency will yield me that protection which, God help me, I much need." "Your appeal is in vain, proud girl," cried the cardinal, rising angrily, while the fiery spirit flashed forth from his dark eye. "I stand here armed in this case with the king's power, and commissioned to speak his will, and 'tis in his name that I command you, on Thursday next, at God's altar, to give your hand to your noble cousin, Lord Darby, ay, and gratefully to give it, without which you may fall to beggary and want. For know that all those broad lands which now so swell your pride are claimed by Sir Payan Wileton in right of male descent, and may pass away like a shadow from your feeble hand, leaving you naught but your vanity for dowry." "Then let them pass," said Constance firmly, for I would sooner 1,000 times be landless, friendless, hopeless, than wed a man I do not love. And end your days in a nunnery you should have added to the catalogue of woes you call upon your head," said the cardinal sternly. "For as I live, such shall be your fate. Choose either to give your vows to your cousin or to heaven, lady, for no other choice shall be left you. Till Thursday next I give you to decide, and while you ponder, York Place shall be your abode. Lady, no more," he added, seeing her about to speak. "I have not time to argue against your fine wit. To-night, if I reach Westminster in time, I will send down your litter. If not, to-morrow by 8 of the clock, and be you prepared. I have done." Constance would not trust her voice with any reply, for the very efforts she had made to conceal her agitation had but served to render it more overpowering, and it was now ready to burst forth in tears. Repressing them, however, she rose, and bending her head to the cardinal, returned to her own apartments. Here Dr. Wilbraham awaited her in no small anxiety to know the event of her conference with Wolsey, which, as it had been so short, he judged must be favourable. Lady Constance soon undeceived him, however, and shocked and indignant at the cardinal's haughty and tyrannical conduct, he at once agreed with the lady that she had no resource but flight. "It is very strange indeed," cried the good man. "I have often heard that the Lord Cardinal is haughty and cruel, and indeed men lay to his charge that he never does anything but for his own interests, but I would never believe it before. I thought that God would never have placed so much power in the hands of so bad a man. But his ways are inscrutable, and his name be praised. Now, my dear lady, what is to be done? Where are we to go? Had not I better go and tell Osborne, in order that he may know all about it?" "On no account," replied Constance, "however painful it may be, my good friend, and painful indeed it is, I acknowledge." And while she spoke, the long repressed tears burst forth, and rolled rapidly over her face. "I must go without even bidding him adieu. I would not for the world involve him at this time in a business which might bring about his ruin. He shall be innocent even of the knowledge of my flight, so that Wolsey shall have no plea against him. When his fate is fixed and the storm is blown away, I will let him know where I am, for I owe him that at least. Even for you, my good Dr. Wilbraham, I fear," she continued, "if you fly with me, may it not bring down upon your head some ecclesiastical censure? If so, for heaven's sake, let me go with Margaret alone." "Why, it may indeed," answered the chaplain thoughtfully. "I have forgot that. It may indeed. What can be done?" "Then you shall stay," replied Lady Constance, with some degree of mournfulness of accent at the thought of the friendless loneliness with which she was going to cast herself upon the wide, inhospitable world. "Then you shall stay indeed." "What, and leave you to wander about alone, I know not whither?" cried the young clergyman. "No, my child, no. Did all the dangers in the world hang over my head, where you go, there will I go too. If I cannot protect you much, which, God help me, is not in my power, at least I can console you under your sorrows, and support you during your pilgrimage, by pointing continually to that being who is the protector of the widow and the orphan, the friend of the friendless and the desolate. Lady, I will go with you. All the dangers in the world shall not scare me from your side." A new energy seemed to have sprung up in the bosom of the clergyman, and by his advice and assistance, Lady Constance's plans and arrangements for her flight were very soon completed. It was agreed that herself, Dr. Wilbraham, and Mistress Margaret, the waiting woman, should immediately take boat, and proceed by water to the little village of Tothill, from whence a walk of 5 minutes would bring them to the house of the physician Dr. Butts, who, as the old chaplain observed, was, though his nephew, a man of an active and piercing mind, and would probably find some means to facilitate their escape to France. By landing some little way from his house, they hoped to prevent their route from being traced afterwards, and thus to evade pursuit, as to be overtaken and brought back would involve far more danger than even to remain where they were and dare the worst. All this being determined between Lady Constance and the clergyman, Mistress Margaret was called in, and informed of as much of the plan as was necessary to enable her to make up her mind whether she would accompany her young lady or not. Without a moment's hesitation, she decided upon going, and having received her orders, proceeded to arrange for their journey such articles of apparel as were absolutely necessary, together with all her lady's money and jewels. She also was deputed to inform the other servants that Lady Constance thought it best to follow the Lord Cardinal to York Place immediately, instead of waiting for the litter which he had promised to send, and that she only permitted herself and Dr. Wilbraham to accompany her. Everything being ready, a man was sought to carry the 2 large bags to which their luggage was restricted, and Constance prepared to put in execution the very important step on which she had determined. Her heart sank, it is true, and her spirit almost failed, as Dr. Wilbraham took her by the hand to lead her to the boat, but remembering to what she would expose herself if she stayed, she recalled her courage and proceeded on her way. In the antechamber, however, she had a painful scene to go through, for her women, not deceived by Mistress Margaret's tale, clung round their lady for what they deemed might be a last farewell. All of them, born upon her father's lands, had grown up, as it were, with her, and for some good quality called from amongst the other peasantry to the honour of serving the heiress of de Grey, had become attached to her by early habit, as well as by the affection which her gentle manners and sweet disposition were certain to produce in all those by whom she was surrounded. Many a bitter tear was shed by the poor girls as they saw their lady about to leave them, and Constance herself, unable to refrain from weeping, thereby not only encouraged their grief, but confirmed their fears. Angry with herself for giving way to her feelings when she felt the absolute necessity of governing them strictly, Constance gently disengaged herself from her maids, and promising to let them hear of her soon, proceeded to the waterside, where they easily procured a boat to convey them down the river. The irrevocable step was now taken, and Constance and the chaplain both sat in silence, contemplating the vague future, and striving, amidst all the dim uncertain shapes that it presented, to ascertain, even as far as probability went, what might be their fate. But the dark impenetrable curtain, drawn ever between to-day and to-morrow, still barred their view, leaving only room for hope and fear to range within the wide circle of unceasing doubt. Long before arriving at Tothill, the sun had gone down, and the cold wind, blowing from the river, chilled Lady Constance as she sat in the open boat without any other covering than a long veil added to her ordinary apparel. Notwithstanding this, she judged it best to bid their 2 rowers continue their course as far as Westminster, fearing that the little knowledge of the localities possessed, either by Dr. Wilbraham or herself, might cause them to lose their way if they pursued their original intention of landing at Tothill, and hoping that the darkness, which was now coming thick upon them, would at least conceal their path from the boat to the house of Dr. Butts. To ensure this, as soon as they landed, Mistress Margaret took one of the bags, and the good clergyman the other, and having satisfied the boatmen for their labour, the whole party began to thread the narrow, tortuous lanes and streets constituting the good town of Westminster. After various turnings and windings, however, they discovered that they were not on the right track, and were obliged to ask their way of an old locksmith, who was just shutting up his shop. The direction they received from the worthy artificer was somewhat confused, and contained so many rights and lefts, that by the time they had taken 2 more turnings, each person of the 3 had got a different reading of the matter, and could in no way agree as to their farther proceeding. "He said we were to go on in this street till we came to a lantern, I am sure," said Dr. Wilbraham. "No, no, sir," cried Mistress Margaret. "It was the next street after we had turned to the left. Did he not say, take the first street to the right, and then the first again to the right, and then the second to the left, and then go on till we came to a lantern?" Dr. Wilbraham denied the position, and the matter was only terminated by Constance proposing that they should proceed to the second turning at least. Then, if we see a light in the street to the left, she continued, we may reasonably suppose that that is the turning he meant, unless before that we find a lantern here too, and then we can but ask again. But make haste, my dear Dr. Wilbraham, for there is a man behind who seems as if he were watching us." This last observation quickened all their motions, and proceeding as far as possible, they found that Mistress Margaret was in the right, for immediately in the centre of the second turning, to the left, appeared a lantern, shedding its dim small light down the long perspective of the street, which, be it remarked, was highly favourable in having such an appendage, few and scanty being the lights that, in that age, illuminated the streets of London after dark, and those, as in the present instance, being the boon of private individuals. Pursuing their way, then, towards this brilliant luminary, with many a look behind to ascertain whether they were followed, which did not appear to be the case, they found another street diverging to the right, which shared in the beneficent rays of the lantern, and which also conducted into a known latitude, namely, a sort of little square that was instantly recognised by the chaplain as being in the immediate proximity of his nephew's dwelling. The house of Dr. Bust's now soon presented itself, and entering the little court before it, the clergyman was just about to knock against the door which fronted them, when someone, entering the court from the street, laid hold of his arm, saying, "Stop, stop, if you please. You must come with me to my Lord Cardinal." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Come with words as medicinal as true, honest as either. Shakespeare. Now there are many people who would here leave their reader in suspense, and darting off to some other part of the tale, would not give the most remote hint of Lady Constance's fate, till they had drawled through 2 or 3 long chapters about a frog and a roasted apple, or any other thing, if possible still more irrelevant. But far be such disingenuous dealings from me, whose sole aim, intent, and object is to give my reader pleasure, and by now and then detailing some little accident or adventure, to keep him just enough awake to prevent the volume falling out of his hand into the fire, to win sometimes a smile, and sometimes a sigh, without aspiring either to laughter or tears, tickling his soul, as it were, with the point of a feather, so as neither to rouse nor to lull, and to leave him in such a state that when he lays down the book he knows not whether he has been reading or dreaming. Such are the luxurious aspirations of Vonderbrugius, who is recorded to have himself written more than 1 volume in his sleep, and to have even carried them to the printer in a state of somnambulancy. After this, without more ado, he proceeds to relate that the worthy Dr. Wilbraham, finding somebody take him by the arm, turned round in a state of vexation and worry, if I may use the word, which overcame the natural gentleness of his disposition, and made him demand, rather sharply, what the stranger wanted with him. "Why, doctor," replied the man, "you must come instantly to my Lord Cardinal, who has been struck with the pestilent air in returning from Richmond, and desires to consult with you on the means of preventing its bad effects." "Pshaw!" cried the good chaplain pettishly. "I'm not Dr. Butts. How could you frighten me so? We come to see the doctor ourselves." "Stand out of the way, then, if you are not him," cried the man, changing his tone, and rudely pushing between the clergyman and Lady Constance. "The cardinal must be served first, before such as you, at least." And knocking loudly against the door, he soon brought forth a page, who informed him that the physician was at the house of old Sir Guy Willoughby, farther down in the same street. On this news, the messenger immediately set off again, leaving Dr. Wilbraham to discuss what matters he liked with the page, now that his own insolent haste was satisfied. The servants instantly recognised their master's uncle, and permitted him, with his fair companions, to enter and take possession of his book-room, while awaiting his return; and the rosy maid, whom Sir Osborne had found scrubbing crucibles, now bustled about with good-humoured activity to make the lady comfortable. Long seemed the minutes, however, to the mind of poor Constance, till the physician's return. Her path was now entirely amidst uncertainties, and at each step she knew not whether it would lead her to safety or destruction. Such a proceeding as that in which she was engaged does not strike one, when calmly related, as full of half the anxiety and alarm that really accompanied it. Let it be remembered that not only her fortune, but her liberty for life, and the whole happiness of her existence, were involved, and it may be then conceived that with trembling fear she awaited each incident that might tend to forward her escape or to betray her flight. Though it seemed to her an age, Dr. Butts was not really long in returning, but no language can depict the astonishment of his countenance when he beheld Lady Constance with his uncle. "Odds life!" cried he, "what is this? Lady, are you ill, or well, or wise? Uncle, are you mad, or drunk, or foolish?" The good clergyman informed him that he was in none of the predicaments to which he alluded, and then proceeded to relate the circumstances and motives which had induced them to resolve upon leaving the court of England and flying to France, to claim the protection of the French king, who was, in fact, the lady's sovereign as far as regarded her maternal estates. "It's a bad business," cried Dr. Butts, who still stood in the middle of the floor, rubbing his chin, and not yet recovered from his surprise. "It's a bad business. I always thought it would be a bad business. Nay, nay, lady, do not weep," continued the kind-hearted mediciner, seeing the tears that began to roll silently over Constance's cheek. "It is not so bad as that. Wolsey will doubtless claim you at the hands of the French king, but Francis is not a man to give you up. However, take my advice. Retire quietly to one of your chateaux, and live like a nun till such time as this great friendship between the two courts is past. It will not last long," he added, with a sententious shake of the head. "It will not last long. But, nevertheless, you keep yourself in France as secretly as may be, while it does last." "But how to get to France is the question," said Dr. Wilbraham. "We shall do well enough when we are there, I doubt not. It is how to get to France that we must think of." "Oh, we will manage that," replied Dr. Butts. "We will manage that, though, indeed, these are not things that I like to meddle with. But, nevertheless, I suppose I must in this case. Nay, nay, my dear lady, do not grieve. 'Slife, you are a soldier's daughter, and afraid. Nay, cheer up, cheer up. It shall go right, I warrant." The doctor seated himself, and observing that Constance looked pale and cold, he insisted on her swallowing a Venice glass of mulled sack and going to bed. As to the sack, he said, he would insure it for the best in Europe, and in regard to the beds in his house, he could only say that he had once entertained the four most famous alchemists of the world, and they were not men to sleep on hard beds. "Taste the sack, lady, taste the sack," he continued. "Believe me, it is the best medicine in the pharmacy, and certainly the only one I ever take myself. Then while you go and court your pillow, I will devise some scheme with this good uncle of mine to help you over to the Frenchman's shore." The physician's rosy maid was now called, and conducted Lady Constance and Mistress Margaret to a handsome bedchamber, where we shall leave them for the present, and without prying into Dr. Butts's household furniture, return to the consultation that was going on below. "Well, uncle," said the physician, as soon as Lady Constance had left them, "you have shown your wisdom truly in running away with an heiress for another man. On my life, you have beaten the man who was hanged for his friend, saying that he would do as much for him another time. Why, do you know you can never show your face in England again?" "My good nephew," replied Dr. Wilbraham quietly, "for all your fine words, if you had been in my situation, you would have done just as I have done. I know you, Charles." "Not I, faith," cried Dr. Butts. "I would not have budged a foot." "What! when you saw her cast upon the world, friendless and helpless," cried the old man, "with nobody to advise her, with nobody to aid her, with nobody to console her? So sweet a girl, too, such an angel in heart, in mind, in disposition, all desolate and alone in this wild, rough world. Fie, Charles, fie! You would have gone with her." Perhaps I might," replied the physician. "However, let us now think of the best means of serving her. What can be done?" As usual in such cases, 50 plans were propounded, which, on examination, were found to be unfeasible. "I have it!" cried Dr. Butts at last, after discarding an infinite variety. "There was a nun's litter came up yesterday to the inn hard by. It will hold 3, but you shall set off to-morrow by daybreak as nuns." "But how?" cried Dr. Wilbraham, with horror and astonishment depicted in his face. "You don't mean me to go as a nun?" "Faith, but I do," replied the physician. "It would be fully as bad for you to be discovered as for Lady Constance. Now, there is no dress in the world that I know of but a nun's that will cover your face and hide your beard. Oh, you shall be a nun by all means. I will get the 3 dresses this very night from a frippery in Poole Street. I will knock them up, and you shall be well shaved to-morrow morning, and will make as fine an old Sister Monica as the best of them." Dr. Wilbraham still held out stoutly, declaring that he would not so disguise himself and disgrace his cloth on any account or consideration. Nor was it till the physician showed him plainly that by this means alone Lady Constance's safety could be ensured, that he would at all hear of the travesty thus proposed. "Where, then, do you intend us to go?" asked Dr. Wilbraham, almost crying with vexation at the bare idea of being so metamorphosed. "I cannot, and I will not, remain long in such a dress." "Why, you must go down to Sandwich," answered the physician. "There is a religious house there, under a sub-prioress, about a mile out of the town, looking out over the sea. I know the dame, and a little money will do much with her. Nay, look not shocked, good uncle. I mean not to say that she is wicked, and would endanger her soul's repose for mammon, but she is one of those that look leniently on small faults, and would not choke at such an innocent sin as helping you out of the cardinal's power. The time is lucky too, for the cold wind last night has given his haughty lord cardinalship a flow of humours to the head, and he is as frightened about himself as a hen before a dray horse, so that perhaps he may not think of sending to Richmond as soon as he proposed." "But Charles," said Dr. Wilbraham, whose abhorrence of the nun's dress was not to be vanquished, and who would have been right glad to escape the infliction on any excuse, "will not your servants, who have seen us come in one dress, think it very strange when they see us go away in another, and may they not betray us?" "Pshaw!" cried Dr. Butts. "They see 1,000 odder things every day in a physician's house. Do you think I let my servants babble? No, no. They know well that they must have neither eyes, ears, nor understanding for anything that passes within these doors. If I were to find that they even did so much as to recollect a person they had once seen with me, they should troop. But stay. Go you to bed and rest. I will away for these dresses, and bespeak the litter for to-morrow at 5. At Sandwich you are sure to find a bark for Boulogne." The next morning Dr. Wilbraham was awakened before it was light by the physician entering his room with a candle in his hand, and followed by a barber, who, taking the good priest by the nose, shaved him most expeditiously before he was out of bed, having been informed by Dr. Butts that the person under his hands was a poor insane patient, who would not submit to any very tedious tonsorial operation. When this was done, much to the surprise of the chaplain, who was in truth scarcely awake, the barber was sent away, and the physician produced the long black dress of a Benedictine nun, into which, after much entreaty, he persuaded Dr. Wilbraham to get; not, however, without the rest of his clothes, for no argument would induce him to put on the woman's dress without the man's under it. First, then, he was clothed with his ordinary black vest and silk hose, above which came a full and seemly cassock, and then, as a superstructure, was placed at the top of all the long black robes of the nun, which swelled his bulk out to no inconsiderable size. This, however, was not a disadvantage, for being tall and thin, he had great need for some superstitious contour to make his height seem less enormous when conjoined with his female habiliments. Upon the whole, with the rope tied round his middle, and the coif and veil, he made a very respectable nun, though there was in the whole figure a certain long-backed rigidity of carriage and straggling wideness of step that smacked infinitely of the masculine gender. When all was completed, the physician led his transformed uncle down to a little hall, to which Lady Constance and Mistress Margaret had already found their way, habited in similar garments to those which Dr. Butts had furnished for the chaplain. In point of beauty, Constance had never, perhaps, looked better than now, when her small, exquisite features and clear, delicate complexion, slightly shaded by the nun's cap, had acquired an additional degree of softness, which harmonized well with the pensive, melancholy expression that circumstances had communicated to her countenance. However, she was, perhaps, even more sad and agitated than the night before, when haste had in some degree superseded thought. She had now passed a nearly sleepless night, during the long hours of which 1,000 fears and anxieties had visited her pillow, and on rising, the necessity of quitting her customary dress and assuming a disguise impressed more strongly than ever upon her mind the dangers of her situation. The only person that seemed fully in her element was Mistress Margaret, who, though, with the exception of a little selfishness, a most excellent being, could not be expected to have fulfilled for several years the high functions of lady's maid without having acquired some of the spirit of the office. God knows, in Lady Constance's service, she had possessed small opportunity of exercising in any way her talents for even the little intrigue d'antichambre; and though, in the case of Sir Osborne, she had done her best to show her tact by retiring à propos, the present was the first occasion on which she could enjoy a real, bustling, energetic adventure, and, to do her justice, she enacted the nun to the life. With a vastly consequential air she hurried about, till the rustling of her black serge and the rattling of her wooden cross and rosary were quite edifying; and finding herself, by dress at least, on an equality with her mistress, she took the bridle off her tongue and let it run its own course, which it did not fail to do with great vigour and activity. On the entrance of Dr. Wilbraham, with his face clad in rueful solemnity, and his long strides at every step spreading out the petticoats with which his legs were environed, like the parachute of a balloon when it begins to descend, Mistress Margaret laughed outright, and even Lady Constance, while reproving her for her ill-placed gaiety, could hardly forbear a smile. "My dear Dr. Wilbraham," said Constance, seeing the chagrin that sat upon his countenance, "for how very much have I to thank you, and believe me, I feel deeply all the regard you must have for me, to induce you to assume a disguise that must be so disagreeable to you." "Well," said Dr. Butts, "you are a sweet creature, and to my mind it would not be difficult to make a man do anything to serve you. However, sit you down, lady. Here is something to break your fast, and as it must serve for dinner and supper too, I will have you eat whether you are hungry or not, for there must be as little stopping on the road as possible, and no chattering, Mistress Margaret. Mind you that." Mistress Margaret vowed that she was silence itself, and the meal which the good doctor's foresight had taken care to provide for them being ended, he led them forth by a different door from that which had given them entrance, not choosing to trust even the servants, of whose discretion he had boasted the night before. Day had now dawned, and in the courtyard of the inn they found a large litter, or sort of long box swung between two horses, one before and the other behind, and accompanied by a driver on horseback, who, smacking his whip, seemed tired of waiting for them. "Come, get in," cried he. "I have been waiting half an hour. There's room enough for you, sure," he proceeded, seeing some little difficulty occur in placing the travellers. "Why, I brought four just like you up from Gloucester in it 3 days ago. Here, come over to this side, Mother Longshanks." This address to Dr. Wilbraham had again very near overset Miss Margaret's gravity, but at length, all being placed, in spite of the chaplain's long legs, which were rather difficult to pack, the travellers took leave of the physician and commenced their journey to the sea coast. All passed on tranquilly enough through the forenoon, and at a little watering house where they stopped on the road, they were enabled quietly to rehearse their parts as Sister Wilbraham, Sister Margaret, and Sister Grey. The good clergyman declared that his part should be to keep down his veil and hold his tongue, and Mistress Margaret willingly undertook to be the talker for the whole party, while Constance, not yet at all assured of safety, listened for every sound with a beating heart, and trembled at every suspicious look that she beheld, or fancied that she beheld, in the people around her. As soon as the horses were sufficiently refreshed, they again began their journey, and had proceeded some way when the galloping of a horse made itself heard behind them, and through the opening of the curtains they could perceive a sergeant-at-arms, with full cognizance, and accompanied by 2 followers, pass by the side of their vehicle. In a moment after, he stopped on overtaking their driver, who was a little in advance, and seemed to question him in a hasty tone. "3 nuns!" cried he at length. "I must see that." Constance, almost fainting, drew back in the corner of the litter, while Dr. Wilbraham shrunk himself up to the smallest space possible, and in fact Mistress Margaret was the only one who preserved her presence of mind. "If it were the Lord Cardinal himself," whispered she to her lady, "he would never know you, my lady, in that dress." In the meantime, the sergeant-at-arms rode up, and drew back the curtain of the litter. "Your pardon, ladies," said he, giving a look round, which seemed quite satisfactory. "I ask your pardon, but as I am sent in pursuit of some runaways, I was obliged to look in." Here the matter would have terminated, had not Mistress Margaret, desirous of showing off a total want of fear, replied, "Quite welcome, fair sir, quite welcome. We are travelling the same road." The officer replied, and this brought on a long allegory on the part of Mistress Margaret, who told him that they were nuns of Richborough, who had been to London for medical advice for poor Sister Mary there, in the corner, pointing to Dr. Wilbraham, who was troubled with the falling sickness. The sergeant-at-arms recommended woodlice drowned in vinegar as a sovereign cure, which the pretended nun informed him they had tried, and though it must be owned that the abigail played her part admirably well, yet nevertheless she contrived to keep her lady and the chaplain in mortal fear for half an hour longer than was necessary. At length, however, the officer, taking his leave, rode away, and then descended upon the head of Mistress Margaret the whole weight of good Dr. Wilbraham's indignation. Not for many years had he preached such an eloquent sermon upon the duty of adhering strictly to the truth as on the present occasion, and he pointed out clearly to the waiting woman that she had told at least 32 lies more than the circumstances required. Mistress Margaret, however, was obstinate in her error, and would not see the distinction, declaring angrily that she would either tell no lies at all, and let it be known who they were, or she would tell as many as she thought proper. "Margaret," said Lady Constance, in a calm, reproachful tone, that had more effect than a more violent reproof, "you forget yourself." The abigail was silent, but nevertheless she determined in her own mind to give the good doctor more truth than he might like, on the very first occasion, and such an opportunity was not long in occurring. With the usual hankering which drivers and postilions always have for bad inns, the master of the litter did not fail to stop for the night at one of the smallest, meanest, and most uncomfortable little alehouses on the road; and on getting out of the vehicle, the 3 nuns were all shown into one room, containing 2 beds, one large and one small one. It may easily be supposed that such an arrangement did not very well suit the circumstances of the case, and Constance looked at Dr. Wilbraham, and Dr. Wilbraham at Constance, in some embarrassment. On inquiring whether they could not have another room, they were informed that there was indeed such a thing in the house, but that it was always reserved for guests of quality. The hostess was surprised at nuns giving themselves such airs. The room they had would do very well for 3 people, and, in short, that they should have no other. During all this time, Mistress Margaret remained obstinately silent, but at length, seeing the distress of her mistress, she brought up her forces to the charge, and turned the tide of battle. Attacking the hostess full tilt, she declared that there should be another room found directly, informing her that the young lady was not a simple nun, but noble and rich, and just named prioress of the Lord knows where, that Sister Mary, i.e. Dr. Wilbraham, was badly troubled with a night cough, which would keep the prioress awake at night, and, in short, that Sister Mary must and should have a room to herself, for which, however, they would willingly pay. This latter hint overcame the hostess's objections, and the matter being thus settled, they were allowed to repose in peace for the night. Fatigue, anxiety, and want of sleep had now completely exhausted Constance, and weariness, acting the part of peace, closed her eyes in happy forgetfulness till the next morning, when they again set out for Sandwich. Without any new adventure, they arrived at that town, and after passing through it, quickly perceived the convent rising on a slight elevation to the left. As soon as this was in sight, so that he could not miss his way, Dr. Wilbraham got out of the litter for the purpose of pulling off his nun's dress under some hedge, in order that, by following a little later than themselves, he might appear at the gate of the nunnery in his true character, without the change being remarked by the driver of the litter, to whom he said on descending that he would follow on foot. After this, Constance and Mistress Margaret proceeded alone, and in a few minutes reached the convent, where, presenting Dr. Butts's letter to the prioress, they were received with all kindness and attention, and found themselves comparatively free from danger. Dr. Wilbraham was not long in arriving, restored to his proper costume, and being admitted to the parlour, entered into immediate consultation with the superior and Constance, as to the best means of concluding their flight as happily as it had commenced. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. So catchers and snatchers do toil both night and day, not needy, but greedy, still prowling for their prey. However a poor novelist may like to pursue the even tenor of his way in peace and quietness, it is quite impossible for him to do so if he take a true story for the basis of his tale. Circumstance is always jumping about, and if he would follow nature, he must join in the game of leapfrog too. Here is the palace of fortune, with its glitter and its splendour and its show, and there the cottage of want, with its care and its foulness and its misery. In one house, newborn life is coming into the world, all joyous. In the next, stern death leads man away to eternity. Weeping sorrow and laughing joy sit mocking each other at every step, and smiles and tears are still running after each other on the high road, though little formed to bear company together. Then, since the world is full of oppositions and of jumps, he that copies it must sit upon his hind legs and play the kangaroo also. I found it necessary to put forth this excuse before proceeding with Vonderbrugius, who, without offering any reason for doing so, suddenly flies back to scenes that we have not long quitted, and brings the reader once more to London, where he shall be detained as short a time as possible on the word of a scribe. All those who have read the history of that little powerful nook of island earth called Great Britain must very well know that the imperious minister of Henry VIII was not one to receive contradiction with patient resignation. What then was his rage on hearing that Lady Constance de Grey was not to be found at Richmond? True to what he threatened, Wolsey had not failed, immediately on arriving in London, to send a horse litter down to Richmond for his fair ward, notwithstanding the lateness of the hour, and the cold he had himself experienced on the water. And towards 11 the same night, his messengers returned, informing him that the lady was not to be found in the palace, adding also that a man belonging to the gate had been employed to carry some luggage for her down to a 2-oared boat, which had received her at the stairs, and rowed off towards Westminster. This was the sum of all the news they had obtained, but it was sufficient to guide Wolsey on the search which he instantly prepared to institute for the fugitive. Before going to rest, he took every precaution for preventing her leaving the kingdom, ordered messengers to set out early the next morning for every port where she was likely to embark, and commanded an officer to post to Richmond that very night, and, stationing himself at the palace stairs, to await the arrival of the men who rowed the boat which had conveyed her away, giving him at the same time an order for their arrest. In regard to the couriers to the various ports, we shall leave them to their fate, not embarrassing ourselves with a search half over the realm, but shall pursue the movements of the other messenger, from whose operations very important results were obtained. Though heartily wishing the Cardinal and Lady Constance well scourged, the one as the proximate, the other as his remote cause of his night ride, the officer got into his saddle, and, accompanied by 2 followers, set out for Richmond, where they arrived towards 2 o'clock in the morning. Men of curious and philosophic mind have remarked that there is always a pot-house near a waterman's stairs, and the same fact was observable in the present instance. Nearly opposite to the landing on the left-hand side stood the hospitable mansion of a beer retailer, who dealt out the British nectar to all those who had the means of paying for it, and in his window, even at the hour of 2 o'clock, was shining a lamp, whereat the officer marvelled, as the neighbourhood of the palace enjoined order and sobriety amongst the multitude. Riding up, however, he dismounted, and, pushing open the door, perceived that the tap-room was occupied by a single individual of the waterman species, whose sleepy head, nodding backwards and forwards, often approached so near the lamp upon the table as to threaten his red nose with a conflagration. Without any regard for the rites of Morpheus, the officer shook the sleeper heartily by the shoulder, whereupon he started up, crying, "Well, I'm ready. How long you've been! I've been awaiting this hour." "Waiting for whom?" demanded the officer. "Not for me, I'm sure, or with my will you'd waited long enough." "Lord bless us, sir, I beg your worship's pardon," said the man, rubbing his eyes. "I thought you were the 2 yeomen that hired my boat to take the young lady to Lunnon. Curious folks they were, not to let me row my own boat. They promised to be back by 1, and so Master Tapster lets me sit up here for 'em. I thought you were them 2 indeed." "No, I'm a single man, and never was 2 in my life," answered the officer. "But about these 2 yeomen. At 1 o'clock you say they were to come? Pray, how came you to let them your boat?" "Lord, because they asked me, sure," replied the waterman. "That's how." "But how do you know they will ever bring it back again?" demanded the officer. "Because they left me 10 marks as a pledge," answered the other. "No, no, I wasn't to be outwitted. I saw they wanted the boat very bad, so I let them have it for a mark by the day, but I made them leave me 10 others, so if the boat be lost or hurt, I've got double its worth in my own pocket." "And what did they say they were going to do with it?" demanded the officer. "Oh, I didn't ask," said the waterman, "but walking about, I saw them lie there at the stairs for near an hour, till presently comes down a young lady, and an old priest, and a waiting woman, as I judged, and in they get, and away they rows the boat toward Lunnon. They were lusty rowers, I warrant you, and good at the trade, but your worship seems mighty curious about them." "Ay, and so curious," answered the officer, "that they shall both come with me to London if they come hither to-night, and you too, Master Waterman, so hold yourself ready. Ho, Thomas, come in and stay with this worthy. See that he does not budge. You, Will, put up the horses, and then come down to me at the stairs." The excellent tipstaff now, after cutting short the remonstrance of the boatman, proceeded to the waterside, and, crossing his arms, waited, with his eyes fixed upon the bright river as it flowed on, rippling like waves of silver in the moonshine. In a few minutes he was joined by his follower, and before long a black spot appeared moving up the midst of the stream, while the plashing of distant oars began to make itself heard. As the boat came nearer, 2 men were plainly to be seen rowing it towards the landing-place, one of whom, raising his head when they were within a few yards' distance, exclaimed, "Is that you, Master Perkins?" "Ay, ay," answered the officer, imitating, as well as he could, the gruff halloo of a waterman, and walking about with his hands in his breeches pockets as if to keep himself warm. Without more ado, the boat pulled to the shore, and one of the men jumped out, whereupon the officer instantly caught him by the collar, exclaiming, "In the king's name, I charge you go with me." Pull off," cried the man to his companion. "By the Lord, he has grabbed me. Pull off, boy." The other rower, without scruple, pushed from the shore before the tipstaff's man could secure the bow of the boat, and seeing his companion caught beyond the power of extrication, he snatched up the other oar and pulled away down the river as hard as he could. "And now, what the devil do you want with me?" cried the man sturdily, turning to the officer. "Come, off with your hands. Don't be fingering my collar so hard, or I'll crack your nutshell for you." And at the same time he struggled to shake off the other's grasp, but the officer, who seemed accustomed to deal with persons that did not particularly relish his ministry, very soon settled the question with his prisoner by striking him a blow over the head with a staff he carried, in such sort as to level him with the ground. It is wonderful how soothing to the prisoner's feelings this mild treatment seemed to be, for without any further effort he suffered himself to be led away to the ale-house, from whence he was safely removed the next morning to Westminster, the original owner of the boat being carried along with him as a witness. And here let me beg all constables, Bow Street officers, scarlet runners, street keepers, constables of the night, and watchmen, who may read this excellent and instructive history, to take example by the prudence of this officer, who, having acquired all the information he could from other sources, wisely abstained from asking his prisoner any questions whatsoever, leaving his examination to be taken by competent persons. Carrying his game directly to York House, the worthy and exemplary tipstaff, whose name I should not fail to record, had not Vonderbrugius unfeelingly omitted it, this prince of tipstaves, I say, placed his charge in a place of security, and, on the cardinal's return from Westminster Hall, informed him of all that he had done to fulfil the mission with which he had honoured him. The cardinal praised the tipstaff's zeal, and beginning to suspect that there was some mystery in the business, more than the mere course which Constance had taken, he ordered the prisoner and the evidence to be brought instantly before him, and proceeded himself to investigate the matter, and to see whether his fingers would be neat enough to pick the needle out of the bottle of hay, a delicate operation, for which there is but one method, which may be called the Alexandrine, namely, burn the hay, and you are sure to get the needle. Something similar was the proceeding which the cardinal proposed to adopt, for no sooner was the prisoner brought before him, rather pale with fright, and somewhat nervous with his night's entertainment, that he pronounced a most eloquent oration upon the necessity of meeting death with firmness, warning the unhappy man at the same time that he had nothing to hope in this world, and bidding him to prepare for the next. Through the whole, however, he suffered to appear, implied, though not expressed, the possibility that a free confession of all the culprit knew concerning Lady Constance de Grey and her evasion might take the sting out of his offence, and disencumber his windpipe of the pressing familiarity with which it was threatened by a hempen cord. In those times rights were but little defined, and the extent of the great civil and political powers hardly ascertained even to the minds of the cultivated and reflecting, much less to people in the rank of the person who now stood before the prelate, surrounded by all those impressive insignia which then indeed implied vast though borrowed power. Without going into the metaphysics of the business, it will be sufficient for my purpose to say that the poor fellow was desperately frightened, especially as he had upon his conscience more than one hearty crime, which he well knew might at any time prove a sufficient excuse for sending him part of the way to heaven, whether he ever made the whole journey out or not. Therefore, having no great interest in concealing anything he knew, and every interest in the world in telling it, he fell down upon his knees, declaring that he would reveal all, if the cardinal would make a solemn promise that he should have the king's free pardon, and the church's, for every sin, crime, and misdemeanour he had committed up to that day. It cost him nothing but a bit of parchment and a little yellow wax, and so the cardinal promised, whereupon the culprit, still upon his knees, began as follows: "My master, Sir Payan Wileton—" Sir Payan Wileton is your master, then? Cried Wolsey. So, go on. My master, Sir Payan Wileton, my gracious lord, continued the man, after he had been with your grace yesterday morning, returned home full speed to his house by the water's edge, near Tothill, and suddenly dispatched one of our yeomen down to Richmond with a poor foolish priest, saving your grace's presence, who had been with him some days. After that, he wrote a note, and giving it to me, bade me take with me Black John, and gallop down to the court like mad. Whenever I got there, I was to speak with Hatchel Sivard, whom he had set to spy all that passed at the palace, and who would help me to hire a boat for the day. After that was done, I was to seek the Lady de Grey and give her the note, and then, leaving our horses at the baiting-house, I and my fellow were to wait in the boat till the lady came, and to row her whithersoever she directed, but, above all, to seem like common watermen, and to take whatever payment she gave us. And if by chance she didn't come, we were to give up the boat and return. As may be supposed, Wolsey was not a little surprised at the intrigue which this opened to his view. So, said he, so Hatchel Sivard, the page of the Queen's antechamber, is a pensioned spy of Sir Payan Wileton? Good, very good. Of course you carried the lady to her relation's house, huh? Not so, may it please your lordship's grace, replied the man. At first she made as if she would have stopped at Tothill, but then she bade us row on to Westminster, where she landed. But you saw whither she went? Cried Wolsey, his brow darkening. Mind, your life depends upon your speaking truth. Let me but see a shade of falsehood, and you are lost. As I hope for mercy, my lord, I tell you the whole truth, replied the servant. When she was landed, I got out and followed, but, after turning through several streets, I saw that they marked me watching, so I was obliged to run down a narrow lane, hoping to catch them by going round. But they had taken some other way, and I found them not again. Wolsey let his hand drop heavily upon the table, disappointed in his expectations. You say them, fellow? Whom do you mean? He demanded. Who was with her? Her waiting woman, your grace, answered the man, and an old priest, whom Sivard says is her chaplain. Ah, said Wolsey thoughtfully, Dr. Wilbraham, this is very strange. A staid, good man, obedient to my will, coinciding in the expediency of the marriage I propose. There must be some deeper plot here of this Sir Payan Wileton. The poor girl must be deceived, and perhaps not so much obstinate as misled. I see it all. The wily traitor seeks her estates, and would fain both stop her marriage and bring her within my displeasure. A politic scheme, upon my honour, but it shall not succeed. Secretary, bid an usher speed to Sir Payan Wileton, and, greeting him sweetly, request his presence for a moment here. It was the latter part of the above speech only that met the ears of those around, the rest being muttered to himself in a low and almost inaudible tone. Pray, your lordship's grace, cried the man, clasping his hands in terror as soon as he heard Wolsey's command, do not let Sir Payan have me. I shall not be alive this time 2 days, if you do. Indeed I shan't. Your grace does not know him. There is nothing stops him in his will, and I shall be found dead in my bed, or drowned in a pond, or tumbled out of a window, or something like, and then Sir Payan will pretend to make an investigation, and have the crowner, and it will be found all accident. If it is the same to your lordship's grace, I would rather be hanged at once, and know what I'm about, than be given up to Sir Payan, to die no one can tell how. Fear not, fool, said Wolsey, but tell the whole truth, and you shall be safe, ay, and rewarded. Conceal anything, and you shall be hanged. Take him away, secretary, and examine him carefully. Make him give an exact account of everything he has seen in the house of Sir Payan Wileton, and after putting it in writing, swear him to it, and then, hark you, and he whispered something to the secretary, adding, let him be there well used. The man was now removed from the cardinal's presence, and waiting till the messenger returned from Sir Payan's, Wolsey remained in deep thought, revolving in his keen and scrutinising mind all the parts of the shrewd plot he had just heard developed, and thinking over the best means of punishing Sir Payan Wileton, in such a manner as to make his fall most bitter. While thus engaged, one of his secretaries entered, and bowing low, stood silent, as if waiting for permission to speak. "What is it?" said Wolsey. "Is it a matter of consequence?" The secretary bowed low again, and replied, "It is the herald's opinion, my lord, upon the succession of the old Lord Orham of Barnton, the miser, who left the 2 chests of gold, as well—" I know," said Wolsey. "How do they give it? I trust not to that base churl, William Orham, who struck my officer one day." "Oh, no, your grace," replied the secretary. "There are 2 nearer than he is, but they say the succession is quite clear. Charles Lord Orham, the great-grandfather of the last, had 3 sons, from one of whom descends William Orham, but the eldest son, succeeding, had 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom married and had issue. The eldest son, Thomas Lord Orham, who died, leaving issue one only daughter, Miss Katrine Bulmer, by courtesy the Lady Katrine Bulmer, whom your grace may remember the queen took very young, when it was found that Lord Wilmington's estate went in male descent. She is the undoubted heiress." "Ha!" said Wolsey, "that changes much. Well, well, go see that it be clearly made out. Now, what says Sir Payan Wileton?" he continued, turning to the messenger, who had just returned. "The house is empty, so please your grace," replied the usher. "All but one old porter, who says that Sir Payan and his train set out for Chilham yesterday morning, after visiting your reverend lordship. He affirms, moreover, that the knight never got off his horse, but only gave orders that the priest should be sent down to Richmond with all speed, and then rode away himself for Kent." "So," said the cardinal, his lip curling into a scornful sneer, "he finds his miscreant is caught, and thinks to deceive me with a tale that would not cloud the eyesight of an old woman. But let him stay. He shall lull himself into a fool's paradise, and then find himself fallen to nothing. That will do." The usher fell back, and for a moment Wolsey, as he was often wont, continued muttering to himself, "The Lady Katrine, she was Darby's full passion. If it lasts, he shall have her. 'Tis better than the other. Besides, the other girl is away, and he must have gold to bear out his charges at this meeting of Ardres. So shall it be. Well, well, send in whoever waits without," he added, speaking in a louder voice, and then applied himself to other business. Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. 3 sides are sure embarred with crags and hills, the rest is easy, scarce to rise espied, but mighty bulwarks fence the plainer part. So art helps nature, nature strengthened art. Fairfax. Sir Knight, if knight thou be, abandon this forestalled place as erst, for fear of farther harm. Fairy Queen. It may well be supposed that under the circumstances in which we last left Sir Osborne, his feelings could not be of the most tranquil or gratifying nature, when, after having heard all that passed upon deck, he distinguished the steps of the officer sent to arrest him coming down the ladder. Longpole, for his part, looked very much as if he would have liked to display cold iron upon the occasion, but the knight made a sign to forbear, and in a moment after, a gentleman splendidly dressed, as one high in military command, entered the cabin, followed by 2 or 3 armed attendants. "Well, sir," said the knight, not very well distinguishing the stranger's features by the light in which he stood, "I suppose—" But he had not time to finish the sentence, for the officer grasped him heartily by the hand, exclaiming, "Now heaven bless us! Lord Darnley, my dear fellow in arms, how goes it with you these 2 years?" "Excellent well, good Sir Henry Talbot," replied the knight, frankly shaking the hand of his old companion. "But say, does your business lie with me?" "No, no, good faith," replied Sir Henry. "I came upon a very different errand. Since I was with Sir Thomas Peachy and yourself in Flanders, by my good Lord Surrey's favour I have obtained the command of one of the king's great ships, and as I lay last night off the mouth of the river, a pursuivant came down from London with orders to stop every vessel that I saw, and search for a traitor who is endeavouring to make his escape to the continent." The knight's cheek burned, and for a moment he hesitated whether to avow himself at once, and repel the opprobrious epithet thus attached to the name he had assumed, and under which, he felt sure, he had never merited aught but honour. A moment's thought, however, showed him the madness of such a proceeding, and he replied, "I believe you will find no greater traitor here, Sir Henry, than myself." The officer smiled. "If that be the case," replied he, "I may as well row back to the ship. Perhaps he may be in the other vessel that lies to there, about a mile to windward. But come, Darnley, leave this filthy Dutch tub, come with me aboard, and after we have searched the other, I will land you in any part to which you are going, if it be between Middelburg and Boulogne." Although the knight did not feel himself bound, even by the most chivalrous principles of honour, to betray his own secret to Sir Henry Talbot, yet he did not consider himself at liberty to take advantage of his offer, and thus make one of the king's own ships the means of conveying him away from pursuit. He therefore replied, that as he was going to Dunkirk in some haste, and the Dutchman was steering straight thither, he thought it would be best to proceed without changing his ship, though he felt extremely obliged by the offer. The officer received his excuses in good part, and bidding him farewell, with many hearty wishes for his future prosperity, he mounted again to the dock, called his men together, abused the Dutchman vigorously for a few minutes, and getting into the boat, rowed away for his own vessel. It is hardly necessary here to inform the reader that the distinction which at present exists between the naval and military services has not been known above 150 years, and that consequently the fact of Sir Henry Talbot's having distinguished himself on land, so far from being a disqualification, was one of the highest recommendations to him in the sea service. Vonderbrugius takes no notice of the circumstance, as probably the same practice existed in his time, although the latest instance that I can call to mind is that of General Monk, who, after having lived on land all his life, grew amphibious at the age of 50. However that may be, deceiving himself as we have seen, Sir Henry Talbot left the young knight to meditate over the conduct of Wolsey, who would indeed have committed an egregious piece of folly in sending to arrest him by the name of Sir Osborne Maurice alone, if he had known him to be Lord Darnley, as Sir Osborne thought. Attributing it, however, to one of those accidental omissions which often disconcert the best arranged proceedings, the knight was congratulating himself on his good fortune, when Master Skippenhausen descended to offer his felicitations also, exclaiming, "My God, where did you hide yourself? Under that pile of hammocks, I'll warrant." "No, you man of salt herrings! No, you cousin German to a tub of butter!" exclaimed Longpole, whose indignation at the captain for having by his delay of the night before put them in such jeopardy, now broke forth irresistibly. "No, you dyke-begotten son of a swamp and a canal! If it had not been for you, we should never have run any risk, and don't flatter yourself that either you or your dirty hammocks either had any hand in saving us." "How did I make you run any risk, pray?" exclaimed the master. "You would have made me and my ship run a risk if you had been found in it, but I make you run none." "Stockfish, you lie!" cried the custrel. "Did you not lie in the mouth of the river all last night, when, if the blood in your veins had been anything but muddy Dutch puddle of the heaviest quality, you would have had us over to Dunkirk by this time? Deny it if you dare, Dutchman, and I will prove it upon your body, till I leave you no more shape than one of your own cheeses." The Dutchman bore the insolence of Longpole with all that calm magnanimity for which his nation is famed, says Vonderbrugius. However, Sir Osborne desired his attendant to be silent, and merely begging Master Skippenhausen to carry them to their destination as soon as possible, the matter ended. It was night before they arrived at Dunkirk, and without troubling the reader with all the details of their disembarkation, We shall merely beg him to look into the little hall of the Flemish inn, and see the knight and Longpole seated at the same table, according to the custom of the day, which we have before alluded to, while the host, standing behind the chair of Sir Osborne, answers the various questions which from time to time are addressed to him, and that black-eyed, smooth-faced, dingy serving-boy, who one might swear was a true son of Hans Holbein, filches away the half-finished tankard of raspis from Longpole's elbow, and supplies its place with an empty one. "And is Sir Albert of Koenigstein gone to Ratisbon too?" demanded Sir Osborne, pursuing the inquiries which he was engaged in making concerning his old comrades, amongst whom a sad dispersion had taken place during his absence. "Indeed, I cannot tell, Sir Knight," replied the landlord, "but very likely he is with the Count of Shoenvelt at Cassel." "What does Shoenvelt at Cassel?" asked the knight thoughtfully. "He is collecting adventurers, they say, sir, under a commission from the emperor," replied the host. "Some think to go against the Moors, but most people judge to protect the frontier against Robert de la Marck." "But Koenigstein would not serve under him," said Sir Osborne, meditating over what he heard. "He is a better captain 1,000 times, and a nobler spirit." "Well, sir," replied the landlord, "I tell you only what I heard. Somebody told me so, I am sure. Perhaps they command together. Boy, give his worship another tankard. Don't you see that one is out?" "Odds fish!" cried Longpole. "What, all gone? Your measures, mine host, are not like that certain knight's purse, that was no sooner empty than full again. It seems to me they are no sooner full than empty." "At Cassel, did you say he is?" demanded Sir Osborne. "Not exactly at Cassel, Sir Knight," replied the host, glad to pass away from the subject of the tankard. "But you know Mount St. Hubert, about a league from Cassel. Your worship will find him there." Sir Osborne made no reply, and after a while the host and his legion cleared the table of its encumbrances, and left the knight and his follower to pursue their own thoughts undisturbed. We can hardly wonder that, though now free from all danger of pursuit, the heart of the young knight was sad, and that his brow was clouded with many melancholy imaginings. It may be said, indeed, that he was not now worse in situation than when he was formerly in Flanders, and which time he had been happy and cheerful. But he was far worse, inasmuch as he had since entertained hopes and expectations which were now broken and passed away, inasmuch as he had known scenes and tasted joys that he had now lost, and which might never be his again. Every enjoyment of the human heart is like a tree planted deeply in the soil, which, when rooted out, leaves not the earth as it was before, but tears it up and scatters it abroad, and makes a yearning void, difficult to be filled again. However, there was one thing which he had gained, an object in life. Formerly his natural disposition, the chivalrous spirit of the age, the ardour of high health, and the strong impulsive bias given by early associations, had impelled him onward on the only path of renown then open to a daring spirit. But now he had a still more inspiring motive, a more individual incitement, to press forward to the goal of fame. Constance de Grey was ever present to his thoughts, furnished the spring of all his actions, and directed his every endeavour. Renown in arms was his already, but fortune, station, he felt he must gain at the sword's point, and he only sought a good cause wherein to draw it. The report that Albert of Koenigstein, his old friend and companion in arms, had joined the adventurers which the Count of Shoenvelt was collecting at Cassel, led him to imagine that the cause in which they would be engaged was one that he could himself embrace with honour, although Shoenvelt's name had not been hitherto very famous for the better qualities of chivalry. He doubted not, also, from the high station which he himself had filled in the armies of Burgundy, he should easily obtain that rank and command which he was entitled to expect amongst the troops thus assembled. The history of the various bands of adventurers of that day offers us some of the most curious and interesting particulars of a curious and interesting age. These companies, totally distinct from the regular armies of the time, if regular armies they might be called, were generally levied by some enterprising feudal lord, and commencing most frequently amongst his own vassals, afterwards swelled out into the very formidable bodies by a junction with other bands, and by the continual accession of brave and veteran soldiers, cast upon the world by the sovereigns they had served, when peace rendered their swords no longer necessary. Of course, the numbers in these companies varied very much according to circumstances, as well as their regulations and deportment. Sometimes they consisted of thousands, sometimes of simple tens. Sometimes, with the strictest discipline and the most unshrinking valour, they entered into the service of kings, and decided the fate of empires. Sometimes they were little better than roving bands of robbers that lived by rapine and hardly acknowledged law. Most frequently, however, in the age of which we treat, they volunteered their support to the armies of their own sovereign or his own allies, and often proved more active than the body they came to aid. However, if Theseus had played at pitch and toss with Ariadne's clue, he would never have slain the Minotaur, and, therefore, we must go on with the thread of our own story, notwithstanding a strong inclination to pause and sport with the subject of the adventurers. Nevertheless, thus much we will say: if our readers wish a treat, let them read the delightful old Memoir de Fleuranges, l'Aventurier, as he calls himself, which, for simplicity, and I may use the term, bonhomie of style, for curious incident and romantic adventure, is far superior to any romance that ever was written. Many curious particulars also, concerning the appearance and conduct of the adventurers, may be found in the letters of Clément Marot to Marguerite de Valois. But to proceed. The next morning, by daybreak, Sir Osborne and his companion were once more on horseback, and on their way to Mount Castle, the knight having determined to learn in the first place the views of Shoenvelt, and to examine the real state of his troops, before he offered himself as a companion in the adventure. In case he found their object such as he could not himself seek, his mind was hardly made up whether to offer his services to the Emperor or to Francis, King of France. His old habits, indeed, tended to make him prefer the imperial army, but from all he had heard of the new chief of the German Confederacy, there was a sort of cold-blooded, calculating policy in his every action, that little accorded with the warm and chivalrous feelings of the young knight; while, at the same time, there was in the whole conduct of Francis a noble, candid generosity of heart, a wild, enthusiastic spirit of daring and adventure, that wonderfully attracted Sir Osborne towards him. Journeying on with a quick pace, Mount Castle soon rose to the traveller's sight, starting out of the vast plains in which it stands, like some high spirit towering above the flat multitude. Sweeping round its base, the knight turned his horse towards a lesser hill, at about 2 miles' distance, the top of which was in that day crowned by the castle of Shoenvelt. From the plain below, as the eye wandered up the side of the mountain, amidst the wood and broom that covered the rock in large masses, might be seen peeping forth wall and bastion and outwork, while higher up, in zigzag lines upon the clear background of the sky, appeared the towers and battlements of the castle, with the tall donjon rising above them all, and the banner of Shoenvelt bearing sable as sautier gules, floating in the sunshine. A broad, fair road offered itself for the travellers' horses, winding along a narrow rocky ridge, which was the only part that, slowly descending, joined the hill gradually to the plain. All the rest was steep and precipitous, and too well guarded by nature to be liable to attack, while overhanging this sole approach might be seen on every side many a frowning defence, well prepared against any hostile footstep. Gradually, as the road wound upwards, it grew narrower and more narrow, confined between 2 high banks, commanded by the towers of the castle, while the road itself was completely raked by the guns of the barbican. Sir Osborne remarked it all with a soldier's eye, looking on it as a mechanic does on some fine piece of art, and observing the purpose of every different part. Pressing on, however, he soon arrived at the gate, and demanded if Sir Albert of Koenigstein was in the castle. Though it was a time of peace, no gate was opened, and the sole response of the soldier to whom he spoke was, "Who are you?" uttered through the grille of the barbican. The knight gave his name, and the man retired without making any further answer. "This looks like precaution, Longpole," said the knight. "Methinks they would run no great danger in letting two men pass the gate, though they may be armed at all points." "I suppose the custom of this castle is like the custom of a rat hole," replied Longpole, "to let but one in at a time. But I hope you won't stay here, my lord. I have an invincible hatred at being built up. As much of the camp and fair field as you like, but Lord deliver me from stone and mortar. Besides, this place smacks marvellously of a den of free companions. Look at that fellow with the pike on his shoulder. Neither his morion nor his corslet has known sand and the rubbing stick since his great ancestor was drowned with Pharaoh, and 'twas then his harness got so rusty, depend on it." "In a Red Sea, I am afraid," said Sir Osborne. "But here comes the janitor." As he spoke, the guardian of the gate approached with a bunch of keys, and soon gave the knight the means of entrance. Sir Osborne, however, still held his bridle in, and demanded once more if Sir Albert of Koenigstein was in the castle. "I cannot tell you, sir," replied the soldier. "I know not the titles of all the knights here. All I can say is, that I gave your name and errand to my lord, who sits at table in the great hall, and that he greets you heartily and invites you in." At this moment a group of gentlemen appeared, coming through the gate of the inner ballium, and Sir Osborne, not doubting that they had been sent by the count to conduct him to the hall, saw that he could not now avoid entering, whether the officer he sought was there or not. Riding through the gate then, he dismounted, and giving his horse to Longpole, met the party he had seen advancing, the principal of whom, with much reverence and courtesy, prayed the Sire de Darnley, on the part of Count Shoenvelt, to enter and quaff a cup of wine with him. Sir Osborne expressed his willingness to do so in the same strain, and then repeated his inquiry for his friend. "We are unhappy in not having his company," replied the gentleman, "but I believe the count expects him here in a few days." He was a young man who spoke, and there was a sort of flush came over his cheek as he announced the probable coming of Koenigstein, which induced Sir Osborne to imagine that his report was not very correct; and fixing his eye upon him, he merely said, "Does he?" with a slight degree of emphasis. "Yes, sir, he does," said the youth, colouring still more highly. "Do you mean to say he does not?" "Not in the least," said Sir Osborne, "as you may see by my seeking him here, and I am sure that so gallant a squire as yourself would never swerve from truth." The young man bent down his eyes and began playing with his sword knot, while Sir Osborne, now perfectly convinced that the whole tale was a falsehood, followed on in silence, prepared to act according to this opinion. In a few minutes they passed through the portal of the keep, and entered at once into the great hall, up the midst of which was placed a long table, surrounded by the chief of Shoenvelt's adventurers, with various pages and varlets, serving the meats and pouring out the wine. Round upon the walls hung the arms of the various guests, cumbering every hook or peg that could be found, and where these had been scanty, they were cast upon the ground behind the owners' seats, together with saddles and bards and other horse caparisons, while in the corner leaned several scores of lances, mingled amongst which were one or two knightly pennons, and many a sheaf of arrows, jostled by the upstart weapons destined in the end to banish them from the stage, such as hackbutts, handguns, and other newly invented firearms. At the farther end of the table, digging deeply with his dagger in a chine of wild boar pork, which had been just placed before him, sat the Count of Shoenvelt himself, tall, strong-limbed, and grisly, with a long, drooping, hooked nose, depressed at the point, as if someone had set his thumb on it, at the same time squeezing it down, and rather twisting it on one side. This feature was flanked, if one may use the term, by a pair of small, keen hawk's eyes, which expressed more active cunning than vigorous thought, while a couple of immense ears sticking out on each side of his head, and worn into various irregular callosities by the pressure of his helmet, gave a singular and brute-like appearance to his whole visage, not easy to be described. He was dressed in a hacqueton, or close jacket of buff leather, laced with gold, on which might be seen, especially towards the arms, sundry daubs and stains, to the number of which he had just added another, by dashing all the gravy over his sleeve in his furious hacking of the large and stubborn piece of meat before him. This accident had called into the face not the most angelic expression, and as he sat, he would have made a good picture of an inferior sort of devil, the whole effect being heightened by a strong ray of light passing through a purple pane of the stained glass window, and falling in a ghastly lustre upon his dark, ferocious countenance. The moment, however, that he perceived Sir Osborne, his brow was smoothed, and rising from his seat, he advanced towards him with great expression of joy. "My dear Lord of Darnley," cried he, taking him in his arms, and pressing him to his bosom with a hug that the knight would willingly have dispensed with, "welcome, 1,000 times welcome to Sir Hubert's castle. Whether you come to stay with us as a companion, or whether you are but a passing guest, your visit is an honour and a delight to all within these walls. Knights and gentlemen," continued he, "pledge me all a cup to the health of the Sire de Darnley." To the party by whom he was surrounded, such a proposal was what nobody felt at all inclined to reject, and consequently there was instantly a loud rattling of cups and tankards, and no one complained that his bowl was too full. All pledged Lord Darnley, and he could not refuse to do them justice in a cup of wine. After which, taking the seat that Shoenvelt assigned him by his side, the knight gazed over the various grim and war-worn faces which were gathered round the table, some of which he knew merely by sight, and some who, having exchanged a word or two with him in the various reciprocations of military service, now looked as if they claimed some mark of recognition. Sir Osborne was not the man to reject such appeal, and he gave the expected bow to each, although amongst them all he saw no one who had greatly distinguished himself for those high feelings and generous virtues that ever marked the true knight. Many were the questions that were asked him, many the conjectures that were propounded to him for confirmation, respecting the designs of France and England, and of Germany, and it was some time before he could cut them short, by informing his interrogators that he had been for the last 3 months in his own country, so deeply occupied by his private affairs that he had given no attention to the passing politics of the day. The whole party seemed greatly disappointed, entertaining apparently a much more violent thirst for news than even that which is commonly to be met with in all small communities, cut off from general information, and unoccupied by greater or better subjects of contemplation. As soon as the meal, which was drawing towards its end when Sir Osborne entered, was completely concluded, Shoenvelt rose and begged to entertain him for a few minutes in private, which being agreed to, he led him forth to a small space enclosed with walls, wherein the provident châtelain had contrived to lay up, against the hour of need, a very sufficient store of cabbages, turnips, carrots, and other canaille of the vegetable kingdom, which may be very serviceable in case of siege. Here, walking up and down a long path that bordered the beds, with Sir Osborne on his right, and a knight named Wilston, whom he had invited to the conference, on his left, Shoenvelt addressed Lord Darnley somewhat to the following effect, generally, while he did so, fixing his eyes upon vacancy, as a man does who recites awkwardly a set speech, but still from time to time giving a quick, sharp glance towards the knight's countenance, to see the impression he produced. "Valiant and worthy knight," said Shoenvelt, Every one, whether in Germany or France, England or Spain, or even here in our own poor Duchy of Burgundy, every one, I say, has heard of your valorous feats and courageous deeds of arms. Wherefore it cannot be matter of astonishment to you that wherever there is a captain who, having gathered together a few hardy troops, is desirous of signalizing himself in the service of his country, wherever there is such a one, I say, you cannot be surprised that he wishes to gain you to his aid. Here Shoenvelt gave a glance at Wilston, to see if he approved his proem, after which he again proceeded. Now you must know, worthy knight, that I have here in my poor castle, which is a strong one, as you may perceive, no less than 500 as good spearmen as ever crossed a horse, which I have gathered together for no mean purpose. A purpose, he continued mysteriously, which, if effected, will not only enrich all persons who contribute their aid thereto, but will gain them the eternal thanks of our good and noble emperor. I could say no more. Tonder man, tell him, cried Wilston, who had served with Sir Osborne, and had the reputation of being a brave and gallant knight, though somewhat addicted to plunder. Or let me tell him, for your bedevilled hems take more time than it would to storm a fort. This is the case, sir knight. A great meeting is to take place between the King of France and the King of England at the border, and all the nobility of France are in motion through Picardy and the frontier provinces, covered with more gold than they ever had in their lives before. Even Francis himself, like a mad fool, is running from castle to castle along the frontier, sometimes with not more than half a dozen followers. Now then, fancy what a rich picking may be had amidst these gay French gallants, and if Francis himself were to fall into our hands, we might command half a kingdom for his ransom. But I thought that the two countries were at peace, said the knight, with a coldness of manner sufficiently marked, and, as he thought, to prevent any further communication of the kind. Wilston, however, was not to be stopped, and replied, Ay, a sort of peace, a peace that is no peace on the frontiers. Don't let that frighten you. We can prove that they were the first aggressors. Why did not they, less than 10 days ago, attack the garrison of St-Omer, and kill 3 men in trying to force the gate? Have they not ravaged half Hainault? But, however, as I said, be not startled at that. Shoenvelt saw the emperor about 2 months ago, who gave him to understand that we could not do him a better service than either to take Francis alive, or give him a stroke with a lance. And fear not that our plans are well laid. We have already 200 men scattered over the frontier. Every forest, every village has its 10 or 12 ready to join at a moment's notice, when we sound to the standard. 200 more follow tonight, and Shoenvelt and I tomorrow, in small parties, so as not to be suspected. Already we have taken a rich burgher of Beauvais, with velvets and cloths of gold worth 100,000 florins. But that is nothing. The king is our great object, and him we shall have, unless some cursed accident prevents it. For we do not hunt him by report only. We have our gaze-hound upon him, who never loses sight. What think you of that, sir knight? Count William of Furstenberg, Shoenvelt's cousin, who is constantly with Francis, ay, and well beloved of him, is our sworn companion, and gives us notice of all his doings. What think you of that, sir knight, I think him a most infernal villain, cried Sir Osborne, his indignation breaking forth in spite of his better judgment. By heaven, before I would colleague with such a traitor, I'd have my hand struck off. Ha! cried Shoenvelt, who had marked the knight's coldness all along, and now burst into fury. A traitor! Sir knight, you lie. Ho! Shut the gates there. By heaven, he will betray us, Wilston. Call Macquart's guard. Down with him to a dungeon. And laying his hand upon his sword, he prepared to stop the knight, who now strode rapidly towards the gate. Nay, nay, cried Wilston, holding his companion's arm. Remember, Shoenvelt, 'tis your own hold. He must not be hurt here. Nay, by my faith, he shall not. You will find a more fitting place. Hold, I say." While Shoenvelt, still furious, strove to free himself from Wilston, Sir Osborne passed the gate of the garden and entered the space of the outer ballium, where Longpole had pertinaciously remained with the 2 horses, as close to the barbican, the gate of which had been left open when they entered, as possible, seeming to have had a sort of presentiment that it might be necessary to secure possession of the bridge. The moment the knight appeared without any conductors, the shrewd custrel conceived at once that something had gone wrong, sprang upon his own horse, gave a glance round the court to see if his retreat could not be cut off, and perceiving that almost all the soldiers were near the inner wall, he led forward his lord's charger to meet him. Sir Osborne had his foot in the stirrup when Shoenvelt, now broken away from Wilston, rushed forth from the garden, vociferating to his men to shut the gate and to raise the drawbridge. But in a moment the knight was in the saddle, and spurring on, with one buffet of his hand in passing, he felled a soldier who had started forward to drop the portcullis, and darted over the bridge. "On to the other gate, Longpole," cried he. "Quick, make sure of it." And turning his own horse, he faced Shoenvelt, who now, seeing him gone beyond his power, stood foaming under the arch. "Count of Shoenvelt," cried he, drawing off his glove, "thou art a liar, a traitor, and a villain, which, when you will, I will prove upon your body. There lies my gage." And casting down his gauntlet, he galloped after Longpole, who stood with his sword drawn in a small outer gate, which had been thrown forward even beyond the barbican. "Up, archers, up!" cried Shoenvelt, storming with passion. "Up, lazy villains! 100 crowns to him who sends me an arrow through his heart. Draw, draw, slaves, draw, I say." In a moment an arrow stuck in Sir Osborne's surcoat, and another lighted on his casquet. But luckily, as we have seen, the more easily to carry his harness or armour, he rode completely armed, and the missiles from the castle fell in vain. However, lest his horse should suffer, which, not being sufficiently covered by its bard to insure it from a chance arrow, might have been disabled at the very moment he needed it most, the knight spurred on as fast as possible, and having joined Longpole, descended the narrow way by which they had mounted. Still for some way the arrows continued to fall about them, though with less assured aim and exhausted force, so that the only danger that remained might be apprehended either from the guns of the castle being fired upon them, or from Shoenvelt's sending out a body of spearmen in their pursuit. Neither of these, however, took place, the inhabitants of the country round, and the commander of castle, being too jealous and suspicious of Shoenvelt already for him to do anything which might more particularly attract their attention. And to this cause, and this cause only, was Sir Osborne indebted for his unpursued escape. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. How blessed am I by such a man led, under whose wise and careful guardship I now despise fatigue and hardship. As soon as they were out of reach of immediate annoyance, the knight reined in his horse and turned to see if Shoenvelt showed any symptoms of an inclination to follow. But all was now quiet. The gates were shut, the drawbridge was raised, and not even an archer to be seen upon the walls. Sir Osborne's eye, however, ran over tower, and bartizan, and wall, and battlement, with so keen and searching a glance, that if any watched him in his progress, it must have been from the darkest loophole in the castle, to escape the notice of his eye. Satisfied at length with his scrutiny, he again pursued his journey down the steep descent into the vast plains of Flanders, and turned his horse towards Mount Cassel, giving Longpole an account, as he went, of the honourable plans and purposes of the good Count of Shoenvelt. "Odds life, my lord," said Longpole, "let us go into that part of the world too. If we could but get a good stout fellow or two to our back, we might disconcert them." "I fear they are too many for us," replied the knight, "though it seems that Shoenvelt, avaricious of all he can get, and afraid that aught should slip through his hands, has divided his men into 10s and 12s, so that a few spears well led might do a great deal of harm amongst them. At all events, Longpole, we will buy a couple of lances at Cassel, for we may yet chance to meet with some of Shoenvelt's followers on our road." Conversing of their future proceedings, they now mounted the steep ascent of Mount Cassel, and approached the gate of the town, the iron grate of which, to their surprise, was slowly pushed back in their faces as they rode up. "Ho, soldier, why do you shut the gate?" cried Sir Osborne. "Don't you see we are coming in?" "No, you are not," replied the other, who was a stiff old Hainaulter, looking as rigid and intractable as the iron jack that covered his shoulders. "None of Shoenvelt's plunderers come in here." "But we are neither friends nor plunderers of Shoenvelt's," said the knight. "We are his enemies, and have just made our escape from St. Hubert's." "Ah, a fine tale, replied the soldier through the barred gate, which he continued slowly and imperturbably to fasten against them. "We saw you come down the hill, but you don't step in here to-night, so you had better ride away before the captain sends down to make you. We all know that you can lie as well as rob." "By my life, if I were in, I'd split your morion for you," said the knight, enraged at the cool nonchalance of the Hainaulter. "Doubtless," replied he, in the same sort of indifferent snuffling tone, "doubtless, you look like it, and that's one reason why I shall keep you out." Sir Osborne wasted no more words on the immovable old pikeman, but angrily turning his horse, began to descend the hill. A little way down the steep, there was even then, as now, a small hamlet serving as a sort of suburb to the town above, and towards this the knight took his way, pausing to gaze, every now and then, on the vast interminable plain that lay stretched at his feet, spread over which he could see 1,000 cities and villages, all filled with their own little interests and feelings, wherein he had no part nor sympathy, and 1,000 roads leading away to them, in every direction, without any one to guide his choice, or to tell him on which he might expect prosperity or disaster. "To Aire," said he, after he had thought for some time. "We will go to Aire. I hear that the Count de Ligny, whom I fought at Isson, is there, and the Chevalier Bayard, and many other gallant knights and gentlemen, who, perhaps, may welcome me amongst them. Is not that the smoke of a forge, Longpole? Perhaps we may find an armourer. Let us see." As the knight had imagined, so it proved, and on their demanding 2 strong lances, the armourer soon brought them forward a bundle of stiff ash staves, bidding them choose. After some examination to ascertain the soundness of the wood, their choice was made, and the Fleming proceeded to adjust to the smaller end of each 2 handsbreadths of pointed iron, which being fastened and clenched, the knight and his follower paid the charge, and taking possession of their new weapons, rode away, directing their course towards Hazebrook, in their way to Aire. Their progress now became necessarily slow, for though both horses were powerful in limb and joint, and trained to carry great burdens and endure much fatigue, yet the weight of a heavy iron bard, together with that of a tall, strong man, armed at all points, was such that in a long journey it of course made itself felt. Evidently perceiving by the languor of his motions that the charger which bore him was becoming greatly wearied, Sir Osborne ceased to urge him, and proposed to stop for the evening at the very first village that could boast of an inn. Nevertheless, it was some time before they met with such a one, most of the hamlets on the road being too poor and insignificant to require or possess anything of the kind. At length, however, a small, neat house, with a verdant holly bush over the door, invited their steps, and entering, Sir Osborne was saluted heartily by the civil host, who, with brandished knife and snowy bib, was busily engaged in cooking various savoury messes for any guest that Providence might send him. Some specimens of his handiwork were placed before the knight and Longpole, as soon as their horses had been taken care of, and an excellent bottle of old wine, together with some fatigue, induced them to linger a little at the table. The lattice, which was open, looked out across the road to the little village green, where was to be seen many a schoolboy playing in the fine May evening, and mocking, in his childish sports, the sadder doings of the grown-up children of the day. Here, horsed upon their fellows' backs, were two that acted the part of knights, tilting each other with broomsticks, and there, marshalled in fair order by a youthful captain, marched a body of young lansquenets, advancing and retreating, wheeling and charging, with no small precision. Sir Osborne watched them for a while in somewhat of a moralizing mood, till his musing was disturbed by the trotting of a horse past the window, and in a moment after he heard the good-humoured voice of the host addressing the person who arrived. "Ah, Master Frederick," he said, "what, back again so soon? I told you you would soon be tired of soldiering." "Nay, nay, Reginald," answered a voice that Sir Osborne thought he had heard before. "I am not tired of soldiering, and never shall be, but I am tired of consorting with a horde of plunderers, for such are Shoenvelt and all his followers. But while I lead my horse to the stable, get me something to eat, good Reginald, for I do not want to go back to the hall till I have dented my sword at least." "What, are you going to it again?" cried the host. "Stay at home, Master Frederick, stay at home. Take care of the house your father has left you. If you are not so rich as the baron, you have enough, and that is better than riches if one knew it." "My father was a soldier," answered the young man, "and distinguished himself, and so will I, before I sit down in peace." Here the conversation ceased, and the host, entering the room in which sat the knight and his follower, began to lay out one of the small tables with which it was furnished. "That is as good a youth," said he, addressing Sir Osborne while he proceeded with his preparations, "that is as good a youth as ever breathed, if he had not taken this fit of soldiering. His father was a younger brother of old Count Ulterman, and after many years' service came to our village, and bought a piece of ground, where he built a house. Your worship may see it from here, over the side of the hill, with the wood behind it. He has been dead now a year, and his wife near 3, and so Master Frederick there must needs go soldiering. They say it is all love for the baron's daughter. But here he comes." As he spoke, the young man entered the room, presenting to Sir Osborne, as he had expected, the face of the youth who had been sent by Shoenvelt to welcome him on his arrival at the castle. An ingenuous blush overspread the young Hainaulter's countenance when he saw Sir Osborne, and taking his seat at the table prepared for him, he turned away his head and began his meal in silence. "Had you not better take off your corslet, Master Frederick?" demanded the host. "No, no, Reginald," replied the youth. "I do not know that I shall stay here all night. Never mind, give me some wine and leave me." Thus repulsed, the innkeeper withdrew, and Sir Osborne continued to watch the young soldier, who, whether it was a feeling of shame at meeting the knight, and degradation at having been made, even in a degree, a party to Shoenvelt's attempt to deceive him, or whether it was bitterness of spirit at returning to his native place unsuccessful, seemed to have his heart quite full, and it appeared to be with pain that he ate the food which was placed before him. Sir Osborne could feel for disappointed hopes, and after regarding him for a moment or two in silence, he crossed the room and laid his hand upon his shoulder. The young man turned round with a flushed cheek, hardly knowing whether from anger at the familiarity to vent the feelings of his heart, or to take it in good part, and strive to win the esteem of a man whom he had been taught to admire. But there was a frankness in the knight's manner, and a noble kindness of intent in his look, that soon removed all doubt. "So, young gentleman," said he, "you have left Count Shoenvelt's company. I thought you were not made to stay long amongst them. But say, was it with his will?" "I stayed not to ask, my lord," replied the young man. "I was bound to Shoenvelt in no way, and the moment the gates were opened after you were gone, I rode out and came away." Sir Osborne shook his head. "When a soldier engages with a commander," said he, "his own will and pleasure must not be the terms of his service. But of all things, he ought not to quit his leader's banner without giving notice that he intends to do so." "But, thank God," cried the young Hainaulter, "I had not yet taken service with Shoenvelt. He wanted to swear me to it, as he does the rest, but I would not do so till I saw more of him and of his plans, and so I told him." "That makes the matter very different," replied the knight with a smile. "I am heartily glad to hear it, for I dare pronounce him a traitorous ruffian, and no true knight. But one more question, young sir, if I urged not your patience. How came you to seek Shoenvelt at first, who never bore a high renown but as a marauder?" The youth hesitated. "It matters not, sir knight," replied he, after a moment's pause, "to you or to anyone, what reasons I might have to seek renown as speedily as possible, and why the long tedious road to knighthood and to fame, first as page, and then as squire, and then as man-at-arms, was such as I could not bear. But so it was; and as Shoenvelt gave out that he had high commissions from the emperor, and was to do great deeds, I hoped that with him I might find speedy means of signalizing myself. After being 2 days at the castle, I discovered that his whole design was plunder, which was not the way to fame; and this morning he made me deliver you a message, which I knew to be a falsehood, which was not the road to honour. So I determined to leave him; and as the spearmen are always dropping out of the castle by 5 or 6 at a time, to go down to the frontier, I soon found the means of getting away." "Yours is an error, my good youth," said Sir Osborne, "which I am afraid we are all wont to entertain in the first heat of our early days. But we soon find that the road to fame is hard and difficult of access, and that it requires time and perseverance, and labour and strength, even to make a small progress therein. Those who, with a gay imagination, fancy they have made themselves wings to fly up to the top soon, like the Cretan of old, sear their pinions in the sun, and drop into the sea of oblivion. However, are you willing to follow a poor knight who, though he cannot promise either fame or riches, will lead you at least in the path of honour?" The enthusiastic youth caught the knight's hand, and kissed it with inexpressible delight. "What, follow you?" cried he. "Follow the Lord Darnley, the Knight of Burgundy, whose single arm maintained the bridge at Beauvais against the bravest of the Duke of Alençon's horse? Ay, that I will. Follow him through the world. Do you hear that, Reginald?" he cried to the innkeeper, who now entered. "Do you hear that? Instead of the base Shoenvelt, I am going to follow the noble Lord of Darnley, who was armed a knight by the emperor himself." The honest innkeeper congratulated Master Frederick heartily upon the exchange, for the knight was now in that part of the country where his name, if not his person, was well known; and in that age the fame of gallant actions and of noble bearing spread rapidly through all ranks, and gained the meed of applause from men whom we might suppose little capable of appreciating it. All preliminaries were speedily arranged, and the next morning Sir Osborne set out by dawn for the small town of Hazebrook, which lay at about 2 leagues' distance, where he took care to furnish his new follower with a lance and several pieces of defensive armour that were wanting to his equipment; and then, to ascertain what reliance might be placed on his support in case of emergency, he excited him to practise various military exercises with himself as they rode along towards Ayr. To his no small surprise and pleasure, he found that the young Hainaulter, though somewhat rash and hasty, was far more skilful in the use of his weapons and the management of his horse than he could have conceived; and with such an addition to his party, he no longer scrupled to cast himself in the way of some of Shoenvelt's bodies of marauders, to keep his hand in, as Longpole quaintly expressed it, when he heard his lord's determination. "Come, Frederick," said the knight, "I will not go on to Ayr, as I had determined, but, in order to gratify your wish for renown, we will lie about on the frontier like true errant knights of old, at any village or other place where we may find shelter; and if we meet with Shoenvelt, or any of his, mind you do honour to your arms." We shall always have the odds of 8 or 9 against us." "No, no, Sir Knight," cried the young soldier, "do not believe that. It is one of his falsehoods. There are not above 10 in any of the bands, and most of them are 5 or 6. I know where most of them lie." "Hush, hush!" cried Sir Osborne, raising his finger. "You must tell me nothing, so that, if you should chance to break a lance with him, your hand may not tremble at thinking you have betrayed his counsel. Nay, do not blush, Frederick. A man who aspires to chivalry must guide himself by stricter rules than other men. It was for this I spoke. Here is the fair river Lys, if I remember right." "It is so, Sir Knight," replied the other. "There is a bridge about a mile lower down." "What, for a brook like this?" cried Sir Osborne, spurring his horse in. "Oh no, we will swim it. Follow." The young Hainaulter's horse did not like the plunge, and shied away from the brink. "Spur him in, spur him in!" cried Longpole. "If our lord reaches the other bank first, he will never forgive us. He swims like an otter himself, and fancies that his squires ought to be water rats by birthright." "Down with the left rein!" cried the knight, turning as his horse swam, and seeing the situation of his young follower. "Give him the spur, bring him to a demi-volte, and he must in." As the knight said, at the second movement of the demi-volte, the horse's feet were brought to the very brink of the river, and a slight touch of the mullet made him plunge over, so that, though somewhat embarrassed with his lance in the water, Frederick soon reached the other bank in safety. One of the beautiful Flemish meadows, which still in many parts skirt the bank of the Lys, presented itself on the other side, and beyond that, a forest that has long since known the rude touch of the heavy axe, which, like some fell enchanter's wand, has made so many of the loveliest woods in Europe disappear, without leaving a trace behind. The one we speak of was then in its full glory, sweeping along with a rich undulating outline by the side of the soft green plain that bordered the river, sometimes advancing close to the very brink, as if the giant trees of which it was comprised ought to contemplate their grandeur in the watery mirror, sometimes falling far away and leaving a wide open space between itself and the stream, covered with thick short grass, and strewed with the 1,000 flowers wherewith nature's liberal hand has fondly decorated her favourite spring. Every here and there, too, the wood itself would break away, discovering a long glade penetrating into the deepest recesses of its bosom, filled with the rich, mellow forest light that, streaming between every aperture, checkered the green, mossy path below, and showed a long perspective of vivid light and shade as far as the eye could reach. It was up one of these that Sir Osborne took his way, willing to try the mettle of his new follower, and to initiate him into the trade war by a few of its first hardships and dangers. Doubting not that Shoenvelt had taken advantage of that forest, situated as it was between Lille and Aire, to post at least one party of his men therein. From what the youth had let drop, as well as from what he had himself observed, the knight was led to believe that the adventurer had greatly magnified the number of his forces, and he also concluded that, to avoid suspicion, he had divided his men into very small troops, except on such points as he expected the King of France himself to pass, and even there Sir Osborne did not doubt that 30 men would be the extent of any one body, Francis's habit of riding almost unattended, with the fearless confidence natural to his character, being but too well known on the frontier. To meet with Shoenvelt himself, and, if possible, to disappoint his schemes of plunder, was now the knight's castle in the air, and though the numbers of his own party were so scanty, he felt the sort of confident assurance in his own courage, his own strength, and his own skill, which is ever worth a host of moments in danger. Longpole, he was also sure, would be no inefficient aid, and though the young Hainaulter might not be their equal in experience or skill, Sir Osborne did not fear that, in time of need, his enthusiastic courage and desire to distinguish himself would make him more than a match for one of Shoenvelt's company. Under these circumstances, the knight would never have hesitated to attack a body of double, or perhaps treble, his own number, and yet he resolved to proceed cautiously, endeavouring in the first place to inform himself of the situation of Shoenvelt's various bands, and to ascertain which that marauder was likely to join himself. Wilsden having let drop that he and the Count, as the two leaders of their whole force, were to set out the next morning, Sir Osborne saw that no time was to be lost in reconnoitring the ground, in order to ascertain the real strength of the adventurers. He resolved, therefore, to take every means to learn their numbers, and if he found the amount more formidable than he imagined, to risk nothing with so few, but to provide for the king's safety by giving notice to the garrison of Ayr that the monarch was menaced by danger, and then to aid with his own hand in ridding the frontier of such dangerous visitors, though he felt a great degree of reluctance to share with any one an enterprise full of honourable danger. It was likewise necessary to ascertain where Francis I was, for Shoenvelt might have been deceived, or the king might have already quitted the frontier, or he might be accompanied by a sufficient escort to place his person in security, or, in short, 1,000 circumstances might have happened which would render the enterprise of the adventurers abortive, and his own interference unnecessary, if not impertinent. Revolving all these considerations in his mind, sometimes proceeding in silence, sometimes calling upon his companions for their opinion, Sir Osborne took his way up one of the deep glades of the forest, still keeping a watchful ear to every sound that stirred in the wood, so that not a note of the thrush or the blackbird, nor the screaming of a jay, nor the rustle of a rabbit, escaped him. And yet nothing met his ear which might denote that there were other beings hid beneath those green boughs besides themselves and the savage tenants of the place, the stag, the wild boar, and the wolf. The deep ruts formed by heavy wood-carts in the soft, mossy carpet of the glade told that the route they were pursuing was one which most probably communicated with some village, or some other road of greater thoroughfare, and after following it for about a mile, they perceived that, now joined to another exactly similar to itself, it wound away to the left, leaving nothing but a small bridle-way before them, which Sir Osborne judged must lead to some spot where the wood had been cleared. As their horses were now rather fatigued, and the full sun shining upon the forest rendered its airless paths very oppressive, the knight chose the little path before him, hoping it would lead to a more open space where they might repose for a while, and at the same time keep a watch upon the roads they had just quitted. His expectations were not deceitful, for after having proceeded about 200 yards, they came to a little grassy mound in the wood, which in former times might have monumented the field of some Gallic or Roman victory, piled up above the bones of the mighty dead. Even now, though the forest had grown around and girt it in on every side, the trees themselves seemed to hold it in reverence, leaving it, and even some space around it, free from their grasping roots, except, indeed, where a group of idle hawthorns had gathered impudently on its very summit, flaunting their light blossoms in the sun, and spreading their perfume on the wind. It was the very spot suited to Sir Osborne's purpose, and, dismounting, the three travellers leaned their lances against the trees, and letting their horses pick a meal from the forest grass, prepared to repose themselves under the shadow of the thorns. Previous to casting himself down upon the bank, however, the knight took care to examine the wood around them, and seeing a sort of yellow light shining between the trees beyond, he pursued his way along what seemed a continuation of the little path which had brought them thither. Proceeding in a slanting direction, apparently to avoid the bolls of some enormous beeches, it did not lead on for above 10 or 12 yards, and then opened out into a high road cut through the very wildest part of the forest, at a spot where an old stone cross and fountain of clear water commemorated the philanthropy of someone long dead, and offered the best of nature's gifts to the lip of the weary traveller. Sir Osborne profited by the occasion, and communicated his discovery to his companions, who took advantage of it to satisfy their thirst also. Then they lay down in the shade of the hawthorns on the mound, and after some brief conversation, the heat of the day so overpowered the young Hainaulter that he fell asleep. Such an example was never lost upon Longpole, who soon resigned himself to the drowsy god, and Sir Osborne was left the only watcher of the party. Whether from his greater bodily powers, on which fatigue made but little impression, or from deeper feelings and thoughts that would not rest, sleep came not near his eyelids, and lying at his ease in the fragrant air, 1,000 busy memories came thronging through his brain, recalling love and hope and joy, and teaching to believe that all might yet be his. While thus indulging waking visions, he thought he heard a distant horn, and listening, the same sound was again borne upon the wind from some part of the forest. It was, however, no warlike note, but evidently proceeded from the horn of some huntsman, who, as Sir Osborne concluded from the time of the year, was chasing the wolf, to whom no season gives repose. Falling back into the position from which he had risen to listen, Sir Osborne had again given himself up to thought, when he was once more roused by the sound of voices and the trampling of horses' feet on the road hard by. Rising silently, without disturbing his companions, he glided part of the way down the path leading to the fountain, and paused amid some oaks and shrubs, through the leaves of which he could observe what passed on the highway without being seen himself. Nearly opposite to the cross already mentioned appeared 2 horsemen, one of whom allowed his beast to drink where the water, gurgling over the basin of the fountain, formed a little streamlet across the road, while the other held in his rein about a pace behind, as if waiting with some degree of respect for his companion. As soon as the horse raised its head, the first cavalier turned round, and presented to Sir Osborne's view a fine and princely countenance, whose every feature, whose every glance, bespoke a generous and noble spirit. In complexion, the stranger was of a deep tanned brown, with his eyes, his hair, and his mustachio nearly black. His brow was broad and clear, his eyes were large and full, though shaded by the dark eyelashes that overhung them. His nose was straight, and perhaps somewhat too long, while his mouth was small, and would have been almost too delicate had it not been for a certain marked curl of the upper lip, which gave it an expression, not of haughtiness nor of sternness, but of grave, condescending dignity. His dress was a rich hunting suit, which might well become a nobleman of the day, consisting of a green pourpoint laced with gold and slashed on the breast, long white hose half covered his boots, and a short green cloak not descending to his horse's back. His hat was of velvet, and the broad brim slightly turned up round it, and cut in various places so as somewhat to resemble a moral crown, while from the front, thrown over to the back, fell a splendid plume of ostrich feathers which almost reached his shoulder. His only arms appeared to be a dagger in his girdle, and a long heavy sword, which hung from his shoulder in a baldric of cloth of gold. The other stranger was habited nearly like the first, very little difference existing either in the fashion or the richness of their apparel. Both also were tall and vigorous men, and both were in the prime of their days. But the countenance of the second was very different from that of his companion. In complexion he was fair, with small blue eyes and rather sandy hair, nor would he have been otherwise than handsome, had it not been for a certain narrowness of brow and wideness of mouth, which gave a gaunt and eager expression to his face, totally opposed to the grand and open countenance of the other. As we have said, when his horse had done drinking, the first traveller turned towards the spot where Sir Osborne stood, and seemed to listen for a moment. At length he said, "Hear you the hunt now, Count William?" "No, your highness," replied the other. "It has swept away towards Ayr." "Then, sir," replied the first, "we are alone." And drawing his sword from the scabbard, he laid it level before his companion's eyes, continuing abruptly, "What think you of that blade? Is it not a good one?" At the same time he fixed his eye upon him with a firm, remarking glance, as if he would have read into his very soul. The other turned as pale as death, and faltered something about its being a most excellent weapon. Then, continued the first, I will ask you, Sir Count, should it not be a bold man, who, knowing the goodness of this sword, and the strength of this arm, and the stoutness of this heart, would yet attempt anything against my life? However, Count William of Furstenberg, let me tell you, that should there be such a man in this kingdom, and should he find himself alone with me in a wild forest like this, and fail to make the attempt he meditated, I should look upon him as a coward as well as traitor, and fool as well as villain. And his dark eye flashed as if it would have struck him to the ground. Count William faltered, trembled, and attempted to reply, but his speech failed him, and striking his hand against his forehead, he shook his bridle rein, dug his spurs into his horse's sides, and darted down the road like lightning. "Slave!" cried the other, as he marked him go, "cowardly slave!" And turning his horse, without further comment, he rode slowly on the other way. End of chapter 32.